Chapter 1338. Yun Nuoshing's consciousness wasn't actually asleep. Inside the green cover that was overflowing with starlight, he floated to the side and looked at his own consciousness that was constantly lit up in various colors. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and purple flashed back and forth like a rainbow. Every light was a kind of origin energy. He didn't know what those spirits were doing in his consciousness. Oh, speaking of not sleeping, his consciousness should have been occupied. At this moment, he was floating more than 10 meters away and looking at himself from a third person's point of view. In fact, it was just his senses that floated out and didn't have a physical body. If he really had to describe it, he looked at himself. It might just be a gray-white gas or a transparent breath. He couldn't tell which was which. Speaking of which, this was the first time he tried to separate his consciousness from his body and then let his senses be independent of his consciousness. The latter process was actually born passively and had nothing to do with his own consciousness at all. Yun Nuoshing circled around in place and looked at his colorful body of consciousness with a strange look. He was worried and anxious. He didn't know what the origin energy was going to do with him, with his body of consciousness. When they all went in, he couldn't judge the various expressions and consciousness of those guys who had become spirits. He could only float outside and wait anxiously, and at the same time watch the changes in this space. When they all rushed into his consciousness, the space changed accordingly. The purple starlight seemed to be a kind of energy body. They kept transferring energy into the cover. When the energy was exhausted, the purple starlight and the dark space they were in would suddenly become thin. A piece of space suddenly collapsed and turned into a white crystal the size of a thumb. It streaked across the space from a distance and fell into the cover like a meteor. The empty space would emit some aura that originated from the void, as if it was the void outside. At this moment, this space was constantly merging into the cover piece by piece and was slowly being exposed to the void. However, the void wouldn't take advantage of this and enter. There seemed to be some kind of energy balance that stopped the void's footsteps. His senses were a little bored. Yun Nuoshing observed from a place more than 10 meters away for a while. When he found that there didn't seem to be any accidents, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. His gaze looked at the void that was like a pancake and curiously floated outside. Although it was only a sense, it was his sense, and he wasn't afraid of the erosion of the void. It wasn't realistic for him to sit there and wait for those guys to torment his consciousness without doing anything. He could only walk to other places to divert his attention and observe this space. His senses floated away from the green cover into the void and began to spread in all directions. In all his senses, no matter which direction it came from, it told him that it was the void. He was in the void at this moment, and he could see some fog that was so thick that it could block his vision rolling and surging. It was a bit like a nebula that was brewing a new star. The surrounding space was constantly becoming more distorted and vibrating. A solidified void. It has been solidified into a mass by some kind of power. The breath of the void here, this breath. Yun Nuoshing was shocked. It was a breath that was more ancient than the void of the Dark Age at this moment, and it had changed from a formless and colorless state to a black fog. There was also a high-energy reaction in the center of the fog, as if it was nurturing something. These two conditions put together made him immediately think of a lot of things. He didn't dare to jump to conclusions rashly. He quickly shook off the almost confirmed answer and looked at the void that existed in this space again. It's not an interference. It's not an abnormality. It is indeed the void of the origin, and it does have the same chaotic laws as the void. The laws that are already abandoned and can't be accepted by the void of this era. Just like the metabolism of life, The things that were expelled out of the body generally wouldn't return to the body. The foggy void here had been touched by someone, and the laws it contained were something that he had never felt before. The answer was very clear, but he couldn't figure out why there was a solidified void that originated from that era here, spreading the energy that belonged to the god of origin in the void, and then spreading it across the entire 8 elements realm with the effect of the great law of the void, and then affecting the primordial realm below layer by layer. Yun Nuashing murmured what we told him and couldn't help but frown. Oh, he was just a mass of sensory gas at this moment, and he only had the thought of frowning, but he couldn't do that action. Let's not talk about restarting the shelter of the great primordial realm, the origin energy. Can the void at this time withstand it? Even if it can, how can the energy spread in the void? He looked at the solidified void and muttered to himself, and this solidified void, it must have its uses. Is it used to carry the origin energy essences, allowing them to touch the laws of this world? Or what is it? Yun Nuashing had the idea of tilting his head, and his line of sight also tilted slightly. After a while, he walked forward. He floated forward for a distance, and was about to touch the void to see if he could get more information. Suddenly, a mass of reddish-black light lit up in front of him, making him involuntarily stop. He fixed his eyes on it and found that the mass of reddish-black origin energy essence was floating in front of him, circling around the space in front of him. Buzz. It circled around, and the light on its body flickered, as if it was trying to express something to him. And this time, Yun Nuashing suddenly felt some thoughts that were born directly in his mind, as if they were thoughts that suddenly popped up in his mind, and even he was shocked. But he could still tell that these were not his subjective thoughts. You said you need my body? Buzz. My consciousness alone can't do that, accomplish that. So what is it? In the end, what do you want my consciousness for? Yun Nuashing watched it circling in front of him faster and faster, and he felt a little dizzy and quickly stopped it. But as soon as this thought came to his mind, he found that he could not do such a difficult action and could only smile bitterly. Don't shake it. I feel dizzy just looking at it. The mass of reddish-black origin energy essence was still spinning rapidly, and there were afterimages of it drawing a clear reddish-black circle. He felt dizzy just looking at it, and quickly used his senses to knock it forward. I told you not to spin. Bang! The moment his senses collided with it, something appeared in his mind in an instant, as if some memories and images flashed before his eyes. He could only see clearly at that moment, and he could not help but be stunned. He saw a blurry, slender figure standing in the void. Other than that, he could not see anything else clearly, even though he already knew a little about her. In fact, his knowledge of her was limited to the information he got from certain sources. He had never tried to look at her back like this. Although it was just a flash, it was enough for him to remember. But it was still vague. You are the energy she left behind. Yun Nuashing touched his chest and found that he had no hands and sighed dejectedly. Then he became a little spirited. Mine too. Is this why you came to me? The reddish-black origin energy nodded and finally stopped spinning. It began to slowly circle around him. After a while, it seemed to have suddenly thought of something and hurriedly turned to his back. It used its head to push him forward. From the outside, it looked like a transparent ball was being pushed forward by a reddish-black ball. Yun Nuashing's exclamation could be heard continuously. Don't push. Don't push me away. I look like a ball, but it's actually just my senses. And it doesn't mean that you can push me around like a ball. Let's talk nicely. I'm so dizzy. When he found out that the origin energy essence and the energy in his body were almost of the same origin. Oh, they were of the same origin. and the energy in his body originated from the origin energy essence. When he found out, he could not help but feel a little strange, as if he suddenly found out that his own energy had become a spirit and was running out to torment him. He was pushed back to the place where he had just left by the reddish-black origin energy essence. When he entered the green cover, he saw a large pile of origin energy essence looking at him calmly. As he entered, he could feel that all the weak consciousnesses had landed on him, and the buzzing sound was continuous, and they immediately jumped up and down in front of Yun Nuoxing's eyes. Come back, come back! It's that strange fellow who only has consciousness. It's stuck. Only consciousness. Not enough. No, I need more. I need a physical body. Physical body, physical body. Hurry up and pull the body over. The consciousness is here, and the body must be here too. Hurry up and find it. Hurry up and activate it. It wasn't easy to find a suitable one. We have to tie it up even if we have to tie it up. The large group of origin energy essences buzzing sound was continuous, and they even began to move around Yun Nuoxing at high speed, like balls of lightning rolling around rapidly, flashing nonstop, and almost forming an energy storm. In short, Yun Nuoxing's senses were pushed back into the body of consciousness with a confused expression. When the pair of eyes opened, Yun Nuoxing's forehead was suddenly covered in sweat. Good heavens! What had become of his consciousness after not seeing it for a while? There were countless traces left behind by the origin energy, engraved all over his body, and not an inch of it was missing. What were they planning to do with him? Buzz, buzz. The reddish-black origin energy essence kept bouncing on his head, trying to attract his attention. After a while, Yun Nuoxing recovered from his shock and said to himself blankly, "Anyway, we have to get the body over here first, right? Stop arguing, I'll go." "That's why we should stop arguing," Yun Nuoxing screamed and covered his ears, trying to block out the buzzing sound. But the sound directly drilled into his consciousness, and he couldn't even refuse to listen. Moreover, he didn't know if it was because he also had the origin energy, but those origin energy essences didn't treat him as anything else. Perhaps they treated him as an origin energy essence that had taken form. They kept buzzing and moving closer, and he could vaguely see that the few origin energy essences that had carried him up earlier were now calmly rolling around on his body, occupying his head, shoulders, neck, arms, waist, and other places. "Hey, don't push me. Don't tickle me. I'll go." Yun Nuoxing felt that those guys seemed to be anxiously pushing him. He gritted his teeth, turned around stiffly, and then flew in the direction where he came from, maintaining a stiff posture. Except for a few dozen origin energy essences that were squeezing on his body, all the other origin energy essences were flying around him rapidly. The origin energy essence that he was more familiar with was flying in front of him, as if it was leading the way. He didn't know what he looked like now, but it should be very strange. When he brought a large group of origin energy essences like migratory birds from afar, and when he came in front of the little angel and Hui, even with their experience and calmness, their jaws dropped. The little angel's wings were raised backward, and it looked like they were going to cramp. "Little star, you." It opened and closed its mouth in shock. After a few times, it bit its tongue to hold back its laughter and walked forward stiffly. Where did you bring back?" "A bunch of light bulbs." Hui was also shocked. With his guardian's eyesight, it would be strange if he couldn't recognize the things hanging on Yun Nuoxing's body. "I was wondering why all the origin energy essences were quiet. Did you take them away alone?" "You may not believe it if I tell you." Yun Nuoxing tidied his clothes, and a golden ball of origin energy essences was rolled into his clothes and pushed against his stomach. It looked like he was 6 months pregnant. "Actually, they took me away, the little angel, and we were stunned." "Huh. It's a long story. I'm also confused now. but I feel like something is going to happen. Yun Nuoshing's face was full of sweat. Anyway, you don't have to sit there like a monk. The seal can be removed. You guys leave here first. Well, believe me, it's okay. Go out and wait for me. Ugh. While they were talking, a group of origin energy that had turned into spirits had already scattered like a swarm of bees. Even so, they still left a dozen balls of energy wrapped around him. Then, those scattered energy essences all rushed towards Yun Nuoshing's body, who was still standing there in a daze, and rushed forward to lift that body up. Yun Nuoshing stared blankly as his body floated in front of his eyes. Then he was lifted up into the sky uncontrollably, leaving behind a long cry of surprise. Anyway, this is what happened. You guys go out first. It will be over soon. Probably. But I don't know what will happen. The little angel and we were stunned and looked at each other. They did not know whether to listen to him and leave this world of abstract rules or they did not know what to do. Yun Nuoshing felt that his worldview had completely collapsed today. First, he saw the origin energy essences. Then, he found that the consciousness separated from his body could divide his senses. Then, he saw his consciousness being engraved by a group of inhuman beings using their hands and feet. At this moment, they were busy engraving the exact same engraving on his body. In just a few minutes, they were done and stuffed his consciousness back into his body. As the observer of the realm of the gods, a heavenly god at the peak of the origin, he was powerless in front of a group of origin energy essences. It could not be helped. Those were origin energy essences. Any one of them would be enough to make him suffer. Not to mention there were almost 200 of them here. It only took a quarter of an hour to retrieve the body and engrave the mark. Yun Nuoshing was once again brought into the green cover by a bunch of balls that had turned into spirits. The red and black balls that had turned into spirits circled him twice, and then went into his chest and dispersed. This time, they dispersed into his body. Logically speaking, he should have resisted. Oh, he forgot that he had surrendered an hour ago. These things that had turned into spirits could not be resisted at all. Moreover, looking at their active state, it seemed that they wanted him to do something. He was not sure. The red and black energy essence that was very compatible with him did not tell him more details. Originally, Yun Nuoshing thought that he would lose consciousness again in a daze this time. He was ready and was even about to lie down. However, this time, the energy that had turned into spirits was supporting the entire green cover. With the purple light that filled the starry sky, it continued to float upwards. Looking at the momentum of this speed, it might only take a minute to rush into the frozen void. Unsurprisingly, they entered the void this time. Logically speaking, they had entered the frozen void that had already passed away. The purple starry sky suddenly dimmed, and the origin energy essences that filled Yun Nuoshing's body gradually quieted down. However, there was still a large amount of energy left in the green cover and his body. The origin energy essences were extremely excited and active at this moment. They flew around Yun Nuoshing up, down, left, and right. The flashing light turned into a sea of light that made Yun Nuoshing dizzy. Activate! Activate! Full of energy. This time, there is a carrier and a core. This time, it will definitely work. Be fully prepared. Hurry up. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Didn't you say that you still need to confirm the timing? What is the timing? Can it be eaten? What is the timing? It is probably some kind of energy. I don't care. I don't care. A strange fellow has entered. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Opportunity, 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 present. Go, go. Yun Nuoshing saw all of them suddenly stop in an instant. Endless thoughts and energy all froze on his body in an instant, causing his body to stiffen abruptly. After a moment, he felt that he had been frozen. He lost control of his body. The reddish-black energy flowed in his body, and he felt that the energy was controlling his body. He saw himself raise his head bit by bit. He slowly raised his right hand and aimed upwards. The origin energy essences drilled into his body one after another, a wild energy that shocked even him spread out from his palm. Fire, stabilize, don't rush, control it well, please slow down, be careful not to attack too quickly. This strange body is starting to crack. Crack, I will mend it. All the best. Unite as one. Unity as an impregnable fortress. Heya. After a few minutes of delay, a huge energy beam formed by dozens of colorful energies suddenly burst out from Yun Nuoxing's palm. In a flash, it penetrated the green cover and swept into the frozen void. After 2 seconds of calm, the latter reacted violently like boiling magma. It was also like a star that was about to explode. It trembled violently and kept expanding. In just 10 seconds, its volume had increased by tens of thousands of times. Then, a muffled sound of thunder suddenly came from the expanding cloud. An energy beam that was the same color as the one before, but dozens of times smaller, burst out from the boiling cloud. It split into millions of light beams and spread to the end of this dark space in an instant, then disappeared from this space. In the real world, no matter which world it was, this scene could be seen. Suddenly, a crack appeared in a corner of the world's light cluster. A colorful meteor traversed the starry sky and disappeared in less than 2 seconds. In a corner of the upper plane of the void, a huge crack suddenly bloomed. A dense, colorful meteor shower fell from it and swept across the void in all directions, dragging a colorful energy trail that was tens of millions of miles long before it slowly disappeared. This scene was rarely seen by people. Those who noticed it just treated it as a strange energy phenomenon. After all, the void was already so chaotic that it was not surprising that anything could happen. At the place where the colorful meteor disappeared, a flash of colorful energy suddenly burst out and rushed to all parts of the world at an infinite speed, but it did not attract the attention of any living beings at all. The same scene did not only happen in the 8 elemental realms. In the 7 elemental realms and other lower elemental realms, purple cracks bloomed in the sky and the void. Countless colorful meteors streaked across the sky. Those who noticed it treated it as a miraculous phenomenon that was rarely seen in countless years. They thought that it was an auspicious sign from the heavens. Yun Nuoxing's senses could spread out from the colorful meteors that he had shot out, and he could also know where they were rushing to. Mysterious energy evenly appeared in every elemental realm of the great elemental realm and rapidly spread. Light spots exploded in the void, and in the real world, like a stone falling into a lake and splashing ripples, spreading out without dissipating. However, he could only laugh bitterly. He did not feel much joy. He already understood that this was the movement of the first-generation great deity's protection being reactivated. It was completed by a group of origin energy essences and himself, but his body was already crippled. Chapter 1339. Billions of colorful meteors streaked across any space in the great Yuan realm. They burned in a high-profile manner and left in a low-key manner, attracting the attention of countless lives. However, not all lives could recognize the color of the origin energy. Perhaps the many lives who witnessed the reactivation of the great Yuan realm's protection could only see a flaming red comet flashing past. They knew nothing about what happened next. What happened after that happened simultaneously in the entire great Yuan realm. It lasted for more than a day before it was completely completed. When the first generation of the great deity's protection reappeared in the world, the lives in the upper realm and the lower realm were the first to sense it. They could clearly feel that their bodies were being suppressed by a kind of gentle but unquestionable power. It was a very strange method of suppression for the lives of this era because they could not find out what was suppressing them. Their own power was silently locked and sealed under their own gaze, and there was no possibility of breaking through the suppression. The origin deity's protection has reappeared. Hui was the first to react. He was probably one of the few people in the entire Great Yuan realm who could directly sense the existence of this protection. Even the little angel beside him did not feel anything. However, she saw the meteor disappear into the horizon with a colorful energy flame that was thousands of miles long. Where's Little Star? Compared to the so-called protection, it was more concerned about the guy who had disappeared for a day. After hesitating for a minute yesterday, they chose to believe him and slipped out of the world of laws at the bottom level. At the moment, they were waiting in a hidden mountain. Little Star. Oh, you mean Feng. Why does he have such a strange nickname? We scratched his head. The last sentence was just a casual whisper. He did not intend to seriously explore it. He looked at the sky and pondered for a moment. He'll probably be back in a while. I can feel that the protection has covered almost all places. Maybe he'll be back after it's completed. At the latest, 2 or 3 days. At the earliest, I might see him later. In the world of laws at the bottom level of the realm of the gods, a green cover fell to the ground from the solidified void and gradually became transparent. A figure could be seen hanging in the middle of the cover. Many energy threads extended from the green cover and the surrounding space and hung him in midair. It was Yun Nuoshing. At the moment, he looked like he was drowning in water. His hands were hanging down, and there was no breath and no vitality. Judging from the surface, he was already a corpse in the deepest part of the dead body. A cluster of light containing powerful soul energy had turned into a cocoon. In the cocoon, a curled figure could be seen. Yun Nuoshing opened his eyes and felt the current situation. He could not help but let out a long sigh. Based on the current situation, well, he was already dead. At the very least, his body had collapsed. His soul was still hanging here, trying to repair the body that was constantly falling apart. If there were no accidents and no miracles, he would probably be left as a half-dead soul. At the moment, his soul was still intact. Staying in this dead body that belonged to him would gradually affect his soul. Considering that it would take half a year to reconstruct his body, he decided to struggle for a while and see if he could still be saved. But it seemed that there was no hope now. A body that had been attacked by the origin energy in all aspects, there was basically no possibility of saving it. He was just so stubborn that he did not want to give up on this body. It was not that easy to reform the body of an energy life form after being broken apart. He did not want to be left as a soul or a cluster of energy light floating around in the next half a year. He seemed to have a physical body now. That's right, Feng Ling's body was an ordinary physical body. It was easier to repair a physical body. Even so, he still wanted to struggle. While his soul was curled up in a corner of his body to protect his soul from being affected and trying to repair his body, a large group of energy clusters that had turned into spirits were also moving rapidly in the space of the green cocoon. It's done, it's done. Mission accomplished. We can have some peace for a while. There shouldn't be anything to disturb us, right? Peace, peace, That strange thing seems to be broken. Broken? Is it a one-off item? I don't know. I don't care. Let's go back. The energy clusters that had turned into spirits flew a few rounds in the gradually dissipating green cocoon. Just as they were about to plunge into the ground, a red and black energy light suddenly appeared on Yun Nuoshing's body. Then, He rushed in front of the energy clusters and let out a sharp, buzzing sound. Wah! Stop! Stop! Stop now! Come down a little! Io, if you keep shaking the space, we're going to faint. Up north, down south, up north, down south. I'm not fainting. I can still hold on for a while. I can't hold on anymore. I can't hold on anymore. I can't hold on anymore. You're going to die. Stop it now. What, you want us to help that one time? Oh, it's not a one-time thing, right? Ah, that carrier isn't a one-time thing? Oh, that carrier is actually a human? What's a human? Can it be eaten? It seems to be some kind of life form. I'm not sure. I don't know. Anyway, let's go and repair it. After all, that strange thing helped us. Oh, the group of energy clusters that had just rushed to the edge of the green cocoon and were about to leave slipped back like a swarm of bees. In a few blinks of an eye, they all rushed into Yun Nuoshing's body that was dissipating into energy clusters. Even their positions were tacitly separated like before. The reddish-black energy cluster that floated out spun a few times on the spot, then went back into Yun Nuoshing's chest and settled down. It slowly released a weak reddish-black light that covered his body. Yun Nuoshing was about to cut off all means of retreat, but just as he was about to move, he felt a strange aura. It was as if the aura of thousands of soldiers and horses had rushed into his body, creating a buzzing sound wave that attacked him head-on. It shook his weak soul so much that he almost fainted, and it instantly took over control of his body. Puffed. Why are these guys back again? Uffed. Yun Nuoshing finally spat out a mouthful of old blood that contained a huge amount of soul energy, looking at the overjoyed and lively origin energy clusters that jumped up and down wantonly in his dying body as if it was an amusement park. Yun Nuoshing's mind was immediately damaged. The huge pressure and fatigue suddenly broke his taut nerves, and he spat out another mouthful of old blood. Then he swayed and fainted. His soul had fainted and lost all its protection. Seeing that his body was about to collapse, the reddish-black energy cluster appeared out of thin air, caught his soul, and carefully protected it. When his consciousness and senses woke up again, he was in a reddish-black scene. The familiar sky let Yun Nuoshing know that the ending of this life was really funny. If he left a sentence in his soul, played to death by energy clusters that have become spirits, he would probably laugh himself to death again. What a terrible way to leave. Yun Nuoshing let out a long sigh. Played to death by origin energy clusters. He was the only one in the great Yuan realm. However, well, according to his memories, he had participated in the battle at the end of the Age of Darkness. In other words, he could still hurry back and cultivate for 3 or 4 eras to return to reciprocity. At that time, he could only discuss what to do next. This was the only way. Although he had reactivated the protection of the great god of origin, it had taken him 3 or 4 eras. He did not know whether it was worth it or not. Speaking of which, this place is a little too quiet. After a while, he felt that something was wrong. Millions of creatures crossing the Yellow Spring would cause quite a commotion. According to his memories on the Yellow Spring Road, this place should be noisy and annoying. Every time he crossed it, he felt that the big guys were too noisy and the small guys were too noisy. It was not like this. It was so quiet. Yun Nuoshing took a deep breath and sat up abruptly. He was stunned for a moment. There was nothing around him. He did not see the familiar road, the familiar river, or the black hole at the end that symbolized the end. He sat in the air and could not see anything. Am I not dead yet? He scratched his head. This should not be the Yellow Spring. Although there was the same dark reddish-black sky, there were none of the most unique sceneries. In other words, he was still alive. He just did not know where this reddish-black scene was. This is the center of the energy source, the place with the highest concentration of energy. It was an ethereal voice. He could not tell whether it was a man or a woman, but it had its own echoes. It suddenly appeared from this reddish-black space. It was as if the entire sky was talking to him, and the voice was pressing down from above. Wow! Yun Nuoshing was so scared that he cried out in alarm. He crawled up from the ground with his hands and feet and looked up at the empty sky. You scared me to death. Who are you? Why did you call me here? Can you hear me clearly in this space? The voice pressed down from above again. It was very clear, and it had a clear echo. However, he still could not tell whether it was a man or a woman. I can hear you clearly, so you... Yun Nuoshing responded subconsciously. His brain, which had been sluggish for a long time, finally began to work. He picked out a few words and pieced them together. After a moment, he was stunned and scratched his head. This space. Can you hear me clearly? Did you talk to me? Are you that mass of energy that has become a spirit? The reddish-black mass. It seems that there is a little cognitive deviation between us. However, according to the way you understand it, there is nothing wrong. The voice paused for a moment. He could hear that it was a little distressed. It was as if he could tell from the frequency of their flickering and the brightness of their colors that they were excited. They seemed to be so happy and active all the time. All right. Yun Nuoshing shrugged and sat on the ground again. He pouted a little unhappily. Then why did you call me here? I am a little unhappy now, and I can't be comforted. So let's cut the crap. Why did you call me here? He had just been semi-forced to die once. How could he be happy after half a time? Moreover, he was facing one of the main culprits. I am very sorry about what happened just now. We are now repairing your body. We pulled your soul in to prevent them from accidentally touching you. It won't take long before you can go out. Please wait patiently for a while. Yun Nuoshing originally thought that it would talk about some trivial things, but he didn't expect that it would actually apologize to him in a serious manner. This was something he didn't expect, and he was stunned on the spot, not knowing what to say. Ugh. I don't care too much. I am just a little resentful because I was not mentally prepared for it. Cough. Let's not talk about this. Why are you staying in this world? The voice spoke slowly. The masters left us here before they left. They left behind a long-lasting seal. They also left us a mission. After the seal is lifted, we have to carry it out. Other than that, there is nothing else. Mission? Restart. That protection is your mission? A voice of denial came from the reddish-black space. Then there was a slight change in emotion. It was a little confused. We don't know how this will affect your world, the outside world. We only know that we need to do that. We don't know why, and we don't need to know. We just need to carry it out. Well, it seems that you have completed your mission. But why is it completed when I am here? Is this a coincidence? Or is there a necessary reason? For a long time, we have been trying to carry out that order. However, we failed many times. We felt that something was missing, but we did not know what the decisive factor was. We gathered together to think, but we gradually forgot what we were supposed to do. Until you came, until you followed us there. Only then did we know what was missing. Pure, 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 pure energy life forms generally refers to life forms that are similar to the origin energy of spirits. Their life forms and life forms were all pure energy. Their thinking was very strange. Their worldview was also very different from other races and life forms. It was as if they lived in a different world. Moreover, it was extremely easy for them to forget things. This was their nature. How Ren had seen them a few times, and they were all like this. Well, if something is missing, Yun Nuashing pointed at himself helplessly. Then what role do I play? What do I do? You are a carrier that carries energy. During this period of time, you carried all of our energy and the energy in that space. If you did not do that, you would not be able to do that thing. The voice said honestly, it is just that we did not expect that you would not be able to withstand it. That's right. That is the origin energy. I don't think anyone in this world could withstand it. I even endured it for a day. Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly in his heart and muttered to himself. After enduring it for a day, he still died in the end. Speaking of which, if his body was crippled, he would only be considered half dead. Then wouldn't that be? No, it was nothing to be proud of. If he could, he really did not want to experience it again. If he was weaker, he might not even have his soul left. Oh, right. Yun Nuashing suddenly regained his senses. When I borrowed your energy last time, the energy that remained in my body was yours. Yes, because I felt a familiar presence. The voice explained simply. Then, I realized that I was looking for the wrong person. Not exactly. I did feel Master's presence, but it was slightly different from what I expected. Yun Nuashing nodded. After all, the only thing that was related to her in his body was the origin imprint. There was nothing else. I felt Master's blood flowing in your body. That is true. However, it is only an imprint after all. No matter how much it flows, it is only in that place. Yun Nuashing nodded and pointed at the origin imprint that appeared on his right hand. Buzz. Some movement came from the red-black space. Yun Nuashing felt the place where he was sitting tremble. When the voice spoke, it caused the entire space to tremble slightly. No, it is not this part. It is the part that flowed through your entire body a tiny bit. At the same time, it caused Yun Nuashing to tremble from the depths of his soul to the outside. His face was filled with shock. Before he could say F***CK, the voice spoke again. Your body has been repaired. You can go back now. Goodbye. Yun Nuashing reacted abruptly and hurriedly opened his mouth to speak. However, he saw the red-black space in front of him suddenly collapse in his sight. His soul was being guided somewhere, and this strange communication ended. When his soul returned to a familiar place, his consciousness slowly woke up from a deep sleep. He opened his eyes and saw a dark red sky in front of him. There seemed to be a cloud floating in midair. This was the strange bottom layer of the world where the laws had materialized. The green cover and the origin energy that had become a spirit had all disappeared. He was lying on the flat ground. It was as if he had fallen and fainted while walking. Everything seemed like a dream. Well, it was not a dream that he had come to this world in the first place. He was very concerned about what the origin energy that belonged to the heavenly destruction god had said. A part of her divine blood, a very small part, remained in his body, and it was still flowing with him even now. To be honest, he and the heavenly god of origin were 100%, 100%, 100%, absolutely inseparable in terms of blood. That could only be due to the divine blood in that environment. Well, not only did it leave a mark on his body, it also left 1 or 2 drops of blood in his body. Damn it, he was only alive because he was too lucky, wasn't he? He did not immediately jump up. He simply lay on the ground and carefully examined his body. He did find a faint movement that was different from his own body. It was as difficult as finding a drop of water in the sea. However, it was easier to find a piece of colored ice. After all, the sea he was in was not very big, so it was easy to find it. There really is. Yun Nuashing touched the ball of blood that was 2 times smaller than the tip of his little thumb. He found that it immediately turned from gold to gold and red. He was immediately stunned. At this moment, it had completely merged with the blood in his body. If he had not searched for it inch by inch, it would have been difficult to find it here. Moreover, his own blood did not seem to reject it. The origin mark has a weak connection with this ball of blood. Yun Nuashing scratched his head in distress. He did not know whether it was a good thing or a bad thing to have this ball of blood in his body. He tried to get it out, but of course, he could not get it out. It had been here for 60 or 70 years and had subtly become a part of his body. A normal body would naturally not actively reject this thing. Moreover, he could not get it out by hand. He had a feeling that even if he drained all the blood in his body, he would not be able to get rid of this small ball of divine blood after sitting cross-legged for 5 minutes and thinking. Yun Nuashing patted his butt and jumped up. He was very happy to ignore it. Since it had been left there for so long and nothing had happened, it would not be a big problem to continue to leave it there. The point was that he did not want to think about this kind of thing that gave him a splitting headache for the time being. After all, he was alive because of good luck. If it were anyone else who would dare to put this blood that was completely different from his own blood in their body. Chapter 1340. She accidentally reactivated the heavenly god of Origin's protection, lost her life for no reason, and then came back to life, saying that the things that happened in one day was a bit of an understatement. It was too fantastical, and it felt a little like a fantasy story. In short, she had successfully accomplished what she wanted to do in the beginning. No matter what, it was a good thing. It was just that the price she had to pay was very frightening. She had casually died once, and casually came back to life again. Oh, right, there was another thing that she did not know if it was good news or bad news. Let's talk about it later. I can't tell what kind of news this is. Pinching her arm that still felt a little numb, Yun Nuashing looked at the world and sighed. She controlled the energy in her body and gradually separated herself from this place. Not long after, she left this place. When Yun Nuashing came to the hidden mountain, Hui, the little angel, and Siyu had been waiting here for a while. When Yuan Kong saw Yun Nuashing coming back, it reluctantly went up and hid behind the little angel with no intention of going over. The little angel directly flew over. Just when Yun Nuashing thought that it was going to push her out again, she slowly and carefully landed a few inches in front of him. The golden Mei Mao was full of doubts that could not be concealed. Your aura has changed. Looking up and down at Yun Nuashing, the little angel wrinkled her nose. Her soft voice was accompanied by a faint murmur. She reached out her hand and gently touched his chest. It has become very strange, mixed with a lot of things. Did something strange happen to you again? It is indeed strange. Yun Nuashing nodded and smiled bitterly. She looked around and smiled at Siyu to tell her not to worry. Then she pulled the little angel and threw a glance at Hui before walking into the strange house. She even set up a barrier. As for the good news, I guess you have already felt it. The protection has been reactivated. It took a day to reactivate it. Yun Nuashing pointed at the sky. Yes, I felt it. For hours before you came back, I felt that layer of, I don't know what kind of protection it is, covering the entire void. Hui nodded and hurriedly looked at Yun Nuashing. Compared to that, Yun Nuashing waved her hand to stop him from talking. The protection of the heavenly god of Origin is rooted in the entire Deyuan realm. It was only successfully activated with the power of the heavenly god of Origin and the rules of that era and some other powers. I don't have much to say about the details. I have some bad news. I just died once. The little angel was shocked for a moment and immediately rushed forward. However, she was stopped by Yun Nuashing with a bitter smile. She threw a glance at Hui to calm him down. I did die once just now. My soul is fine. It's just that my current state is weak again. Although it was not easy for me to come back to life, it's just that I came back to life. My various states are unprecedentedly bad. I don't think I can recover for the time being. Ah, that's right. I can feel it. We nodded. They were both of the two priesthoods, so it was easy to sense their states. It's like a broken stone that wants to be put back together, with clay. However, you can only get the state of a broken stone. Feng, don't tell me you want to stay in this state forever? Yun Nuoxing smiled bitterly. This is the third news I want to tell you. It's a news that I don't know what it is. He hesitated and shook his head with a bitter smile. He turned around and unbuttoned half of his robe. Then he pulled his long black hair that reached his thighs to the front of his body, revealing a sparkling and white back that could reflect the sunlight. The little angel blushed. It was not that she had not seen it before, but she blushed out of reflex. Then she was stunned by something that shocked her even more. Even Huey's eyes almost fell out of their sockets. Half of the back that slid out from the robe was not only engraved with the golden and red marks, but also a large area of energy marks of various types and colors. They connected together and occupied the entire back and neck. Each color seemed to be entrenched in their own territory and did not touch each other. It looked like a strange work of failed tattoos. However, if one looked at the whole thing, one could see the harmony and delicacy of the whole thing. There was some kind of evil beauty to it. I told you last time, the golden and red marks are the origin marks that I got last time. They came from the heavenly god of destruction. As for the others, they seem to come from other origin energies. Yun Nuoxing smiled bitterly. Her face was full of confusion and helplessness. This. Hui was dumbfounded. How did you get them? What happened in this lower world? To put it simply, I was sacrificed by a group of origin energies that had turned into spirits. Yun Nuoxing let out a long sigh. The little angel and we were both stunned. Huh, just tell me in detail. Yun Nuoxing told Hui about what had happened there, including what had just happened, and the details of how the heavenly god of origins protection had been reactivated. Of course, she did not let go of those origin energies that had turned into spirits. Huey's eyes were solemn and serious. He did not want to let go of any details, so he became serious. After a while, he felt a little dizzy, and by now, he was already on the verge of collapse. What did you just say? Yun Nuoxing puffed. I get it. Don't be so agitated. When he saw Yun Nuoxing rolling up her sleeves, Huey's eyes were stung by his own cold sweat. He quickly became serious and shook his bangs. Feng, you need to calm down now. Although I don't usually like to use my brain, I understand what you just said. In short, you were trained by the origin energies that had turned into spirits, right? Yun Nuoxing looked at him expressionlessly and stretched out her hand. The little angel understood and took out a brick made by divine power from the corner of the room and put it in his hand. Ahem, I'll stop joking. Huey's strong desire to live stopped him from saying anything that would cause him to die. He said seriously, it was indeed a matter of life and death. Your entire body was taken over by the origin energies. To be honest, it was fortunate that your observer's body could be saved. Feng, don't look at me so closely. I'm really not talking nonsense. Yun Nuoxing pursed her lips and threw the brick back to its original position. She lowered her head and tidied her clothes. Her eyelids drooped slightly. Anyway, that's it. There are 3 big things. If we don't deal with the third one, everything will be in vain. Now, there is an excess of origin energies that are tens of thousands of times overloaded in my body. It's just tens of thousands of times. It's easy to deal with. I have a way. You. Hui raised his right hand and patted his strong biceps. He grinned and showed a very bright smile. He looked reliable, but Yun Nuoshing stared at him, and he shrank his neck. Tens of thousands of times. It's just one energy. Yun Nuoshing glanced at him and continued to tidy her clothes. The amount of each kind of origin energy accumulated in my body is tens of thousands of times more than my own capacity, and I have close to 200 kinds of origin energies in my body. Those guys who have turned into spirits don't seem to be very reliable. They saved my body, but forgot to deal with this part. I can't find them now, and I don't know where to cry. If we don't deal with those energies, the consequences would be worse than death, right? We could not help but tighten her grip on her white dress. Her pretty face was full of anxiety. Yes, how should I put it? Yun Nuoshing ran her fingers through her long hair and blew at her bangs. Those energies are all suppressed in the mark of origin, but they can't be suppressed forever. Energy can't be blocked. And the origin energy is the most special of all the energies I know. It contains a certain aspect of the power of the heavenly gods of origin. In other words, it is the most special and powerful energy in this world that has been modified by them. As a primordial life form that walks the world and surpasses all concepts and rules, it is itself a kind of energy source. It can be said that they created this unique origin energy and left behind those energy sources that have turned into spirits. That means you have almost 200 kinds of origin energy sources in your body. Hui was shocked. It's just a part of them. They are the real energy sources that are still suppressed at the bottom of the realm of the gods. I don't know what the heavenly gods of origin intend to do with those energy sources. Yun Nuoshing grinned. The little angel had been deep in thought and did not participate in the discussion. Now that she saw them pause for a few seconds, she immediately said, "How about devouring and refining all of them? You have also refined a kind of origin energy last time. You should be able to do it this time, right?" Yun Nuoshing sighed and shook her head. That's the process of assimilation. It's like raising poisonous insects, piling a few powerful energies together. In the end, or perhaps the winner, it will devour the nutrients of the other energies. However, what happens to the origin energy is more holy and bright. It's like, symbiotic assimilation, survival of the fittest, putting a few energies together and taking the best of the others. If we really want to get rid of these 196 origin energies, that means we have to repeat the process of symbiotic assimilation 196 times. Let's not talk about what will come out in the end. Just this process alone is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. When two similar energies are put together, the assimilation process will cause the two energies to violently resist. These are all origin energies, so it's not that easy to carry out, but this is a way. It might work if we take this path when the road ahead is unclear. Hui rubbed his chin and pondered. Then he raised his eyes slightly and looked at Yun Nuoshing, the pioneer who explores the unknown. "Feng, this might be a way for you to break through." It is indeed a way of thinking. However, I have to tell you that if they get tired of living and go on a rampage, you have to imagine a body that carries 196 types of energy, each of which is unknown and abnormally powerful. Moreover, the amount of each energy is equivalent to the maximum capacity of more than 60,000 specially made top heavenly gods of the origin. You say this energy suddenly explodes. Hui waved his hand and spread it out without any worry. "At worst, we will be buried together with you. We will drag the realm of the gods, this world, and the primordial realm down with you. Then we will go on the path of reincarnation together and reincarnate earlier. Yun Nuoshing was so shocked that the look in his eyes changed. You have never said such things before. Which demon is occupying the guardian's body? Come out. Hui waved his hand and slapped the face of the indecent observer. It's nothing. Some things can be thought through sooner or later. Protecting this world and whatnot, we will do our best. In the end, we will leave it to fate. Feng, you said before that you know the ending. Maybe I can see some of it too. Yun Nuoshing's face darkened. Did you steal my memories? Even your words are so similar to mine. Ah! Hui laughed and waved his hand. That sentence was just the two of them teasing each other. Let's not talk about that for now. You have been very busy recently. Rest well first. It is time for the Guardian to fulfill the Guardian's mission. When Yun Nuoshing heard this, he was also happy. If there was nothing important in the future, he would not need to appear. He was also happy to be able to rest for a period of time. All right, then you go and do your thing. I'll settle my own problems first. There were many things to do in the realm of the gods. It was mainly because of the chaos in the void after the timeline resonance. As the center of the chaos, the realm of the gods was naturally the center of the whirlpool of chaos. The Guardian and the Observer had to take turns. The main thing was that the timing of their deaths happened to be different. They had no choice but to take 2 shifts. In the current chaotic situation, there could not be a situation where both masters were absent. Although the 2 of them were lazy, they had an inexplicable, tacit understanding. When one was lazy, the other would be diligent. For example, the Observer and the Guardian were taking shifts now. Now was the time for the Guardian to take charge of the flag. The other one was sleeping day and night in the small hidden mountain. Studying the origin energy required full concentration. A deep sleep was the most suitable. However, sometimes the little angel could not figure out whether the guy was sleeping or studying the origin energy. With such curiosity, the little angel closed the door and set up a barrier. Then it plunged into Yun Nuoshing's body. The 2 people were familiar with each other. The little angel also stood beside him. The spiritual world was a magnificent world. There were endless mountains and mountains, a vast sea that was as vast as the galaxy. There were also endless stars in the starry sky. All of these made the spiritual world, which was originally empty, colorful. It was a little strange. Yun Nuoshing was sitting cross-legged on top of a sharp iceberg. He was slowly absorbing the energy here, as if he was training in the past. A few minutes later, he felt a slightly different presence. Just as he slowed down the absorption speed, he heard a surprised cry. How did your spiritual world become like this? Well, he thought that the little angel could not stand the loneliness and sneaked in. He did not expect it to be earlier than he thought. Seeing her jogging all the way from the iceberg to him, and finally sitting down, he explained, "Everything you see is the manifestation of the origin energy. Didn't you see that materialized world of laws the other day? I did a little work, and it became like this. All of these are the origin energy." The little angel's eyes twitched as he looked at the vast and magnificent world. He almost fainted from holding his breath. "It's not over yet." Yun Nuoshing pointed upwards. "And the stars in the sky, they are all, because I couldn't think of using them to manifest into anything, I just let them hang in the sky. This is a world that was built using only the origin energy and evolved to perfection." The little angel thought about it seriously and felt that it might be better if she fainted. She thought for a moment and carefully moved behind him. She hugged him with her jade-like hands and covered him with a pair of white wings. The divine energy quietly merged with him. Will it be faster like this? Yun Nuoshing heard the question and thought for a few seconds. Then he directly began to absorb the energy. In this situation, it would be faster to act directly. Well, it's twice as fast. It seems that the absorption speed will be faster with one more person. But why don't I feel the energy staying with you? After all the origin energy flowed into the little angel's body, it went through some processing and was given to him without any reservation. He did not know if the little girl did it deliberately or not. The little angel shook her head. I can't absorb the origin energy. I'm just attached to your spiritual world, so I can help to process it. After all, she raised her head and looked at the beautiful world in front of her. Her wings trembled a little. After all, the amount seems to be quite large. It is quite large, Yun Nuwashing sighed. Looks like we won't be able to finish this without 10 million years. Moreover, this is just a pure numerical calculation. I still have a lot of uncontrollable situations that I haven't taken into account. As for the real time needed, I've calculated a little. It might be 2 or 3 eras. Can I use the energy normally? Yun Nuwashing sighed. It won't affect me if I just use my own energy, but the energy is stored in the mark of origin. It's equivalent to 1/10 of it being fused with my body. To use the energy while suppressing this part of the energy, well, it's not much different from cutting off one of my own arms. Anyway, there was nothing important at the moment. The only thing that could be considered important at the moment was to deal with the twisted race. However, the realm of the gods had just finished their work and needed to rest for a while to deal with the strange race. It was a race that could probably fight the warriors of the realm of the gods head-on. They still had to be cautious and take the initiative to attack. It was much more dangerous to fight an away battle. Besides, they could not wait for them to come to the realm of the gods. Only a fool would do it again. The path of the primeval, Yun Nuwashing was silent. The hope in his heart was a little faint. After all, from the current situation, the only known path had been destroyed by his own hands. It was the kind of permanent damage that could not be repaired. Even if he condensed the divinity carrier again, it would be useless. It was not like cutting a wound on the body with a knife. It would leave a scar. Even if there was no scar left, then, oh, that was not what he meant. He meant that it was like stabbing a knife into the body, and the part that went into the body was broken and left there. Even if it healed, there would be something in the body that could never be taken out. It was not that he did not want to take it out. It was that there was no way to take it out. This was a mark that he had self-destructed the divinity carrier. It was a mark that he had left on himself. It was like a judgment, but it would not bring happy results. Although he wanted to find a way to break into that realm, he had no clue. We said that the origin energy might be an opportunity for him, but he always felt that it might be a disaster. If he wanted to enter that realm, it was not enough to just cultivate and accumulate enough energy. Since he had advanced to the divine level, the way to break into the realm had changed. From the lower level to the higher level, it was a change of concept and law. He needed to achieve some kind of self-transcendence change. This was also the reason why the concept and law of the gods were so strong. It was also the reason why they could finally override all the rules in the world. In the end, nothing could bind them anymore. Relax a little. It is because it is a very important realm that you have to relax a little. Don't be too impatient. An extremely soft and gentle voice sounded in his mind, bringing him back to reality. Without moving his head, he turned his gaze and saw that the little angel was close to his face. He was a little silent. Am I very impatient? So clear? Well, your thoughts are very messy. It nodded, not caring that it had heard his thoughts again. On the other hand, Yun Nuwashing did not care that it had heard his thoughts now. After all, the relationship between the two of them, what should I do? The little angel could not help but smile blankly. Does the great observer also have times when he is confused? After all, yes, he murmured and sighed. He could not say a complete sentence. The little angel pressed its jade hand on his chest and felt his heartbeat. Maymao blinked slightly. I don't know either. However, I think you just need to follow your heart. One day, the time will come. One day, you will be redeemed. You have never expected these things. Everything is up to you to pursue. Then, just follow your heart and pursue it. Oh, Yun Nuoshing thought very quickly and nodded. Suddenly, he said, "Let's go out and play." The little angel was stunned. Huh. So, the atmosphere just now prompted such a sentence? Chapter 1341. The existence of this world, the troublesome things in this world, and the endless troubles in this void. He had long wanted to abandon these things. He wanted to transform into a carefree salted fish and swim in various worlds in the void, not thinking about such complicated and troublesome things. This ideal and dream had been mentioned many times, and it had also wandered in his mind countless times. Unfortunately, his position did not allow him to do nothing. He could not help being busy and thinking. Although he was so reluctant and lazy at first, in the end, the discomfort was washed away by time. Gradually, all these things became part of him. Unknowingly, he had been in this position for many years. But it's okay to be lazy occasionally. Anyway, we will take care of it. I'm not a staff member in front of the stage. I'm behind the scenes. With such a relaxed and slightly lazy expression, Yun Nuoshing, the little angel, and Siyu walked slowly in the sacred city of the divine prefecture, walking by the long river that ran through the sacred city. Is it okay to leave Yuankong at home? Siyu could not help but say, causing Yun Nuoshing to be stunned for a moment. This girl had probably almost forgotten where her home was, or was it that she did not treat that place as her home in the first place, and only felt a sense of security and belonging when she came to that hidden mountain peak? The little angel waved her hand indifferently. She has something to do. I'll just bring some small gifts back. Yun Nuoshing glanced at the little angel. Compared to her, the little girl who came later did not seem to be as perfect as she was. There were some flaws in her life form. From time to time, she would leak 1 or 2 wisps of the aura of the death fog of the abyss. It was a controllable aura that would not affect the space of the present world, but it could be slowly repaired. As for the reason for this flaw, Yun Nuoshing maliciously guessed that the girl might have been deformed because she had been cooped up in the void for too long, or she might have been traumatized by the turbulent footsteps of the void, and those people in the underworld when she was born. The little angel looked at the absent-minded Yun Nuoshing and thought for a moment. Is there something on your mind? I see that you seem to be looking for something. Yun Nuoshing came back to her senses and nodded. I'm looking for someone. One of them definitely exists. As for the other one, I don't know if he's out yet. The little angel pondered for 2 seconds, then decisively reached out and pinched his face. Yun Nuoshing then continued, All right, I'll try again to see if I can find Feng. Phoenix. I've just made a little calculation. It seems to be in the sacred city in this era, so it's curiously walking around. Hearing this, it made an oh sound and poked his face gloomily. Yun Nuoshing smelled the slight smell of jealousy on this girl's body, and tactfully did not say anything. It could not help but mutter, What about the other one? The other one? I can't say for sure. I don't know what it is either. It's just a target that I'm looking for. However, I don't know what to look for, and where to start looking. Yun Nuoshing rubbed her bangs as she muttered something nervously. What is it? Just tell me its name. She pouted unhappily and swept Yun Nuoshing's earlobe and neck with the tip of her wing. Yun Nuoshing was so shocked that she almost jumped up. Siyu pulled Yun Nuoxing's sleeve and pointed to a street stall. After he nodded, she ran over happily. Yun Nuoxing glanced at her and said to the little angel, "Little purple soul, I'm trying to find something related to her. Maybe I can uncover her origins." That little girl is also a powerful figure in the Dark Age. Her eyes trembled slightly. She whispered in her soul, "How did you know?" Little purple soul's aura has the smell of this era. A life that was born under the laws of heaven and earth, or the void, would have its life mark and aura with the laws of the void. Normal people wouldn't be able to sense the difference, but I'm an observer. It's easy for me to see if a life that belongs to the realm of the gods has any aura. Yun Nuoxing held a string of beads and looked at it for a while. Then he carefully put it down. However, I'm not sure if the little girl was born in the Dark Age or was born in the ancient times. But she was tainted by something that didn't belong to that era. It's hard to say. I just happened to be in this era, so I decided to look for her. More specifically, you can look into my memory. I found it after I went back to the realm of the gods last time. It won't take long to look back. The little angel nodded. Without hesitation, she went into Yun Nuoxing's memory and started to search. At this time, Siyu's face was flushed with excitement. She avoided the passers-by and came to Yun Nuoxing's side. Without saying a word, she stuffed something into his hand. Yun Nuoxing was still deep in thought when he suddenly felt something cold and round in his hand. He looked down and saw it. It was a string of beads that were as bright as the sea. Each bead had a small sea creature in it. When he touched it gently, he could feel the ocean in front of him. The sea breeze mixed with the sunlight shone on his body. There was a faint scent of autumn blossoms in it, and a faint fishy smell in it. Yun Nuoxing looked at it and smiled at Siyu. "Is this for me?" Siyu stuck out her tongue and nodded slightly. "I heard that it can suppress the uneasiness and irritation in one's heart. It has a very good calming effect. I don't know if it's useful. You've been frowning recently. I can't help you. So I can only, seeing her acting like a little girl," Yun Nuoxing couldn't help but laugh. He patted her long hair and put the ocean-like beads on his left hand. He smiled sweetly. "Thanks. It looks pretty good." Although he felt that it wasn't suitable for him to wear these things. After all, it was a gift from the little girl. He couldn't not wear it. Yun Nuoxing looked at Siyu, whose smile became brighter after seeing him put on the beads. He reached out and patted the little girl's head. "Well, I always feel that you're a little irresponsible. You've been running around with me ever since you came here. Although that's one of the goals of my training, I don't seem to have taught you anything other than that." Siyu was stunned. That was the truth. However, she wanted to defend him. "But you gave me a crystal ball full of things. At most, I'll just give you a knife and let you die on your own." "Well, you don't have to say anything to excuse me. I know my own virtue. I'm not a very suitable person to teach people. I'm busy with strange things all day long. Right now, I'm also entangled by an even stranger thing." Yun Nuoxing held the back of his head with his hands and said with a bitter smile. Siyu lowered her head. After a while, she raised her head again. Her beautiful black eyes were filled with joy and relief. "But I felt that it was very easy to be there, by your side. Even when I was cultivating, I felt that it was much easier than usual." Ha! Yun Nuoxing could explain the last sentence. However, the first sentence, relaxed. Yun Nuoxing pointed at his puzzled and strange expression, running around with him to strange places, seeing strange things, and watching him destroy the world. How could it be relaxed? As if she knew what he was thinking, Siyu quickly waved her hand. "Although I'll be scared when I see some scary things. The last time I saw the red planet with you, the scene hasn't faded away yet, Yun Nuoshing grinned and patted her long hair. This action had become a habit. Well, let's not talk about my body for now. Now that Hui has woken up, it's rare for me to have some free time. Let's use this rare time to work on your precious, and rare 5 elements constitution. See, you looked gloomy. Why do you have to add so many strange prefixes? If I don't deliberately add a few adjectives, I won't be motivated. Siyu was speechless. She had forgotten that the noble Lord Observer was more or less lazy in his bones. Siyu looked around and realized that the little angel had disappeared. She was slightly stunned. Where's Sister Ming? She's here. She's looking at my memories. Let's not worry about it for now. Let's walk around first. Yun Nuoshing nodded his head. Siyu was a little stunned. For the first time, she realized that the relationship between 2 people could be so intimate that they could look at each other's memories at will. Well, our relationship is a little complicated. I can't explain it clearly in a short time. It's probably the most complicated and strange relationship in my life. Sometimes I don't know how to deal with it, but most of the time, I feel, actually, it's quite good like this. Siyu smiled. You 2 have a good relationship. Yun Nuoshing smiled and didn't deny it. It was unclear, but their relationship was very good. This was the only thing that didn't require additional confirmation. Well, let's not talk about this. Siyu walked up and held his arm. My Lord Observer, what are we doing here? Didn't you hear it just now? Yun Nuoshing led her forward. He twirled his fingers and said again, in short, we're going to find a person, but we've never met before. I only know that she might be in this city. She should be hiding like an ordinary person. She might not have any special features. The holy city of China has more than 10 trillion permanent lives. Among them, the North District has more lives. Usually, the East District is more lively regardless of day or night. My Lord Observer, this person is not easy to find. Siyu smiled bitterly. Well, be patient, be patient. My deduction shouldn't be wrong. As for when we'll be able to find her. Yun Nuoshing's eyes twitched. Let's leave it to fate. He also knew how many lives there were in the largest city in the realm of the gods. As for why he wanted to find Feng, the phoenix of this era was purely on a whim. It was to break free from the sea of pain of the origin energy and take a breather. Of course, the most important thing was that he always wanted to distort this dream of an established reality. Well, it was probably just wishful thinking. After all, he didn't know whether Feng, and he knew each other during the Dark Age. She had reincarnated many times in this world, and the bloodline and memory fragments that she had accumulated from one life to another did not have specific memories of each life. Their fate should have started from the ancient era. Feng also felt the same way. So, let's assume that they didn't know each other during the Dark Age. Then he would do something that deviated from the official history in this era. However, when Lord Observer went out for a patrol, unexpectedly, there was no movement at all. It's so quiet. Siyu looked at the empty street after turning a corner and couldn't help but chuckle. Lord Hui attracts attention wherever he goes. When I was still in the academy, I could still hear news of Lord Hui occasionally descending on places, even though it was half a year ago. Yun Nuoshing took a deep breath. However, this street was indeed a little too quiet. This seemed to be the edge of the eastern district of the holy city. Didn't the little girl say that this place was bustling day and night? It was so quiet that he couldn't help but release his divine soul. As a result, he found that hundreds and thousands of people were coming out of their houses in a single file about 100 miles away, running towards the center of the eastern district. Now, a large amount of life aura had gathered in that area, almost condensing into a storm. There seemed to be people coming from other places as well, and some of them were quite strong. Oh, I know why it's so quiet. Yun Nuoshing nodded and walked in that direction with Siyu. It seems like there's a show to watch. I don't know if that fellow will join in the fun. Anyway, let's go and take a look. The little angel, nestled in his soul, looking at his memories, raised her head. You're actually going to join in the fun? I thought you were already dizzy when you came to this wind-swept place in the boundless secular world. Yun Nuoshing. He felt that these two girls were intentionally trying to make him speechless today. They quickly crossed half of the Eastern District and arrived at the center. Before they even got close, they felt a wave of cheers, shouts, and roars rushing towards them. Yun Nuoshing, who was rushing with Siyu, was caught off guard and crashed into them. At that moment, the unprecedented wave of sound poured into their minds like a void, and they instantly lost consciousness. Yun Nuoshing's vision turned black, and her brain spasmed. She instantly fell to the side in confusion. Fortunately, Siyu was used to this kind of situation and didn't faint from the sound wave. She hurriedly caught the seemingly unreliable Lord Observer. Are you all right? Yun Nuoshing's eyes were like mosquito coils. Her mouth twitched as she wailed, "That's why I said they're too noisy." After withstanding the impact of the sound wave for a moment, the sound wave that continued to spread out later on wasn't as powerful. However, it still made Yun Nuoshing's ears itch. She grinned and rolled her eyes as she walked over. She kept picking her ears. From all aspects, the life forms in the void are too noisy. Humans are the bosses among them. In the entire Yuan realm, I've never seen a life form that has more energy to create trouble than the human race. She half-supported Yun Nuoshing to a place. When she saw the sea of people, the seemingly endless mountain of human heads, the sea of human heads, Yun Nuoshing almost fainted again. As an executioner who could annihilate an entire world in an instant and annihilate trillions of lives, she actually fainted in front of the sea of people. If she told others, no one would believe her. Siyu found a palace that was relatively tall. There were very few people there. There were only 3 people there. It was very abrupt in this place that was piled up by the sea of people. Moreover, judging from the aura of the 3 people, they seemed to be very powerful. Anyway, she couldn't see their realms. The moment they landed, the 3 people glared at her. Her expression trembled. She took a deep breath and forcibly suppressed her trembling hands. Then, she supported Yun Nuoshing with strength. "Little girl, this isn't a place that just anyone can come up to." A middle-aged man crossed his arms and said coldly, as for the half-dead Yun Nuoshing who was hanging on his shoulder, he directly ignored her. Siyu gritted her teeth. Just as she was about to say something, Yun Nuoshing, who had caught her breath, straightened up. She cast a calm look at them and suddenly revealed a somewhat evil smile. The 3 people trembled violently. Their expressions trembled as they hurriedly retreated a few steps. They gathered at the corner of the roof of the palace and trembled. Their instincts told them that if they didn't retreat, they might vanish into thin air in the next second. "Can you lend me a place to stand for a while?" Yun Nuoshing smiled kindly. The middle-aged man's expression stiffened. He exchanged glances with the other 2 people and laughed dryly as he cupped his hands. Your Excellency, you must be joking. There are so many seats here. It won't be a problem to stand anywhere." "Ha ha, ha." Yun Nuoshing and Siyu both rolled their eyes. They didn't care about these things and walked straight to the edge of the roof of the palace to look down from above. Many people also raised their heads to look in their direction. This was a very eye-catching position. After all, there were only 3 people standing on the roof of such a huge palace. Needless to say, the significance of this position was obvious. Then, two people suddenly appeared, scaring the three people so much that they were speechless. However, this wasn't the most eye-catching thing. Everyone who came here was here for the scene in the center. This was just a small interlude that could be passed quickly. It's already over. Siyu looked at the high platform in the center and couldn't help but sigh. She had just arrived and rushed over to take a look at the high platform. Before she could figure out the situation, she saw a group of people collectively leaving. It seemed like it had already ended. No wonder she heard a wave of sound when she just arrived. If I was still in the academy, it seems like I would also come to participate in this in the end. Oh, you know about this event? Yun Nuoshing tilted his head and looked at her. It's a large-scale event that all the academies in the realm of the gods will participate in, the Sacred Elephant Ceremony. It is said that the final location is in the Divine Prefecture. In the Divine Prefecture, I don't know what the standard is, but it's different every time. You have to train in the Divine Prefecture for 3 months to achieve the goal, eliminate a considerable number of students, and finally compete in the Holy City. If you win, you will be baptized by the power of the 4 celestial gods. It happens once every 5 years, and it happens to be this year. If I was still in the academy, I would participate in it. Siyu's eyes glowed as she spoke. Yun Nuoshing could see that she also wanted to participate in this ceremony, but unfortunately, she was abducted by him 1 or 2 years ago. He couldn't help but pat the little girl's head. The baptism by the power of the 4 celestial gods is a very precious experience. Well, if you are jealous, I will prepare a special baptism for you. Siyu came back to her senses and smiled as she stuck out her tongue. She just remembered that she was already following the observer and this so-called baptism by the 4 celestial gods. Her observer might have something even more exciting than that. I found it. I was just here to see if it would join in the fun, but I didn't expect that it would be the fun herself. Yun Nuoshing stretched out his hand and pointed at the stage below. It was time to leave, but it seemed that there was still something to deal with, or something else. There were still people on the stage, listening to the person standing at the front of the stage. He pointed at a thin figure and said, "Look at that girl. You should be able to see her clearly from the side. That one with pink eyes and the one in red clothes." Siyu craned her neck to look at the stage and followed the person's finger. After a while, she found the girl in the beautiful red clothes. She blinked and said softly, "What a strange feeling. It's like I'm looking at a ball of fire." Yun Nuoshing smiled. While the two of them were looking at the 16 or 17-year-old girl from more than 2,000 meters away, the latter was listening to the people in front of the stage. Suddenly, she felt something and turned her head. She didn't know where to look. She did feel 2 pairs of eyes that were focused on her. One of them was a little strange. She could still feel it, but she couldn't find where it came from. She saw us and looked over. She can't find us?" Siyu exclaimed. She then stretched her body out of the roof of the palace and waved her hand. However, the girl still could not find them. She frowned and turned her head away, ignoring them. "Stop waving. She can't find us." Yun Nuoshing smiled and patted her head. Siyu thought about it and felt that he was right, so she took a step back and stood quietly beside him. Chapter 1342. The current situation seemed to be saying something like, "The trial is over. Everyone, go back to your homes." Or maybe, "Congratulations on passing the trial. It's a pity that some of you were not selected. We hope that you can continue to cultivate." In short, it was some kind of farewell speech. They just missed the Holy Elephant Ceremony. The faint aura of the 4 gods lingered in the air. It seemed that the ceremony had already ended. Yun Nuoshing and Siyu stared at the girl in the red dress openly. However, due to Yun Nuoshing's strong rule, the latter could not find where they were. She could only endure the strange stares. Occasionally, her body would sway unnaturally, causing Siyu's pretty face to blossom with a smile. The little girl seemed to have awakened some strange interest. She could not stop staring at the girl. Yun Nuoshing guessed that in the short 10 minutes, she might have looked at the girl's entire body dozens of times. She was just short of taking off her clothes. "Well, Your Excellency." There were footsteps behind her. Yun Nuoshing turned her head. The 3 people who were standing on the roof of the palace were approaching carefully. Then they clasped their hands and looked a little hesitant. He wrinkled his nose and said, "What's the matter? Just say it." The middle-aged man raised his head slightly and pondered for a moment. "After the holy elephant ceremony, there will be a sermon. The 3 of us are supposed to do it. Your Excellency's cultivation is very high. If you are interested, why don't you—" He stretched out his hand and pointed at the edge of the roof in front of them. Yun Nuoshing glanced at it and understood. She waved her hand and said, "I'm just here to join in the fun. I don't know anything. I didn't expect this to be an important venue. It's our fault for being rude. Well, I'll leave now." The middle-aged man felt a little regretful when he heard this. Originally, the last part of the holy elephant ceremony should have been carried out by their divine ancestors, who were still able to stay on the high platform to talk about cultivation. It could be considered the most important lesson for a beginner god. However, their divine ancestors were busy with important matters, so the 3 of them had to take over. However, it was only a little regretful. It was already very good that this guy of unknown origin, who seemed to be exuding an extremely dangerous aura, was willing to return the arena to them. At that moment, they didn't care whether he left or not. They watched this great god leave before wiping the sweat off their faces. Many people below the stage had already noticed the abnormality here, causing people in several areas to be stunned for a moment. However, they didn't pay too much attention to the 2 guys who left, but focused on the 3 people. The girl in the red dress also noticed this scene and frowned suspiciously. However, she didn't pay too much attention to it before withdrawing her gaze, mainly because Yun Nuoshing had walked far away and couldn't see them. However, I didn't expect the phoenix to be a god. It seems like she just underwent nirvana once not long ago. After walking for a distance, Yun Nuoshing felt an earth-shattering movement behind her. Only then did she speak to the little angel in her soul. "Do you plan to turn back directly?" The little angel replied, while checking her memory with interest. Suddenly, she laughed evilly. "Little star, you actually said that sentence. When will you dare to say that sentence to them?" Yun Nuoshing blushed and scratched her cheeks. "Ahem, don't change the topic. No, I want to say this. Hurry up and say it. Are you afraid to say it? Do you want me to practice with you?" Yun Nuoshing's face turned even redder. If you want me to practice with you, isn't that directly doing that?" TSK, your reaction is fast. The little angel couldn't help but grin and stick out her tongue. Yun Nuoshing, "All right, it was an accident that he said that sentence last time. Next time, let fate decide. Maybe one day he would really say that sentence, but maybe not now. If it was now, he didn't have so much energy to spend on that aspect." The little angel also knew this, so she stopped teasing and didn't continue. "All right, back to the original topic. That little girl isn't the phone. If you want to turn her back, she might not be willing." "Turn her back? That's too strange. I just noticed her out of curiosity. I noticed her on a whim. I haven't thought about what to do next. The little angel let out a soft laugh. How about you bring her back first? So, you actually want to take her back, right? Yun Nuashing was stunned for a moment. Then she shouted in an extremely exaggerated tone, "What are your intentions?" The little angel raised her head and smiled gently. "Take a look and see what the phone that you've been dreaming of looks like. After all, what you see in your memory is different from what you see in reality." Yun Nuashing was stunned. Speaking of which, the phone in the Dark Age was different from the phone he knew at that time. Her appearance was different, and the phone was taller. Although they both looked young, the phone at that time was more mature and steady. On the other hand, the phone in front of him was a little inexperienced and extremely vigilant about everything. She was like a little princess of a big family who was released after being locked up in the family for 20 years. She was curious about everything, but because of her upbringing, she looked at the world with great vigilance. Except for you, that girl was not afraid of anything. Well, it's probably because of her experience. Let's not talk about that first. That girl's soul is exactly the same as Feng's. It's just that the amount of time and aura that settled down is much less. They are indeed the same person, Yun Nuashing said. Standing in the distance and waiting for the commotion to die down, Yun Nuashing and the little angel still didn't discuss why he suddenly wanted to look for Feng in this era. In the end, they attributed it to what he said to Feng when he left the 139th era. They guessed that he hoped that they could accompany him in the Dark Age. However, the person he was looking for was not the same person after all. It was just wishful thinking. Yun Nuashing firmly denied the answer that the little angel came up with. After 3 months of commotion, under the indifferent gaze of Yun Nuashing and Siyu, who caught up with the curtain, and the cheers of the vast crowd gradually came to an end. The crowd slowly dispersed, and people from all over the Divine Land also slowly returned to their places. However, most of them originally lived in the sacred city of the Divine Land for a long time, so the commotion would continue for a while. It was a little regrettable that the two of them didn't catch the last scene. It was completely useless to listen to other people's screams about how wonderful and powerful they were. Oh, right. They had seen a lot of powerful people on a daily basis. Now, when they imagined those, especially a group of gods at the primary god level fighting there, how sensational could it be? Following Little Star, I've become strange. Siyu clapped her hands to cater to the audience and muttered. She was used to such scenes of powerful people. Yun Nuashing laughed awkwardly, clapped her hands, laughed awkwardly. Oh, right. During this time, Yun Nuashing conveniently inquired about the name of Feng, in this era, Feng Qinghuang. She didn't come from any school. Like some of the contestants, she was a qualified participant. She only needed to find a school to participate in the competition under the name of that school. This kind of people also made up a small proportion of people in each holy elephant ceremony. Compared to the students of many schools, this kind of people was very small. However, there would always be some dark horses every time. For example, the owner of this name was the champion of this holy elephant ceremony and was remembered by countless people. When Yun Nuashing heard this name, she spat out a mouthful of blood. Feng Qinghuang, damn it. If the middle word was removed, it would be Phoenix. Damn it. Didn't these hundreds of millions of people think of this problem? Damn it. That girl was really not afraid that others would guess that she was Phoenix. All right. It seemed that no one knew. If he didn't know this beforehand, he might not be able to recognize her just by looking at her name. The existence of the four celestial gods of celestial phenomenon was still very mysterious. It wasn't like people in the future who hunted down the four celestial gods of celestial phenomenon. No one would think that Phoenix, one of the four celestial gods of celestial phenomenon, was here and was even competing with others. The baptism of the four celestial gods. Yun Nuoshing murmured. Suddenly, she said, although it's at the mature stage, its strength hasn't completely recovered to its peak. I guess it's using this method to recover its strength faster. The human race might have more of the four celestial gods' power than the monster race. When it fell into the hands of the two races, it would be treated differently. If it fell into the hands of the human race, some people would worship it. More people would choose to use it. If it fell into the hands of the monster race, they would only worship it. Therefore, it was still possible to find clear traces of the four celestial gods in the monster race. When the crowd was almost gone, Yun Nuoshing brought Siyu to the top of the palace again. When she saw that the people on the stage were leaving, she caught the three people who were returning to the top of the palace after the preaching. The three people heaved a sigh of relief when they saw the great celestial god in front of them again. Hello, we meet again. Yun Nuoshing waved her hand. The three people smiled bitterly and hurried to greet her. Before they could say anything, Yun Nuoshing said, I want to see the little girl named Feng Qinghuang. Can you call her over? The three people were stunned and looked at each other. Yun Nuoshing looked at them and continued, Well, I have many ways to find her, but I can't think of a suitable way. After thinking about it, I think it's better to ask you to call her over to avoid a lot of misunderstandings. Looking at the girl's vigilant and cautious look, he couldn't think of a good way to get in touch with her. Just say it's a strange old friend. That's enough. Can you call her over? The three people smiled bitterly. They had already given the order, yet he still asked, if they couldn't call her over, would they not be able to leave? Sir, the baptism of the four celestial gods will be carried out in the temple. But now, they are all exhausted from the trials and battles. Can you give them some time to rest? The middle-aged man said carefully, How about I arrange for you to meet during the baptism? Yun Nuoshing saw the man's cautious look and guessed that they must have thought of her as a dangerous person. She couldn't help but smile. There's no hurry. We have plenty of time. Let's talk about it after they have rested. I will also stay in the sacred city during this time. Hearing this, the three of them heaved a sigh of relief. This god of unknown origin was easier to deal with than they had imagined. If he really wanted to cause a ruckus to the point where they had to meet him immediately, they would really be in trouble. The trials lasted for 3 months, and there was a fierce battle at the end. Many participants who participated in the ceremony ran back to their temporary lodgings in the sacred city in exhaustion. They lay on their beds and couldn't move. But there was one person who was the most special. Yun Nuoshing noticed that after she returned, she struggled to enter a state of cultivation. That Feng Qinghuang is working so hard. Looking at a residence in the eastern district from tens of thousands of miles away, Yun Nuoshing couldn't help but sigh when he saw Feng Qinghuang sitting cross-legged on the bed and entering a state of cultivation. Siyu followed his gaze and saw that place. She also sighed. She had never seen someone of the same age as her, who was working so hard. She thought that she was already working very hard and rushing for time. She didn't expect that there was someone who was even better than her. Little star, I wanted to ask you earlier, who is this Feng Qinghuang? Why do you care so much about her? Siyu tugged at his sleeve and couldn't help but ask. She pouted at an angle where he couldn't see. He only noticed her when someone pulled her over. Now that he suddenly noticed another person, a girl at that, She couldn't help but care more about her. Yun Nuoshing was about to say something when he suddenly turned his head. He took in Siyu's expression and couldn't help but smile. He rubbed her head and said, "Why? You care a lot?" "Yes, I care a lot." Siyu pouted and lowered her head as she mumbled. Yun Nuoshing laughed and said, "A stranger. Well, we don't know each other yet, but I want to get to know you. It's the same as when I heard about the 5 Elements Constitution and went to see you." Siyu was stunned. She pointed at herself and said, "Wasn't it Senior Guhong who pulled me to see you?" "That's right." Yun Nuoshing nodded and said, "But I noticed you before that. Your sister, Ming, found you and pulled me over. Of course, it was also because I was interested in you that I went to see you. Ha ha, you didn't notice me at that time." Siyu was stunned. She just remembered that she seemed to have noticed him during the competition. It was just that she didn't look at him seriously now that she thought about it. It seemed that she did see him. "Well, I did see you, but at that time, Little Star seemed to be a hidden master behind the scenes. Ha! I can't believe that I actually know the observer." Siyu's sweet smile was bright and moving. Seeing this, Yun Nuoshing also smiled and reached out to rub her head. The little girl thought for a moment and leaned over to hug his arm. The smile on her face turned into a silly grin. 2 days passed. On the 3rd day, after everyone had rested, they went to the temple. Yun Nuoshing greeted the other 3 and went to the temple to wait. The 3 looked at each other, shrugged, and went to the entrance of the temple to wait for the contestants who were going to be baptized by the Holy Elephant. Seeing that the contestants were gathering, but Feng Qinghuang was nowhere to be seen, the 3 of them were sweating. Logically speaking, no one would choose to run away at this time. They knew that, but they felt scared when they couldn't see Feng Qinghuang for even a second. They were afraid that the little girl would give up the prize. If that happened, they wouldn't know where to cry. But the little girl was someone that the great God cared about, so they couldn't act recklessly. "Oh, she's here? She's here? Phew, I almost lost my life," the middle-aged man suddenly said in a low voice. The other 2 turned to look at the entrance. One of them had just reached the entrance and was about to push the door open. She looked around and saw that other than the contestants from that day, the 3 great gods were also present. She was stunned. Coincidentally, everyone in the hall was looking at her. Feng Qinghuang shrunk her neck and said, I'm not late, right?" "Ha ha, you're just in time. If you didn't come, we would have rushed you." The middle-aged man chuckled and nodded. He glanced around and said, "Well, since everyone is here, follow me. I've already said all the nonsense 3 days ago." As soon as he finished speaking, the 3 of them turned around and walked into the depths of the temple. Feng Qinghuang and the others hurried to follow them. They walked into the depths of the temple. The sunlight from the outside was gradually fading. However, the light inside the temple was getting brighter. It was as if the 4 walls were emitting invisible light. The degree of the divine elephant baptism depends on your harvest in the past 3 months and your ranking in the battle. I've already said that. The rest depends on your luck. The middle-aged man casually talked about the rules and led the group into the depths of the temple. They slowly went underground. The little guys behind him were all looking around curiously. Although they had been here before, they didn't have the chance to go deep into this place. Although they couldn't see the stairs or the downhill path, it gave them the feeling that they were going down. There were no guards along the way, which made them feel suspicious. This place can only be opened with a special power of law. If the divine ancestors came here, one of them would be enough. However, the 3 of us need to work together to open it. If the others barge in without guidance, they will end up outside. Therefore, there is no need to guard this place. Looking back at the little guys, the middle-aged man couldn't help but explain with a smile. The little guys nodded and whispered to each other. Only Feng Qinghuang frowned. She didn't want to talk to the others. After walking for 15 minutes, the scene in front of them suddenly changed. Feng Qinghuang and the others were shocked. The straight path in front of them disappeared and turned into a dark corridor. It looked like an ordinary stone corridor. They could clearly feel that there was something in the space and under the ground. It seemed that the energy from all directions was condensed in this place. "We're here, we're here." The middle-aged man nodded and walked forward quickly. The others were suddenly energized. They hurriedly followed him into the stone corridor. There are many talismans and formations hidden in these places. All of them are used to maintain and restore the power of the four gods. You absolutely cannot touch them. Otherwise, we won't die. But all of you will have to die here, the middle-aged man warned in a low voice. The others nodded and almost swore that they wouldn't do anything stupid. The power of the four gods is different in every stone room. The degree of baptism is also different. Here, from this room, the last one will sit according to the number. Feng Qinghuang, your room is in the innermost part. You can go by yourself. We won't go. The middle-aged man pointed at the row of stone rooms and smiled at the others. The others quickly found their own rooms and sat according to the number. Feng Qinghuang walked straight to the innermost part of the corridor. Seeing the door that was bigger than the others, she was stunned. She turned to look at the middle-aged man and the others. Seeing that they nodded at her, she felt relieved. She pushed the door open and walked in. She raised her head and saw a dark space. It seemed to be a stone room. It was a round stone room. It wasn't very big, but it was a little deep. Only a four-colored light attracted her attention. Boom! Feng Qinghuang quietly closed the door. Her pink eyes looked at the four-colored light. She couldn't help but breathe faster. She was a little anxious. She jogged a few steps forward and then suddenly stopped. Who is it? In the dark space, she suddenly woke up. She clearly sensed that there was another life force here, and that person didn't seem to want to hide at all. Chapter 1343. The Dark Stone Chamber was a model of an igloo that was built in the northern ice realm. There was a long corridor and a large hall. There was no light in the dark hall. There was only a cluster of four-colored energy suspended in the middle of the hall. That was the power of the four gods. It was the final goal of countless people in the Holy Elephant Ceremony. Yun Nuoshing and Siyu had arrived in advance. They could not help but nod when they saw the dense energy. It is indeed the power of the four gods. It is quite pure. But this thing is not particularly suitable for her. Doesn't she know? Or is there another reason? Yun Nuoshing muttered in a low voice. Siyu raised her head to look at the head-sized ball of energy. After a long while, she turned her gaze away. The power of four gods. Is there anything that doesn't fit this description? It was the energy left behind by the four celestial gods of the divine realm. Logically speaking, anyone would be able to bear this energy and use it to strengthen themselves. This was the first time she heard that someone was not suitable for the power of the four gods. This was also common knowledge in the divine realm. Many people knew about it. Moreover, the enhancement of the energy was not just a little bit. It had many mysterious uses. That was why many people coveted the power of the four gods. However, the four gods would not leave a large amount of energy in the world. There were people who tried to gather the power of the four gods and condense it into its origin. They would use other energy to create it and continuously extract it. That was how the power of the four gods was obtained in the holy elephant ceremony. The powers of the four celestial gods themselves have very powerful laws and concepts. They are considered one of the divine energies, and to the beings of order. To put it in the most exaggerated terms, obtaining the power of the four celestial gods is no different from a chance to be reborn, but there are exceptions. Yun Nuoxing said softly. For example, seeing that he did not say anything for a long time, Siyu patted his arm a little anxiously. For example, what? For example, the four gods themselves. Yun Nuoxing's eyes lit up slightly. The power of the four gods, as the name suggests, is a mixture of the four energies of the four gods of celestial phenomenon. However, the energies of the four gods of celestial phenomenon are not interconnected. Of course, they are not hostile to each other either. It's just that it's useless. It's like drinking a cup of green water and thinking that it's medicinal tea, but in the end, it doesn't taste right. It's just like drinking a cup of plain water. Oh, I see. Siyu nodded before asking, but since the power of the four gods is a combination of the four types of energy of the heavenly phenomenon four gods, can it absorb only one type of energy? Sand, mud, and water. Can you separate them after drinking them? Siyu. Oh, I understand. However, she felt that it was not a matter of whether she could separate them or not, but whether she dared to drink them. The two of them leaned against the wall of the stone room and waited quietly. After about 4 or 5 minutes, Siyu suddenly jumped up, giving Yun Nuoxing a fright. She opened her eyes wide in horror and moved closer to Yun Nuoxing. Little star, you just said, the power of the four gods is not suitable for that Feng Qing Huang. Yun Nuoxing stared blankly at the pretty face that occupied her entire line of sight. She then nodded. Yeah, you just realized it. Siyu was stunned. The power of the four gods is not suitable for the four gods of celestial phenomenon four gods, is not suitable for Feng Qing Huang. That means that Feng Qing Huang is, that's right, that little girl is the phoenix of the four gods of celestial phenomenon. Just remove the word in the middle of her name. You didn't even notice this? Yun Nuoxing stretched out his hand and poked that overly shocked face as he said in amusement. Siyu opened her mouth and shook her head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Who would pay attention to the name? I don't even know her. Yun Nuoxing nodded. That was true. Seeing that Siyu still wanted to say something, he waved his hand and pointed at the door with his chin. She's coming. Siyu stood to the side a little, leaned over, and whispered in his ear, Are you planning to bring her back? It depends. I was just interested at first, but now that I'm here, I realize that there's something wrong with that little phoenix. Boom! The sound of the stone door closing silenced Yun Nuoxing and Siyu. They concealed their auras and were thinking about how to make their entrance when the light footsteps suddenly stopped. A frightened and alert voice suddenly exploded. Who is it? Yun Nuoxing and Siyu looked at each other. Yun Nuoxing then realized something. Oh, I forgot to hide your life, Aura. After all, she's a phoenix and is very sensitive to life, Aura. You can't hide it in front of a phoenix. Siyu stuck out her tongue. She couldn't do anything about it. Dark red energy flashed across Yun Nuoxing's body. A faint light began to fill the stone room. When the entire room was lit up, Feng Qing Huang was slightly stunned. She took a step back and prepared for a fight. Once she knew that the intruder was not friendly, she would make a move immediately. Yun Nuoxing thought for a moment and walked out with Siyu. She looked at the girl, who was standing in the passage, and smiled. Hello, little girl. Feng Qing Huang was slightly stunned when she saw that it was 2 girls who came out. However, she didn't let down her guard. She heard that this place was highly guarded. No one would be able to break into this place. and to be able to bypass the defense mechanism and the three gods to appear here, the intruder must be very powerful. Thinking of this, Feng Qinghuang could only let down her guard. She bowed respectfully. I'm Feng Qinghuang. I didn't know that senior is here. Yun Nuoxing waved her hand and interrupted her. I've been waiting for you here. Feng Qinghuang was stunned. She carefully looked at Yun Nuoxing and see you. However, she could only see the cultivation level of the girl beside him. As for the person in front of her, she couldn't see anything. She couldn't sense any energy waves, soul energy, or even life force. It was as if she was a person who shouldn't exist in this world. I wonder what senior is looking for me for, Feng Qinghuang asked calmly. She was neither servile nor overbearing. Come here. Let me ask you a few questions. Yun Nuoxing smiled and walked around the cone-shaped stone pillar that held the power of the four gods. I can see that you want the power of the four gods more than anyone else. You seem to be determined to get it. Can you explain this yourself? Feng Qinghuang was slightly stunned. Her pink eyes flickered. For a moment, she didn't know how to answer. She knew that it was useless to make up a fake reason in front of such a person. It might even annoy him. However, she couldn't explain it herself. I'm sorry. I don't know. She gritted her teeth and prepared herself to endure some kind of pressure. However, she saw Yun Nuoxing nod. Even so, you don't know why yourself. It's just that there's some kind of throbbing and desire in your heart that makes you want to obtain this energy, right? Yes. Feng Qinghuang nodded nervously. Siyu looked at her and asked in a low voice, Little star, didn't you say that the four gods weren't suitable for this power? Why are they still chasing after it unconsciously? It's instinct. It's an instinct. After all, the power of the four gods has its own aura, and it also has an aura that makes them feel close to it. Therefore, even if that energy has already mutated because of the fusion, it can still attract the four gods in an instant. Of course, the four gods in the mature stage can recognize the problem with that aura, but this little phoenix. Yun Nuoxing laughed ambiguously. Siyu looked at him and did not ask further. In any case, he would tell her the answer in a while. Then the second question. Yun Nuoxing stopped. Feng Qinghuang, you know who you are? Who? Feng Qinghuang was confused. I'm just an ordinary person. I have no background, no power. My family is just a small family. It's not in the godly land. Just like you said, I'm chasing after this power unconsciously. That's why I came to the holy elephant ceremony. In other words, you were raised by the human race. Yun Nuoxing replied with an, oh. As he spoke, Siyu understood. The phoenix must have encountered some problems after it was reborn. Somehow, it ended up in the human race's home and slowly grew up. However, that wasn't all. He seemed to have other intentions. Feng Qinghuang was confused by the answer. Yun Nuoxing looked at her and continued to ask, Do you have a deep relationship with your family? Senior, your question seemed to be... Feng Qinghuang frowned and hesitated. That's the question. You just have to answer honestly. This is very important. You don't have to answer in detail. You just have to say yes or no. Yun Nuoxing pursed his lips and finished the sentence in his heart. So that you won't have a mental breakdown after you awaken, Feng Qinghuang was silent. Many memories flashed through her mind. She couldn't help but clench her hands. Senior, no. Oh. Yun Nuoxing nodded. He walked around and stood in front of her. He stared at her with his black eyes and smiled. Feng Qinghuang, do you know what kind of person you are? The same question was asked less than 5 minutes ago. Feng Qinghuang was stunned. She frowned even more. Senior, please don't play with me. I am just an ordinary person. That's the only thing I am sure of. The moment her voice fell, her pink eyes saw a beautiful face suddenly appear in front of her, occupying her entire line of sight. That pair of black eyes almost stuck to her eyes, causing her expression to stagnate. A voice like a curse rang in her ears. Really just an ordinary person? Do you really think you are a person? Do you really think you are a human? The demonic voice echoed in her ears and wantonly surged in her mind. She didn't know where the suffocating feeling came from, but it made her unable to breathe in an instant. For a moment, she didn't care about the face that was almost pressed against hers. Many messy images appeared in her mind, flashing past like flowing lights. She couldn't see clearly at all. Yun Nuoshing took a few steps back. He frowned when he saw that Feng Qinghuang was just standing there in shock. There was a blue light on his right index finger that was fading away. He secretly touched the back of her head to check. He looked at Feng Qinghuang, who was still in a daze. He spoke to Siyu and little angel in his soul. She can't be awakened at this level. It seems that something has happened to her. I don't know the reason why she can't be awakened. Phoenix has reached the beginner level. When she enters the mature stage, she should be awakened. Her memory will be erased. She will be a human too. Something is wrong with her spirit. It seems that it is not easy to deal with. Little Angel took the opportunity to take a look. Something is wrong? What is wrong? Sister Ming. Siyu was confused. She asked seriously. There is some kind of spiritual hint, some kind of spiritual shackle in her soul and mind. Don't be so surprised. The four gods are very weak in their infancy. It is easy to do something to them. However, the four gods in their infancy are not easy to recognize. Only those who are very familiar with the four gods or know one of them before can recognize them. Yun Nuoshing explained that spiritual hint or shackle is not particularly powerful. It is just that it is difficult to deal with. It is rooted in the soul and spirit. If it is not dealt with properly, it will affect the soul and spirit. Originally, it would not be a problem even if it was forcefully broken. I can repair it without leaving any side effects. But she is a phoenix. It is not that easy to interfere with. Furthermore, she has not undergone nirvana. That's right, she has not undergone nirvana. She is still in her infancy. No wonder she could not get rid of such a simple spiritual shackle. Phoenixes will break through these shackles when they undergo nirvana. As long as the natural order of the realm of gods is not cut off, there is no way she could not break through the shackles. It seems that that person was prepared. He could even suppress a phoenix's nirvana. Sigh, a phoenix will automatically accumulate energy for its nirvana. It is stored in its soul. If this energy is not released, it will one day... Yun Nuoshing frowned. She was angry for no reason. Even Siyu and Little Angel could sense her anger. The former thought that she was angry because she was an observer of the four gods of celestial phenomenon. After all, there was only one phoenix in the realm of the gods, and there were quite a lot of phoenix descendants. Those who were born with the power of the phoenix were the descendants of the phoenix. They were quite different from the pure-blooded phoenixes. In other words, Feng Qinghuang was actually his Feng. Thinking about it this way, it was easy to understand why he was so angry. Furthermore, his anger was much scarier than the energy accumulated by a phoenix. The conversation between their souls was very fast. It only took a few seconds for Feng Qinghuang to recover from her shock. She woke up from her daze and saw Yun Nuoshing standing in the distance with a gloomy expression. She felt a little uneasy. She had not been able to calm down since she entered the realm of gods. Say, Senior, if there is nothing else, may I take my leave? Feng Qinghuang clasped her hands. The conversation just now had left her in a mess. She no longer cared about the power of the four gods. She just wanted to leave this place. Wait, Yun Nuoxing said calmly. Feng Qinghuang smiled bitterly. She gritted her teeth and looked up. Yun Nuoxing pointed at the four-colored ball of energy. You don't want it anymore? Feng Qinghuang hesitated. Yun Nuoxing saw this and waved his hand to take the ball of energy. Dark red energy flowed out of his palm and surrounded the four-colored ball of energy. The huge amount of energy compressed the ball of energy into a thumb-sized oval ball. Then he took out a silver material from his pendant and refined it into a necklace. He fused the four-colored ball of energy into the necklace and waved his hand. The necklace floated a few meters away and landed in front of Feng Qinghuang. The power of the four gods. For you, absorbing it is not the best use. Wear this necklace. No matter what happens, do not take it off. Yun Nuoxing said softly. His expression slowly returned to normal. Feng Qinghuang looked at the necklace floating in front of her and was stunned for a while. She raised her head and looked at Yun Nuoxing with her pink eyes. She really didn't understand what this senior was doing. One moment, he was evil. The next moment, he was angry. And now he was looking at her with such a gentle gaze. Feng Qinghuang carefully reached out her hand and took the necklace. Then she looked at Yun Nuoxing and saw that he was looking at her. She smiled bitterly and put the necklace on. Then she clasped her hands and said, "Thank you, Senior. My name is Feng Ling." Yun Nuoxing smiled and nodded. "You must remember this name. If you run into any trouble, you can call me by this name. Not many people know about it, but if there is someone who knows about it, it can help you a lot." At this moment, Feng Qinghuang remembered something very important. Whether he was asking questions or sizing her up, this strange senior didn't show any hostility. Instead, he seemed to be concerned about her. He seemed to care about her a lot. Feng Qinghuang was confused. She was sure that she had never seen this senior before. Moreover, among all the people she could think of in her life, no one would know such a strong cultivator. The others are almost done absorbing the power of the four gods. You won't be suspicious if you go out now. Yun Nuoxing waved his hand. After a while, he couldn't help but say, "Be careful. Protect yourself. Forget about what happened today. Don't worry about it. You will understand it one day, but now is not the time." Feng Qinghuang bowed to Yun Nuoxing solemnly. Then she turned around and walked out of the stone room in confusion. Watching her turn around and leave, Yun Nuoxing let out a long sigh. He could not help but fold his hands together and said, "I thought that the world would treat them kindly. I don't know anything about the four celestial gods in the Dark Age. I didn't ask around. I didn't know anything about them. I thought that things like hunting and plotting only happened after the Ancient Age. I didn't expect that there were already people who had bad intentions in the Dark Age. It doesn't matter if it was a dream or if I didn't know them. But now," Yun Nuoxing took a deep breath. His eyes were calm. It didn't matter what happened. It didn't matter if he lied to himself or satisfied himself. Since he knew them now, he couldn't just sit and watch. "Little star." "See, you pulled his sleeve." Yun Nuoxing lowered his head and looked into her beautiful eyes. "Is there really no way to help the phoenix?" "Not yet. The way to deal with it is a little special. I'm thinking about it. We need the right time. Anyway, we need the right time." Why do you care about this?" Yun Nuoxing patted her head. "Because..." See, you raised her head. After a while, she pouted and turned to the side. "Because I see that you are very concerned about her." I can't help but... Seeing the girl pouting, Yun Nuoxing couldn't help but smile. He patted her long hair. "See, you quietly turned her head to look at him." When she saw that he was looking at her, she turned her head again and whispered, "Little star, can you find out who cast that mental suggestion? Yun Nuoshing stopped rubbing her hair. He pondered for a moment and nodded. There are many ways. Everything has its cause. Feng Qinghuang's cause is ripe. We can follow this trail and trace the cause. I can even find out who that person is. It doesn't matter where he is in the realm of the gods. However, it will cause a huge commotion and cause chaos in many places in the realm of the gods. In the worst-case scenario, it will affect those unsettled outsiders who are lurking in the realm of the gods. They will cause trouble in the realm of the gods at any moment, and I will have to take action. The two looked at each other in silence for a while. Then they said in unison, "Forget it. Well, let's not worry about it for now. It's not realistic to wake her up by force. Besides, I left something on her. As long as she calls out my name, I will be able to sense it. I will be able to locate her within 10 seconds. That thing's barrier can also keep her alive for a minute or so." Yun Nuoshing said while pinching his index fingers together. Siyu walked out of the stone room and carefully poked her head out to take a look. Then she turned around and gestured. "Little star, everyone is gone. Let's go out." Yun Nuoshing responded casually and walked out of the stone room. He planned to ask the three guys if he could find any information about Feng Qinghuang. Chapter 1344. Information about Feng Qinghuang. In the hall on the top floor of the temple, the middle-aged man and the other two were stunned when they saw Yun Nuoshing ask this question. They looked at each other. They said in unison, "We thought you knew?" The teacup in Yun Nuoshing's hand trembled. She let out a long breath and said, "I know her. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come here. But I don't know the details. You understand?" The middle-aged man waved his hand and took out a crystal ball. It recorded all the information about this year's contestants. The champion was naturally the most eye-catching. It didn't take him long to find it. Feng Qinghuang. Her real age is unknown. Relative age is 16. She comes from a small family in China. She came with the Wind of War Academy. Oh, that's all. Siyu was pouring water for Yun Nuoshing. When she heard all the information, she was so shocked that water overflowed from her mouth. Yun Nuoshing was also stunned for a while and could not regain his senses for a long time. This detailed information was really detailed. Is there really no more? I wonder which part of China she's from. That's the information she filled in. It's not as strict as checking her household registration. As long as she's not of suspicious identity and her age doesn't exceed the age limit, it's fine. Those were all confirmed by the local academy. If there's no problem, then there's no problem. The middle-aged man smiled bitterly. He received some replies from his soul. It was indeed similar. He could only shake his head and said, "Of course, we've investigated it ourselves. After all, it's already the last round. However, there's no useful information. If you're desperate to know, our ancestor might be able to help. It's said that he'll be back soon." Yun Nuoshing drank a cup of tea and raised his eyebrows to look at the sky in deep thought. Siyu sat beside him and let her imagination run wild. She thought that the ancestor was probably working under Yun Nuoshing. If he really came back, who knew which side would be more terrifying? After drinking a few cups of tea, and about 10 minutes later, Yun Nuoshing seemed to have thought of something. She stood up slowly and said, "Well, forget it. I'll think of something. I might as well go and look for her instead of sitting here." She just felt that it was inappropriate to follow Feng Qinghuang all day like a peeping Tom. She might as well use a powerful karma lock. Although it would cause a stir, it wouldn't be so troublesome. She didn't need to be so conflicted. The middle-aged man and the other two looked at each other and shrugged. They didn't ask him to stay. They stood up and sent Yun Nuoshing to the top of the palace. Just as they were about to send this great god off, a hole suddenly exploded in the space. Boom! Suddenly, a spatial explosion blew in all directions with a gust of wind. Billowing waves of dust whistled past, stunning the 5 people on the top floor. Before the 2 from Yun Nua planet could react, the middle-aged man and the other 2 understood something. They hurriedly walked forward and bowed. From the space that seemed to have collapsed, a figure slowly walked out. It was a slender and tall young man. He wore a formal white robe and seemed to have just come out of a banquet. He had shoulder-length brown hair and a somewhat common face. He was smiling like a big brother from the neighborhood and seemed to be very amiable. The ancestor had just walked out of the hole. He smiled and waved when he saw the middle-aged man. And the other 2, "Hey children, I'm back. The work over there has just finished. I can rest for a day or 2. There's a guest. Cough, cough." He raised his head and saw someone. Just as he was about to greet them, he almost choked on his own breath when he saw who it was. He then coughed so hard that his face turned red. The middle-aged man and the other 2 quickly went up and patted their ancestor's back. They were confused. The ancestor coughed a few times, then glared at the 3 of them. He quickly walked up to Yun Nuashing and bowed deeply. "Lord Feng." Yun Nuashing turned his head, glanced at him, and grinned. "Who is it?" See, you covered her face speechlessly when she saw Qing Yun in a daze. She had a feeling that if this continued, the heavenly origin gods of the god realm would find out what kind of personality their observer had. A moment later, the ancestor of the Clear Cloud Palace, Lai Qingyun, realized why Lord Feng had come here. He let out a long before slamming the middle-aged man and the other 2 on the head. "You 3 bastards. You didn't even recognize Lord Feng." The middle-aged man shrunk his head like a child who had made a mistake, unable to raise his head in front of his parents. He lowered his head and muttered, "You didn't tell us in advance. We didn't dare to think about it. What Lord Observer? Yes, it's too surreal." Veins bulged on Lai Qingyun's forehead. He smiled kindly and pointed outside. "Go face the wall." The 3 of them slipped out of the hall. Lai Qingyun couldn't help but smile bitterly. "My apologies, Lord Feng." Yun Nuashing waved his hand and interrupted him. "It's fine. I don't show my face in public, so it's normal that they don't recognize me. It would be bad if people recognized me everywhere I went. Anyway, since you're back, why don't you ask them about the creation's barrier you were in charge of?" Hearing that they were talking about business, Lai Qingyun straightened his back and said seriously, "Yes, I'm in charge of the 10,000th and 10,770th regions of the Kuan-Yuan region, which are the last regions. Now, the core of the creation's barrier in these 770 regions has been completely repaired. As the rules have returned to normal these days, the self-repair speed has also increased a lot. If there are no accidents, that part of the creation's barrier should be repaired in 2 months. We're planning to rest for a day or 2 and then go to the region before 10,000th to see if we can help." Yun Nuashing nodded and finished a cup of tea in one go. He couldn't help burping. He had drunk more than 10 cups of tea just now. It shouldn't affect the 10,000th to the 8,000th region. Go to the Kuan-Yuan region and the Ganyuan region and see if there's anyone who needs help. The creation's barrier was divided into different regions to facilitate the repair. The first region was the border between the Taiyuan region and the Kuan-Yuan region, then the border of the Taiyuan region and the border of the Celestial Realm, and finally the border between the 2 regions. There were a total of 10,770 regions, and the number of cores in each region was exactly the same. Apart from repairing the damage from the previous battle, there was also the intention of maintaining the creation's barrier. The creation's barrier had been hit by the void turbulence, and many of the damages had not been repaired until now. Although Yun Nuashing was supposed to do it, he suddenly felt lazy and took advantage of this big fuss to ask them to help with the repairs. It felt like he was abusing his power. Yun Nuashing talked about the current situation in the celestial realm. After learning that the power and nature of the natural laws were recovering, Yun Nuashing waved his hand to signal the end of the work. Both of them relaxed. Lai Qingyun poured a cup of tea for Yun Nuashing. "Master Feng, are you looking for the girl named Feng Qinghuang?" Yun Nuashing nodded. "I can easily find her if I look for her myself, but that's not all. I might have to monitor her for a while." "Ahem, it's not the monitoring you're thinking of, so you don't have to put on a battle-ready expression. That girl's identity is a bit special, but she might have been restricted by some blind people using some method to engrave mental shackles on her spirit and soul. Furthermore, it can't be removed rashly. There's a high probability that it will cause irreparable damage, but if it's not removed, it will cause some kind of energy reaction that's accumulating day by day in her body to gradually intensify. It's like a sealed balloon that's constantly being inflated. That's about it. Special identity." Lai Qingyun paused for a moment before a look of realization appeared on his face. He nodded solemnly. "I understand. I don't know about other things, but when it comes to information, I don't think anyone else has as much information as I do." Yun Nuashing felt like he had misunderstood something, but he couldn't be bothered to explain. He waved his hand and said, "Be careful. I don't want her to get hurt. I don't know if the person who set the mental shackles on her will show up again." TSK. Lai Qingyun thought for a moment when he saw the troubled look on the observer's face. He said carefully, "Master Feng, forgive me for being blunt, but if the person behind this has done something to the girl that needs to be dealt with later, they will show up sooner or later. But don't worry, I will send an Empyrean god of origin to watch over her." "Oh, that's right, it will be a girl. Don't worry, I will notify you as soon as I discover anything." "Then I'll leave it to you." After leaving the clear cloud palace, Yun Nuashing brought Siyu to the Source Peak region. They arrived in the blink of an eye, and Siyu couldn't help but look back. Some thoughts were running through her mind. "What is it? You look like you have something to say." Yun Nuashing tilted his head and looked at her. I do have a small question to ask, but how did you know I had something to say?" Siyu exclaimed in surprise. She stared blankly at Yun Nuashing in confusion. Yun Nuashing pointed at his arm and said, helplessly, "You're grabbing my arm too tightly. Last time, you were like this as well. You looked like you didn't know whether to say anything or not." Siyu stuck out her little tongue. She seemed to have thought of something, and her pretty face turned red for an instant. But before he noticed, she returned to normal and asked calmly, "Little star, in the realm of the gods, are all the Empyrean gods under your control?" "What control? They're just following orders and working in the same place." Yun Nuashing corrected her and thought carefully for a few seconds. "Yes, if that's the case, there are actually quite a number of Empyrean gods in the realm of the gods who aren't completely under our control, like I Ching and Qingjun. They're unaffiliated, about 10% of them. On the other hand, the ancient imperial realm is completely under Qingjun's command. That means they're completely under his command. That's a lot more combat power than the realm of the gods. The realm of Yao is too small, so it's not included in the calculation. But the Yao race has some connections. They do have some Yao race experts under their command, but there aren't many. I'll introduce you to them. During the Dark Age, the realm of Yao had just appeared in the realm of Empyrean. It wasn't in the southern plains like it was in the 139th era. The realm of Yao was also relatively small. Their combined power was probably only equal to the combined power of about 100 human forces. There were only 30 to 40 Yao race experts who had joined them. We knew many Yao race experts, but as usual, not many people knew about him. Siyu continued to let her imagination run wild. Say, do you think it's one of the Empyrean gods who's controlling Feng Qing Huang? I don't think that's possible. Yun Nuoxing shook his head, his brows knitting together as he thought of the next question. However, if there is such a possibility, then the Empyrean god must be plotting something big. First of all, the spiritual shackles are very fragile and can be easily broken. I am only afraid because breaking the spiritual shackles rashly would hurt the phoenix. Her power is in conflict with mine, and although I can suppress the conflict and heal her, the injured will not cooperate. This means that the treatment will not be effective and will leave irreparable sequelae. Secondly, at the level of the Empyrean god, if he wants to make any breakthroughs, he can only rely on himself. External help is useless, and it is too late for him to plot against the power of the four celestial gods. Even if he wants to control one of the four celestial gods, he should not use such a spiritual shackle. He should just use a hint to control her and make her think that she belongs to him from the very beginning. Then he should slowly deepen the hint and impression to the point that she will not deny the hint. Nirvana will not wash away the so-called hint, and at that point, the hint will become reality. Such a simple and crude method of control will only harm the phoenix. If the Empyrean god is really behind this, I can only say that he is retarded. Siyu couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle. She had a feeling that in the near future, there would be one more guest living in the mountain. She had a feeling that in the near future, there would be one more guest living in the mountain. The two of them wandered around the Sourcepeak domain for a long time, constantly searching for something. Sometimes they would dive into the forest. Sometimes they would search in the sea of people in the city. Often, they would search in some of the more dilapidated old districts. When they left a place, they would take out the Book of Epics and stop. Siyu noticed that a black, cloud-like thing would emerge from the golden ball of light every time. It wasn't some kind of energy, but some kind of symbol that appeared during divination. She didn't feel anything just by looking at this thing that she couldn't understand. However, she found it very interesting to see Yun Nuoxing's troubled expression every time. Until one time, she couldn't hold back her curiosity and asked, "Are you looking for something?" Yun Nuoxing nodded. She held the Book of Epics with a troubled expression. Siyu saw this expression again and hurriedly moved closer. This cloud-like thing, does it mean that little star is confused? No, it doesn't mean that, but I am really confused right now. Yun Nuoxing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He raised the Book of Epics and walked around in circles. When he stopped, the Book of Epics was still the same. He couldn't help but sigh. This black cloud means chaos, a state of chaos. It doesn't point to anything, and it doesn't tell me anything. The only thing I know is that the thing I'm looking for really exists in this world. It really does exist at this moment, but due to many reasons, I can't find its exact location. However, there are a lot of reasons why I can't find it. Yun Nuoxing sighed. In fact, that thing might not necessarily be in the Sourcepeak domain. However, he had met her in the Sourcepeak domain. He was just trying his luck to find her here. He was looking for Little Purple Soul, that mysterious girl. However, even if he met her at this moment, he might not be able to recognize her. It was also possible that the girl hadn't fully formed yet and was still a thing. Well, this shouldn't be an established fact. After all, I didn't feel any energy related to me in Little Purple Soul. That means Even if the girl was awakened, that person wouldn't be me. Yun Nuashing pondered and nodded. What if it's 1 in 10,000? The little angel chuckled softly in his soul. Just like how you didn't find anything related to the Empyrean God in your body until one day you recalled this part of your memory and returned to the realm of the Empyrean God, that little girl might be smarter than you think. She might have hidden all those things long ago. Then it's not fun. No. Yun Nuashing shook his head. Why would she hide them? Because if she grew up according to your wishes, she wouldn't be able to climb on top of you willfully. The little angel looked at him with a smile. That girl likes you a lot. She won't be able to be intimate with you when she grew up. Don't you think it's more intimate than us and Xian? Yun Nuashing was speechless. Why did this explanation sound so familiar? That's right. Zai also mentioned Lan Exen. Or back then. Even if that's the case, I won't. Okay, I'll take it that way. However, I still don't think that girl has anything to do with me in this era. The little angel tilted her head in confusion. Why? No reason. It's just my intuition. Rather than saying that he didn't feel it, it was more accurate to say that he didn't want to. In fact, there were many things that he didn't want to see, especially after he connected to the future, that long period of dozens of eras. At this moment, the little angel in his soul suddenly felt those things from his emotional fluctuations. She smiled helplessly. Little star, you're too gentle. You leave all the gentleness in this world, in this life, to others, but you don't leave any for yourself. Yun Nuashing turned his head away, pursed his lips, and didn't reply. His mind quickly turned to other thoughts, leaving the little angel helpless. This guy was going to change the topic again. No, he was already changing the topic. She was going to be cruel and make him face some of his own realities. Suddenly, she exclaimed, "Look at the Book of Eras." This change of topic was faster than his own change of topic. Yun Nuashing was stunned, but she was willing to cooperate and turned to look. Then she was stunned. The black chaotic cloud was actually changing at this moment. It was churning rapidly like boiling water. The water at the bottom was violently floating to the surface, splashing waves and ripples. It seemed like it was going to give birth to something. Just like, seeing this scene, you couldn't help but say, it's like something is about to be born. As soon as she finished speaking, she saw Yun Nuashing's extremely solemn expression. She quickly waved her hand. I'm just talking nonsense. Little star, don't mind me. No. Yun Nuashing shook his head. His long black hair swayed gently in the wind. He slowly turned his head to look at the distant sky with a solemn expression. It's true, something is appearing. Something is appearing. Siyu was stunned. The moment she turned her head around, her eyes suddenly widened. She didn't see anything. Instead, she felt something, an intense, chaotic fluctuation. Some kind of extremely tyrannical energy fluctuation had exploded out of nowhere and was rushing towards the entire God realm at a speed that far surpassed the speed of light. It was rushing towards the entire galaxy. It even spread to the void. Boom. Buzz. It was as if a sea of stars had fallen, the void had collapsed, and the sea of time had dried up. The powerful waves spread out in the form of the world's most violent storm, bringing with it endless destruction and destruction. It shattered space with a sharp whistle, causing the creation barrier to ripple. In less than 4 to 5 seconds, it spread out to the realm of the gods, causing the starry sky to tremble violently. It shook and shattered patches of galaxies. The complex information in the void where the realm of the gods was located was swept away in an instant. That place was even cleaner than before the creation of the void. At that moment, the roaring wave caused everyone in the realm of the gods to turn their attention to it. Those who were causing trouble, and those who were still causing trouble all looked at the horizon with fear. They all looked in the same direction. Countless gazes were drawn into a straight line, looking down from the sky above the realm of the gods. Those straight lines converged from all directions and finally converged at the Kuan-Yuan region, the bottom right corner of the map of the realm of the gods. The violent storm began to condense after it attracted everyone's attention. It was an unprecedented storm that encompassed the entire realm of the gods. Not only did the people in the realm of the gods know about it, but even with the creation barrier, many of its functions were not turned on. The waves swept through the starry sky without reservation, almost causing the starry sky to dim. Even a large part of the void collapsed. At least a dozen worlds in the vicinity felt this tremor. At that moment, the convergence of gazes and thoughts. This is going to be interesting again. Yun Nuoshing frowned, but a smile appeared on her face. She looked at another place in the distance, not at the corner of the Kuan-Yuan region, but at the ultimate plane region. In the ultimate plane region, Hui raised his head and suddenly waved his hand, as if he was greeting someone. Others did not understand, but Yun Nuoshing understood. Their gazes crossed the entire origin region, and the two of them sent out the same signal at the same time. Something interesting happened in this world again. Chapter 1345. A spot of light hung in the distant sky of the chaotic plains. This was the edge of the realm of the gods. The sun hung high in the sky, but this place was under a dark and brilliant starry sky. However, there seemed to be something in this place, as the starlight in the sky was slightly distorted. The surrounding rocks and mountains were barren, and there were many broken rocks on the ground. However, there was not a single complete rock on the plains. It was just a barren land. There was not a single blade of grass in the barren land. Only the yellow soil stretched as far as the eye could see. The only places where rocks could be found were the towering mountains. Those rocks seemed to have been hit by something and flew across the distance of a few thousand meters, turning into a pile of broken rocks in the air. Some of them flew like meteors and exploded on the ground, sending a large pile of broken rocks into a fan-shaped surface. There's a faint remnant of fire elemental energy. It's supernatural energy. The barren land would not have a pile of broken rocks out of thin air. It must have rushed out from the mountains and smashed into this place. Look, there's a crater here, but this land has been shaken by some powerful energy impact countless times. The crater has become this small. In the dim wilderness, only a little starlight illuminated the surroundings. A figure wrapped in a tattered, gray-brown robe walked to the pile of rubble. He pulled down the gray cloth that covered his nose and mouth, took off the hood, and took a few breaths. After taking off the hood, what was revealed was a handsome face. Due to being exposed to the sun for a long time, the contours of his face from his ears to his chin were a little sharp because he was relatively thin. The bridge of his nose was high, and his green eyes calmly looked around. There seemed to be some kind of energy flowing in them that shook the space, causing the surrounding temperature to rise by a lot. However, this phenomenon disappeared with his gaze. He scratched his loose shoulder-length hair and looked up at the surrounding mountains to determine the direction of the crater under his feet. Then he pointed in the direction of the crater that seemed to be the source of the impact, and there just so happened to be a mountain erected in the direction he was pointing. It seems that it was blasted out from the mountain by that powerful energy and finally fell here. The entire land also shows signs of being washed by that energy. Unlike the explosive energy that threw this rock, this energy that appeared out of thin air vaporized the land and the broken rocks on the ground without a sound. Looks like it's right here. Let's hope it's really what I'm looking for. I've been looking for the wrong one for 1,000 years. Thinking of the 1,000 years of searching and the unexpected harvest, Xing Elvi couldn't help but sigh. He put on his mask and hat and his figure flashed forward rapidly. The dark, starry sky followed him as he moved forward rapidly. Some kind of energy that he was familiar with rose from the ground, but it was very thin. It might have been diluted hundreds of millions of times before it remained on this land. Shadows and darkness came from all directions, as if they wanted to swallow him whole. Vaguely, he seemed to see a hazy moon hanging in the sky. It was different from the blue moonlight. It was very large, as if it was pressing down on him, making it hard to breathe. His eyes noticed something that made him stop flying. Xing Elvi swung his cloak and stopped. His figure fell down and landed on the ground. 2 meters in front of him, there was a figure lying on the ground. He had fainted, but there was still a trace of life left. He's still breathing. Xing Elvi put his hand on the body of the slightly old man. He felt that there was still a faint trace of life left in him. He let out a sigh of relief. After a moment, he thought of something. He hesitated for a moment and turned the body over. He saw a face that was half burnt by the flames. Only the right side of the face was intact. The other half was a mess of flesh and blood. Not only that, the left side of the body was almost charred black. This was a heavenly god expert, but he could be burnt to such a miserable state by the flames. If he was not injured by a heavenly god of the same realm who had the divine power of fire, he could only be so miserable because of that thing. Feeling carefully, the burnt part of his body was still a little cold. There was a faint silver light enveloping half of his body, making it impossible for him to recover. Xing Elvi took a deep breath. The hand on the body of the old man exerted force and removed the white aura from his body. Then a scorching black energy gushed out from his palm and swallowed the white energy in one gulp. The white light flashed on the old man's body for a moment. There seemed to be a weak reaction, but there also seemed to be no special reaction. Xing Elvi took out a long robe from his spatial formation tool and covered the old man's body. Then he jumped up and flew into the distance. When he flew towards the mountain, the black energy that had just disappeared reappeared behind him. It condensed into a formless and chaotic appearance. It looked like a cloud with black lightning flashing across it. It was very strange. A female voice came from the black fog. It was impossible to tell her age. You really like to poke your nose into other people's business. From the aura, just now, that guy is also coming for that thing here. If I'm not wrong, it should be the last divine flame we're looking for, the 12th Yu Shengyan. You saved him out of kindness, but he might not necessarily be grateful to you. It's just a matter of convenience. Xing Elvi waved his hand nonchalantly. Just think of it as me scouting for information. If he really comes to stop us, then we'll just kill him. He's just a high-level heavenly god. He. A mysterious laughter came from the black fog. It continued to speak. You're acting quite decisive right now. Your overflowing compassion has tripped you up more than once. Aya, didn't I get away with it in the end? It's fine, it's fine. You don't have to worry about it. Xing Elvi grinned and crossed his arms to show that he did not care. Then pray that you won't get tripped up. A soft snort came from the black fog. It slowly shrunk back into his body and went silent. Xing Elvi patted his chest and looked forward without a care in the world. His figure sped up again. He had confirmed the information midway. This time, he had obtained accurate information in this dark place. Although it was obtained from a half-dead person, none of that mattered. What was important was that he had confirmed that the divine flame that he had searched the entire divine realm for existed here. The 12th divine flame was like a full moon in the sky. It condensed the power of the stars to illuminate the entire divine realm. The energy of the divine flame was gentle and calm. Its temperature was not as high as other divine flames, and its destructive power was also not as high. However, its principle and power were extremely powerful. Furthermore, it possessed a powerful domain. Moon in the sky. Moon in the sky. Moon in the sky. That full moon was a real entity that could be summoned. It could stack with one's own divine domain and complement each other. It should be known that the divine domain of a deity would not be affected by anything other than their own divine energy. Even things like divine flames would not affect their own divine energy. Only this moon in the sky was an exception. Of course, as a peak origin deity, he did not really care whether his divine domain was strengthened or not. The reason why he had searched the entire divine realm for this moon in the divine realm was because a faint energy fluctuation erupted from the mountaintop in the distance. A light blue energy burst out, causing Xing LV to snap out of his thoughts. Sensing the aura that was like the moon descending upon him, a hint of ecstasy appeared in his eyes. It was indeed the divine flame, but it felt a little strange. Moon Shengyan suddenly erupted with an energy attack. The black fog set in his mind. Did someone trigger Moon Shengyan, or is there something else? Thinking of the person who had been thrown out by Moon Shengyan, Xing LV could not help but guess that there was someone else here. This made him furrow his brows. If that was the case, he had to immediately go over. He had found it with great difficulty, so he could not just give it up. His figure trembled violently, disappearing from where he stood. In an instant, he arrived at the mountain where the light blue flames had erupted. He was stunned because when he arrived, he discovered that the surroundings were completely calm. There was not the slightest movement. The energy explosion he had just seen was like an illusion. His divine sense also told him that he had run over here as if he had gone crazy. But in the end, the surroundings were so quiet that there was not even the slightest movement. It made him wonder if he had been too impatient and had seen an illusion. No, that definitely wasn't an illusion. It was definitely an energy attack that erupted. The black fog was also completely confused. It was just about to obtain something that had suddenly disappeared right in front of its eyes. How could that be? Xing LV scratched his head. After looking around for a while, he suddenly felt that something was not right. The black fog also discovered it, and the two people raised their heads together. The light blue moonlight converged into a sea of light that descended from the sky. The blue aurora stretched out for thousands of miles like a soft feather curtain. What hung in the sky was a huge moon that almost occupied their entire line of sight. Moreover, it was not the moon that he was familiar with. The moon in front of him seemed a little unfamiliar, but the patterns on the moon were also exceptionally beautiful. Observing it from such a close distance, if there was someone on the moon, they would be able to see it clearly. Moon in the sky, something's not right. Wake up. The black fog suddenly cried out in alarm. It exploded from Xing LV's body and turned into a large hand that slapped him on the face. He was stunned for a second, but abruptly woke up in half a second. Bang! The moment Xing LV woke up, the space in front of him shattered into pieces like a crystal, and a large light blue flame rushed out from the shattered black space. Even though the temperature of the moon flame was not considered very high in the divine flames ranking, it still had the power to burn mountains and boil seas, and incinerate the starry sky. The blazing high temperature slightly surprised him. In an instant, the black fog turned into a large black flame mixed with explosive black lightning that rolled out, blocking that light blue flame. Boom bang! The two divine flames tangled with each other and exploded with powerful energy. However, the black flame with the black lightning was stronger. After it exploded the light blue flame, it turned into a sea of fire and swallowed it in one gulp. Xing Elvi calmed himself down and looked around. He realized that he had unknowingly walked into a long corridor with yellow walls. It was a long corridor of earth and stone that was 10 meters wide and close to 100 meters tall. The walls of the long corridor were carved with exquisite patterns. At first glance, it was obvious that it was man-made. Taking a closer look, at the two ends of the long corridor, there was a gap that was only a foot long. It seemed that the large flame just now came from there. You were too reckless just now. In a hurry, you rushed into this place without even knowing. You even got sucked into the domain of the moon flame. The black fog could not help but blame him. Xing Elvi laughed dryly and scratched his head. Wasn't he a little anxious? After knowing that the thing that he had been looking for so many years was right under his nose, and more importantly, it seemed that there was someone here. How could he not be anxious? Before the black fog said the next sentence, he hurriedly focused his attention in front of him. The long corridor of earth and stone led straight into the depths. It did not seem to be very far. He could see a light blue light coming from the depths of the cave or from the stone room. Because the light here was too dim and the light blue light was too strong, he could not even see it clearly. He could not tell whether the light source was the moon flame or not. This place is man-made. It seems like a tomb that was deliberately created. Is the moon flame something that was buried with someone? Xing Elvi said as he walked forward and sized up the long corridor of earth and stone. Xianlei, do you know who the previous owner of the moon flame was? The black fog heard this and rolled for a moment. It seemed like he was shaking his head. I don't know, and I'm not interested to know. In any case, it's not as strong as me. After he finished speaking, he urged again, don't worry about the previous owner. Hurry up and get it, lest something unexpected happens. I know. Wait a moment. I'm worried that there are still traps here. Xing Elvi waved his hand and smiled. Just as he finished speaking, he felt that he had stepped on something. He was shocked and shouted, "It's a trap!" Suddenly, a feeling as if the stars had changed direction surged into his mind. Xing Elvi waved his hand, and a black flame appeared, wrapping around his entire body. Then the two people were stunned. Suddenly, they stepped on some kind of mechanism, and suddenly they went into defense mode. Then suddenly, they saw a light blue flame appear in front of them, illuminating the spacious stone room. At the end of the corridor was a stone room that looked like a pavilion. They could see the huge roof of the pavilion and the stone pillars embedded in the stone wall. The floor was covered with a layer of gray bricks. The light blue flame floated on the roof of the pavilion, emitting a soft and bright light like the moonlight. He had a feeling that even if the flame exploded, it would not be too destructive. It was more like a gentle little girl, more suitable to stand at the back, to strengthen, shout slogans, and fight head-on. It was not suitable for it. What are you thinking in your head? The black fog rolled as if to express its annoyance. It slapped the back of Xing Elvi's head, making the latter laugh foolishly. After confirming that there were no signs of life in this man-made stone room, Xing Elvi waved his hand and used a yellow stone wall to seal the passage behind him. He found a good place to sit down and formed a seal to enter a state of cultivation. Xianlei, help me take a look at this place. I need to rest for a while. I know. Stop dilly-dallying. You're obviously anxious, but you still want to meditate in this place for a while. It's just a 12th ranked god flame. You can swallow it without burping. The black fog replied while cursing. It floated out from his body and circled around the spacious stone room to slowly search and check. Xing Elvi scratched his head and laughed. Because he had been searching for 1,000 years, he did not need to be anxious in these few minutes. He did not believe that there was anyone who could snatch the moon flame from under his nose at this point. He took a deep breath and raised his head to look at the light blue flame. He could not help but be fascinated. It's so beautiful, floating 100 to 200 meters above the ground. The flames circled around its core rhythmically, like 20 spirals of flames wrapping around its core. The surrounding flames formed a perfectly round shell, and the shape of a full moon could be vaguely seen. Its radiance was also so fascinating. Ah, I'm not looking anymore. You're dilly-dallying. I'm going first. The black fog that had turned into a vague human figure circled around the pavilion and suddenly jumped up anxiously, while Xing LV was still slowly recovering to appreciate the blurry moon. It suddenly jumped up and rushed straight into the moon. It grabbed the fist-sized origin flame and stuffed it into its mouth. I'm full. Thank you for your hospitality. Xing Lu was stunned. He saw Xian Lei land from the sky and stretch his body, but he didn't think there was anything wrong. He even burped lazily and scolded, "It's just a weakened moonbirth flame. And you're still dilly-dallying over there." "Dilly-dallying? Are you a man? Are you a man?" Xing LV's nose twitched, and he almost fainted. 1,000 years. I've been searching for 1,000 years. Can't you have a little sense of ceremony? Puff. Ceremony your ass. Ceremony your ass. Xian Lei snorted and slapped Xing LV, causing him to stagger. Xing LV did not know whether to laugh or cry as he moved to another place. He used a part of his mind to refine the light blue energy that had rushed into his body. Although there was no sense of ceremony, he was still very happy. After all, he really got what he had been searching for 1,000 years. It was really not easy. Phew. 5 minutes later, he got rid of the energy. Xing LV let out a long breath and looked at Xian Lei, who was kneeling at the edge of the pavilion. He also knew that collecting the moon flame was just the beginning. He ran over and said, "Ahem, well, the next part is the real show, right?" Xian Lei glanced at him and snorted, "At least you still have a memory. You didn't get carried away by joy." Listen carefully. The god flames that we have been collecting, including myself, are all a key fragment. Now is the time to put them together. Hearing this, Xing LV couldn't help but smile bitterly. Key fragments. This description was really in order to collect the 47 divine flames, including the profound lightning and the moonbirth flame, which were 47 key fragments. He had used an entire era's time. Most of this time, he had been waiting for the already destroyed divine flames to regenerate, and there were also many scattered periods of closed-door cultivation. Calculating, this plan had probably used a total of 1.5 eras' time. It was really long. Xian Lei saw his emotional face. This time, he didn't say anything. He just opened his hand, and a black flame appeared in his hand. A black thunderbolt was twining around that black flame. Third on the god flame list, profound thunder thousand calamity flame. He waved his hand again. A deep yellow flame and a light green flame appeared. The two colors were constantly changing. As soon as it appeared, a flow of strange energy filled this space. Many strange things appeared, as if they were creating something. Fourth, great Kiliacosm creation flame. Then, a deep black lotus appeared. That deep color was even darker than the endless void. It was like a black silhouette. Sixth, black lotus king spirit flame. Eighth, great earth mystic yellow flame. Ninth, heaven dissolving flame. And the 12th, moon flame. Flames appeared in all kinds of forms in the surrounding space. Unlike the gentle moonbirth flame, there were some that were very violent and tyrannical. However, they were all in a controllable state and would not cause any harm to them. The flames that appeared in order from highest to lowest lit up the space with colorful colors, making it look like a dream. 22nd on the God Flame list, Sun Flame. 23rd, Moon Flame. 72nd, Eternal Night Flame. Xianlei took a deep breath. Suddenly, a faint purple color appeared in the black fog. It was also a type of God Flame. However, it was wavering under Xianlei's pressure. It couldn't even maintain its form. Xianlei flipped his hand and took it out. He turned it into energy of the same origin and stabilized it. The faint purple color made Xing Lv see two moons slowly appear in the sky. One was blue, and the other was red. The faint purple color scattered in this space. It was very dreamy. If Yun Nuoxing was here, he would definitely recognize this God Flame. And the most important one among the 47 God Flames. It's the core, Purple Night Flame. Seeing Xianlei take out the God Flames one by one, Xing Lv was a little absent-minded. When he saw this, he recalled the history of this 1.5 eras. He couldn't help but sigh. It's been a long time. Yes, a long time. It's been a long time. Xianlei couldn't help but sigh. A few seconds later, he resumed his serious expression. Next is the most important time. You're in your peak condition now. You can indeed open the secret artifact. However, once you open it, there's no turning back. This time, the fluctuation can't be hidden like when you subdued the top 10. No one can hide the movement of opening the secret artifact. And I'll be honest, even if the legendary item appears, you won't be able to get it so easily. Even if it's because you opened the secret artifact, you won't have the slightest advantage. Xianlei said seriously, "You've told me this a long time ago." Xing Lv scratched his head. His eyes were firm and fearless. It's been 1.5 eras. It's not good to be discouraged now. Plus, I believe in my strength. It's good to be confident. Xianlei's eyes twinkled. He nodded. You've passed all the 10,000 calamities in the Black Thunder Calamity Flame. You're absolutely invincible at the peak of origin. But that's normal. Xianlei saw him showing off and poured cold water on him. He shivered and shrunk his head. You need to know that there's always someone better than you out there. Let's not talk about the chaotic void right now. Even in the realm of the gods right now, you might not be able to guarantee that you're invincible. Plus, I know a force that's your biggest obstacle. A force? Xing Lv was silent for a while. In the current situation, if a dozen ordinary peak origin experts came to him, he could take a few moves and find a chance to defeat them all. As long as it wasn't 100 peak origin experts surrounding him, he should be able to escape. Humph, don't underestimate them. The peak reciprocity experts of that organization are all experts among experts. Jianchen sneered. Xianlei stood up and stared at him condescendingly. They're not the fools you dealt with before. Once they're serious and want to kill you, you won't be able to escape even if you use up all your luck. Xing Lu was so shocked by the oppressive aura that he gasped for breath and wiped his sweat. You mean the ruler of the gods' world, the protector, Hui, and the one who never shows his face, the observer, the dark night executioner. With my understanding, I can only tell you that in the 48th era, there was a force that was researching some kind of forbidden power. The next day, the Dark Knight Executioner, the observer who was secretly guarding and cleaning up the trash of the god's world, wiped out the entire force in a single night. The 133 peak origin experts were all wiped out, and it was done right under the eyes of the entire city. No one noticed at all. This time, you're going to activate the secret artifact, which will definitely cause a huge commotion. In the current state of the void, activating the secret artifact will definitely attract hundreds of millions of experts. At that time, the second divine duty will definitely come whether it's to protect the God's world or to eliminate hidden dangers. And if they come, that origin army will definitely come as well. At that time, what you'll have to face is the direct oppression of tens of thousands of heavenly origin gods. Xing Elvi's eyes rolled back, and he fainted on the spot. Chapter 1350. Water-like ripples appeared in the space and retreated in all directions. After the spatial ripples had traveled a certain distance, figures appeared one after another. They were orderly and arranged according to a formation, forming a huge formation together. The last time they dealt with the 3,000 divine regions, they had used the same ceiling formation. This time, they had even brought out the energy pagoda. It was enough to see how serious Yun Nuoxing and Hui were about the formation in front of them. They had not appeared here for long, and had been covered by the space of the realm of the gods, so no one could see them. It was not until the hunter squad announced that the guests had arrived that they showed themselves unhurriedly. What welcomed the 100 billion guests was the formation of tens of thousands of Empyrean gods of origin, the formation that encompassed the entire world, and the aura that burst out together was so crazy that it made everyone present breathless. They had their backs to the sun, and they were like a mythical army that had walked out of holiness. The figure that seemed to be the protector opened his arms slightly, and his power was like the sacred sunlight that illuminated all things on earth. Even after many years, this scene was still remembered by those who were still alive and would never be forgotten. It was like a scene from a myth. Even if they had brought the best of the best from their sects, apart from the hundreds of people from the major sects mentioned just now, the weakest were at the beginner level of origin, while the smaller groups and forces from other worlds had more or less Empyrean gods mixed in with them. Of course, there were Empyrean gods of high, or peak Empyrean gods of origin. There might be a dozen Empyrean gods of the former, and only 1 or 2 Empyrean gods of the latter. If they did not include the unimaginably large army of unaffiliated gods, this was already a very powerful force. Even so, the realm of the gods showed them what it meant to be simple and crude, and what it meant to be the largest violent group in the Order faction. The 20 to 30,000 people in the formation that formed a cross of starlight were all at the beginner level of origin, while the hundreds of people in the center of the starlight were all at the advanced level of origin. Those who stood at the very front might have even touched the threshold of that level, but it was just not the time yet. Seeing this, they only wanted to sigh. It was fortunate that the divine realm had only settled down in a corner and not expanded their forces in recent years. Otherwise, more than half of the upper plane would have been flattened by them. Who would be able to withstand such a force? The Lord of Void Court's black orb rippled. No one knew what he was feeling, but he should have been trembling. Then, his voice became much calmer. He no longer had the arrogance of wanting to take over the God's world. It is said that there are 2 godhoods in the God's world. They are the rulers of the God's world. Are you a protector or an observer? Hui maintained his posture with one hand on his waist and met his gaze with a slight smile. That's right, his gaze pierced through the layer of void and saw the person inside. It was a somewhat thin and weak youth with sickly pale skin. Is this very important to you? They were silent, but Lao Wang and the others at the bottom of the void roared in their hearts. Of course, it's important. We want to see the legendary heroic figure of the observer. Who cares if he is a protector or an observer? The handsome man from the gold firmament race laughed coldly. The people from the God's world are really awe-inspiring. For decades, you have settled down in a corner and ignored the visitors from outside the God's world. You have not appeared for a long time and looked down on us. You are so cowardly and timid that you avoid trouble when you encounter trouble. I'm afraid that you are so slow that you can't even lift your own divine weapons, right? Hui was stunned. Behind him, Lady Green, I Ching, and the others looked at each other blankly and picked their ears at the same time. He suspected that they might have heard something wrong in an attempt to deceive their rationality. Everyone who heard this could not help but feel anxious. Their teeth ached, their hearts ached, and their heads hurt. They felt that they would see the scene of blood staining the blue sky in the next second. This matter will erupt in the God's world. We are willing to discuss it together. If you want to monopolize it, you will become the enemy of all life in the void. You have to think carefully. Let's not talk about the long term. Just looking at what you see now, there are trillions of visitors. Clap. Before he could finish his sentence, everyone heard a round of applause. It sounded like tens of thousands of people were clapping at the same time. When they turned around, they saw the mythical army of the God realm. Everyone had a helpless look on their faces as they slapped their foreheads, as if they were having a terrible headache. This kid's brain was not developed properly when he was young, so he ran out. It's over. How did this guy reach the origin realm? Could it be that the void's laws do not obstruct or retard? It's over. It's over. It's over. It's over. That guy said a taboo word. It's over. It's over. Lord Hui, shouldn't we first make preparations for the follow-up repair? Lord Feng is probably going to go crazy. Hiss. It's over. The whispers were so loud that everyone in the surroundings could hear them. And from the people around and those who were confronting each other, it seemed that many people had mentioned two people with a single name. One was the person in front of them, and the other, who was it? And they all said, it's over. Why did it feel like they were not saying that they were done for, but rather, what a representative statement? Hui shook his head helplessly. After a while, he spread his hands and sighed. This is indeed an internal matter of the God's world. It only involves our internal affairs. You came uninvited, and we were already very magnanimous by not immediately doing anything to you. How difficult would it be to set up a world barrier and deal with it at the edge of the God's world? How many of you arrogant outsiders do you think will be able to survive? As he spoke, he could not help but laugh. His face was full of radiance, and the more he spoke, the brighter his smile became. Don't think too highly of yourself, outsiders. You are delusional enough to think that you represent the so-called people of the world, that you are delusional enough to think that you represent the Order faction in the void. The Order faction does not have the right to be represented by any faction. The only reason we did not deal with you is because you are also on the side of the Order faction. If we really judge that you are not even a faction strength and that you will hinder some of our plans, do you believe that I will not let you leave the God's world? Huey's smile was as bright as the sun, but the words that came out of his mouth sent chills down everyone's spines. Apart from those from the northern underworld immortal realm, the faces of the few void overlords darkened. It was true that they would not be able to win against such a group of people, whether alone or together. The man from the Gold Age clan wanted to use the void momentum to oppress the God's world, and it was indeed a way to deal with them. However, how many of the so-called people of the world would actually go against such an immortal world that stood tall in the void for them? The name of the God's world was infamous even across dozens of timelines. Moreover, they were also worried that the latter would not even take this move. Hui crossed his arms. You want to use the void momentum, the people of the world's might, then I will let you. Hui, we have wasted enough time. The passage of the tribulation clouds is changing. We should go in. Suddenly, a faint voice came from nowhere. It contained some kind of power that made everyone in the tribulation clouds feel the terror of the void being overturned. Even their vision darkened because of this voice, as if it was an illusion. No, it was not an illusion. They really felt that the sky had suddenly darkened, and now it was slowly recovering. Everyone looked around in surprise. This time, they could not even determine the source of the voice. It was as if the entire void was whispering in their ears. It was as if there was a giant who was thousands of miles tall talking to a person who was locked in a small box that was 10 meters square. Everywhere was the place where the voice came from. Okay. He scratched his head and sighed. His gaze swept across the many void overlords who were dividing the sky and land. Then he smiled faintly. Now move aside. If you don't go in, we still have to deal with that stinking brat inside. Guests of the northern underworld celestial realm, you can go in with us. However, there is probably nothing fun inside. If you don't want to waste your energy and take the risk, you can also sit in our VIP seats for a while. The voice that came out of nowhere sounded again. Everyone from the northern underworld, immortal realm looked at each other. The charming woman thought for a moment, then covered her mouth and giggled. I'm here to return the favor. If I hide, wouldn't that go against our original purpose? We're willing to explore that mysterious place together. Don't worry, we won't touch anything that belongs to the God realm. Well, it's not a question of whether or not we will touch it. This time, the voice sounded directly in her mind. The woman was stunned. This time, she heard it clearly. It was a girl's voice. It sounded like the melody of an immortal instrument. It was very pleasant to the ears. This matter is related to a certain legend in the divine realm. However, even we don't know what is inside. I'm afraid it won't be what everyone expects. In the end, even if we find out the truth, it might be a waste of effort. Well, I won't force you to do anything, but remember, preserving your strength is the priority. Hee, thank you for your concern, little fairy. The charming woman's expression didn't change from the beginning to the end. She just replied in her soul. However, after she replied, she clearly heard a sad sigh. The meaning of it was unclear, but since the other party didn't say anything, she didn't pursue the matter. When Hui saw the people from the northern underworld and mortal realm floating over, he gave them a look and said something to the charming woman in his soul. The latter and the others then scattered to different corners of the cross-shaped starlight. The woman came to Huey's back and stood together with I Ching and the others. Invisibly, the power of the cross-shaped starlight increased. Wait! Another voice sounded between heaven and earth. Hui and the others stopped and looked over. They saw a middle-aged man suddenly walking out of the huge sea of people. Enforcers of the divine realm. We have no intention of becoming enemies with the divine realm. However, this matter and the mystery of this place fascinated us. Why don't we barge in together and find out what it is? Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air fiercely. There was actually someone who brought up this sentence. We nodded. Please do as you wish. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. He actually agreed to it. Even the void giant's cheeks twitched. This was beyond their expectations. This mysterious place is indeed related to a legend in the divine realm. However, even if I said that there might not be anything good inside, you probably wouldn't believe me. We can't be bothered to stop you. The truth is up to you to find out. Hui raised his right hand and tilted his head. Those who don't harm the divine realm are guests. If there is anything, sorry, there will be no exit. If there is really something inside, how do you plan to deal with it? Another voice floated across heaven and earth. However, the source of the voice was erratic, and there was no way to find the source. We didn't stop this time. He led the people straight ahead. Rushi, what do you want? There was an unchanging smile in the faint voice, but it made the sensitive people feel a faint chill in it. Everyone's heart trembled for the third time today. No one knew what would happen at that time. Mister, you worry too much. If there is really something that involves your world, we definitely won't touch it. Another person walked out and said with a chuckle. Everyone snorted when they heard that. They just said that when the time came, It wouldn't be surprising if anything happened. They were a group of old monsters who had lived for countless years. It was useless to say such nonsense here and pretend to be young. They should first calm this group of people down. When the time came, they could talk about it when the time came. Of course, we knew what this group of people was thinking. However, he was too lazy to care. Since Maple didn't go crazy and kill everyone here, he must have his own considerations. That guy just didn't do that. If he really did, that flash would have exploded 3 minutes ago. Other than the people of the divine realm and those under their protection, there wouldn't be a single life left in this place. After reaching some agreement to stabilize the balance, at this moment, tens of thousands of people calmed down a little, and no more conflicts broke out. Although the giants in the void were unwilling, they still stepped back a little. Even the man from the Golden Ash clan didn't jump out to say anything. Then hundreds of billions of people watched as the people of the divine realm maintained their formation and slowly walked to the front of the light pillar. Just as they were about to see how they were going to break the light curtain, they saw the young man named Hui waving his hand, and the light curtain became a fleeting cloud. Everyone's jaws dropped to the ground. Let's go. Let's rush to the destination as fast as we can. It's best to solve this matter before anyone can react. Hunter team, pay attention to the guy who opened the secret artifact and bring him back alive. After we go in, those who are stationed in the divine realm, I'll leave the divine realm to you. Understood. The communication in their souls didn't even last a second. Hui waved his hand, and the people of the divine realm and the northern underworld celestial realm maintained the same formation and rushed toward the tribulation cloud passage. Everyone disappeared in an instant. Let's go too. When the void giants saw that their host had entered first, they quickly followed and ordered everyone to enter as well. After that, the largest number of unaffiliated people followed. Those who were the most cautious were calm for less than 2 minutes before they followed, unwilling to fall too far behind. Hundreds of billions of lives were wiped out in less than 3 minutes. The tribulation cloud mountains became empty in an instant. Only the tribulation clouds that covered the entire sky rumbled and released a tremendous amount of energy. There were also many more people waiting and watching at the edge of the divine realm. The real main force stayed above because their quality wasn't up to standard, wielding strange, powerful weapons and waiting for orders the moment he entered the tribulation cloud passage. We felt some kind of extremely familiar energy wandering around here. His body trembled slightly because it was his duty as a guardian. He found that after the familiar energy, even his body was affected by the space here. It's the power of law of the divine realm. Maple was right. The power of law here has been accumulating for a long time, just like the power of law at the bottom of the sea of law. However, it has been accumulating for many times longer than the latter. It seems that we can borrow the power of law here. Lord Hui, if that's the case, won't those people behind us cause a lot of trouble? I Ching couldn't help but frown. Since the power of law of the divine realm could be borrowed, wouldn't that mean, don't worry, it seems that only Maple and I can use it. After all, it's a very ancient power of law. It's so ancient that it can be frozen. Only people with enough authority can use it. In other words, this space has existed for a very, very long time. I can even feel a little bit of power related to the previous era. We couldn't help but sigh. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. When they heard that, they were scared to death. They thought that it would really be borrowed by others. If that was the case, it would be ridiculous for a large number of lives to borrow the power of their own world to deal with themselves. Lord Hui, I sense that the lives behind us have entered the tribulation cloud passage. Monarch Green suddenly said, "Act according to the plan. Let's begin." Hui waved his hand and said, "Yes, Everyone shouted. Those people at the edge of the cross-shaped starlight immediately slowed down a little. However, they still maintained their formation. The cross-shaped starlight changed from a neat plane to a three-dimensional one. Suddenly, the two protruding ends in the middle flattened. Those who slowed down began to rapidly form hand seals while flying at high speed. The people in front pulled the former a few meters away. They were also mobilizing their energy to arrange something. At the same time, the people in front would also pull them back. Then, the people in front would also be busy with one hand. The flirtatious woman turned around to take a look. She saw large and small arrays, runes, divine runes, seals, mysterious symbols, and a bunch of things thrown on the ground. Because they were rushing forward, those things that were not part of the arrays disappeared in an instant. Judging from their speed, it seemed that every 200 to 300 meters, there would be an array of arrays and other things arranged neatly on a flat surface. Can I ask what you are doing? We turned back and grinned. He gave a thumbs up. Arranging obstacles. Every 200 meters, we set up some small obstacles. For example, an illusion array, a huge obstructive energy field, a tough energy barrier, a chaotic space, a tough sealed space, a confusing array, a divine pattern that reverses time and space, a teleportation array to the end of the void, a lost soul array. Although we won't obstruct them, we didn't intend to let them come together. Although we can't completely obstruct them, it shouldn't be a problem to block them for a few hours. The charming woman trembled all over. She couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. Looking back, she could no longer see below and sighed silently for those people. Sigh, we're still too lucky. Monarch Green shook his head with his hands on his hips. If it weren't for Lord Feng thinking about the overall situation and not intending to wipe out those outsiders who don't know what's good for them, this place would be much quieter now. Overall situation? The charming woman tilted her head. Oh, I haven't told you about this yet. Hui patted his head and pondered for a moment. Then he told her about the abyssal death mist, the underworld, and all those stupid things. I Ching, Monarch Green, and the others helped to fill in the gaps. They told her about the thrilling things they saw during the investigation. In short, it's a disaster for the entire Order faction. A grand, eternal war. In order to gather the strength of the Order faction, we had no choice but to let the other worlds in the timeline come to this place to prevent them all from being defeated one by one. Unfortunately, we haven't been able to unify the strength of the Order faction yet. Now is a good opportunity. This is what Feng said. Let's see if we can make good use of it. At this moment, the charming woman finally understood why this group of people who clearly had endless energy were so restrained in their actions. They were not as domineering as they claimed to be. It turned out that there was such a concern in the middle. The northern underworld celestial realm is willing to contribute. Since the Lord Guardian of the celestial realm is willing to make such a sacrifice for the overall situation, we have nothing to hesitate about. The charming woman bowed slightly to Hui and said, use this to repay the kindness of being saved by you people from the celestial realm back then. Well, the entire Order faction can't escape. It's just a matter of time. Hui shrugged and did not reject anything. He would just treat this northern underworld celestial realm as the first step in unifying the strength of the Order faction. Lord Hui, there's a huge energy reaction in front of us. Monarch Green raised his head and looked ahead, interrupting Hui's thoughts. Activate the Star Crown barrier. Activate the rule-breaking mode. Unleash 10 times the power. Charge forward and crush everything in front of us. Destroy everything that stops us from moving forward. Yes, Lord. The 30,000 warriors of the celestial realm shouted in unison. They unleashed an energy that caused the tribulation cloud passage to tremble. The people of the northern underworld celestial realm were mixed in with them. They felt their blood boiling. Mixed in such a mythical army, even their souls were mobilized and released energy involuntarily. Not far ahead, a patch of dark light suddenly appeared. They could see that there were dragons and snakes entangled with dense lightning. The tough barrier formed by the chaotic rule power had not dissipated yet. It still contained an extremely powerful energy. It was the powerful rule power that belonged to the celestial realm. If a high-level heavenly god of origin touched it casually, he would be severely injured or even destroyed. However, Hui and the others did not seem to have seen it. They charged forward with the huge golden barrier. They turned into a golden cross and charged forward, piercing through the black rule power with one strike. The shattered black rule power turned into energy particles and dissipated in the surroundings. The instant collision only slowed down Hui and the others a little. Then he waved his hand. Endless rule power gathered in the tribulation cloud passage, forming an even larger and more terrifying rule power barrier below. There was even energy that belonged to him hidden in the wandering energy. In this tribulation cloud passage, they thought that after passing through the layer of rule power, there would be nothing behind. However, the result was far beyond their imagination. Along the way, there were many holes in the passage that burst out with a huge amount of rule power. They felt that this passage had been open for a long time. In fact, the passage in front of them had not even stabilized by itself. However, it was useless to pursue the matter of whether the passage was open or not. Hui and the others rushed forward as fast as lightning and left more and more troublesome obstacles behind. The passage came to an end after an hour. Not far away, they could see a little light. It was like a little starlight in the endless night. The sudden appearance of the huge light in front of them made everyone squint their eyes. They could feel the fluctuation of another space from the light. Everyone, be careful. Release all of your space energy to resist the effect of the possible space splitting. Hui yelled, and the blue space power surged from everyone like a wave. The moment their space power gathered, the white light in front of them occupied their entire line of sight. Then, everyone plunged into the light. Hui felt that he was standing on flat ground, and the feeling of rushing forward had disappeared. He blinked his eyes, and several times he couldn't see clearly what was in front of him. After a while, the white light dimmed a little, and the scene in front of him gradually became clear. Hui was stunned when the scene became so clear that it couldn't be any clearer. He didn't expect that the scene in front of him would be like this. Chapter 1351. What appeared in front of them was a long road made of rugged rocks. Well, a long corridor. Well, a long bridge. Probably something like a bridge. In front of them was a road that was more than a kilometer wide. The ground paved with stones looked like small stones in the backyard of a garden stained with green moss and gold from some traces of energy flow. On both sides of the road, there were piles of stones piled up with the smallest 1 or 2 meters wide and the largest hundreds of meters wide. However, no matter how tall and big the stones were, the highest point of the stone wall was only 1.5 meters above the ground. The large stones were all embedded in the bottom where they could not see or stretched out far, like a long bridge made of stones. A thin layer of cloud floated on the ground of the long bridge. Hui stepped on the solid ground, as if he was floating on a layer of cloud. It was an energy cloud condensed by ordinary energy, a sign that the energy here was very abundant. He could not help but look up. Above the space where the long bridge was located, there was a starry sky, dark red and dark purple nebulae, and stars shone in the distant sky. Looking down, at the two ends of the long bridge, there was an energy ocean condensed by concentrated energy. It really looked like an ocean. The surging waves and the surging undercurrents made the surface of the ocean and the bottom of the ocean constantly appear. The long bridge was right above the ocean, and right below the bridge was a huge crack. It spread forward with the long bridge, and the end could not be seen. It was not an ordinary crack like a vertical valley, but a distortion phenomenon for unknown reasons. At the edge of the crack, the energy ocean did not fall into the crack vertically like a waterfall. In fact, the energy ocean rushed into the crack at a rather slanted angle. Looking at it from a certain angle, it seemed that the entire energy ocean was slanted, and looking into the crack, the bottom could not be seen. There are a lot of distortions around that rift valley. When space and energy flow through there, they suddenly fell from a normal straight line to a slanted downward. It is some kind of solidified distortion phenomenon, as if there is something of an unusually large mass, heavier than the stars in the sky, in the crack, causing the space to distort due to the pressure. Then, that thing suddenly disappeared, but the distortion it caused did not disappear at the same time. Instead, it was fixed here and became a distortion phenomenon in normal space. As you can see, it has become a rift valley. If you go all the way to the bottom of the rift valley, you should be able to see the water of this ocean converging. Hui stood at the edge of the long bridge and poked his head out to look at the distorted rift valley below. Then he turned to the others and said, "It seems that even though we've taken precautions, we've still been separated by some kind of spatial rupture effect. I just don't know which space they're in." The few of them looked around and shook their heads blankly. Their companions, who were beside them just a moment ago, had suddenly disappeared. They were a little flustered, but it was not serious. After so many years of experience, they had seen all kinds of storms and waves, and had seen this kind of spatial isolation effect countless times. Hui gathered his spirit and soul power and groped in his soul for a while. Then he breathed a sigh of relief. Although we have been forcibly isolated, everyone seems to be in good condition. I Ching, Green, how is the situation on your side? Green's voice was the first to ring in his soul. "Oh, Lord Hui, the situation here is good. I have 26 people with me. That idiot I Ching is not with me, and the other team leaders are not with me." I Ching, who was treated as an idiot, twitched his cheek and sighed helplessly. "Lord Hui, I am fine here too. The number of people is about the same. I have just confirmed with the other team leaders that the order of the teams has been messed up, but there is no problem with the number of people. Also, Lord Hui, Brother Ching, where are you? There is a stone bridge in front of me. What about your side?" "Yes, a long bridge. It seems that it is the isolation of the same layer of space. Now, everyone has been separated into different spaces. The teams should take care of each other. At present, we can only continue to move forward. There seems to be no other way." Hui glanced ahead and pondered for a moment. Everyone can see the huge bridge that goes straight ahead, right? A series of responses boomed in his soul. This time, he was sure that everyone was in the same space. Huey's brain buzzed for a moment, and he quickly shook his head. After thinking for 3 seconds, he made a decision. "Anyway, let's head towards the deepest part of this space. Don't casually touch any energy in this space. I can feel that a lot of things have settled down here. That's right, by all means, don't fly too fast. Don't be too far away from each other. And it's best to use a rope to hold on to each other. Phone, how is it on your side?" After arranging everything, Hui directly shouted at a certain guy. In a hurry, he forgot to withdraw from the public soul communication. Everyone heard this shout, and those who were about to move forward stopped. There was only a hollow sound of energy in his soul. He couldn't hear any response that contained thoughts. He couldn't hear Feng's voice. "Phone," Hui anxiously shouted again, although he didn't think that the guy would encounter any mishaps in the space. But But when he knew that everyone was isolated in the same space and couldn't see each other, and suddenly there was a person who didn't have any signs of life, and they didn't know whether he was dead or alive, anyone would feel a little anxious. He anxiously shouted another 3 or 4 times, but all his voice was like a clay ox entering the sea. There was no response. Even Hui was a little panicked. Some of the same anxious emotions appeared in his soul. Just when everyone was worried about the observer, there was finally a weak response from his soul. "I'm fine. Go deeper. Be careful. Something in this space. Collapse. There's something in this space." There's not much time. Although the voice was intermittent, there was indeed a response. After hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and felt a lot more at ease. Although they didn't know what happened to Feng, they thought that he should be fine. However, when Hui heard this sentence, he changed the meaning. They had known each other for many years, and he knew how that guy would tell him what he wanted to say in the shortest time possible. Just like last time when he shouted, "Open the door," he knew that something was wrong. He listened to Feng's voice. Perhaps there was some reason that caused the intermittent words, but there was another more likely situation. He couldn't speak completely. For example, he was half dead tired and had to speak. For example, he was really half dead. "Feng, it's fine. Let's all go forward along the stone bridge. Everyone will meet at the end of the bridge. If something unexpected happens, if we can't meet in the end, well, we'll talk about it later." Everyone responded through the soul transmission. Then they cut off the transmission and walked towards the front of the stone bridge. Hui let out a long sigh and waved to the 10 people beside him. "That's it. Let's hurry up and move forward. I have a bad feeling about Maple jumping the time just now. Oh, I don't know how long we'll have to walk." The stone bridge and the crack below obviously coexisted. It looked like the stone bridge had pressed the space of the sea of energy into a rift valley. This strange space was full of incomprehensible energy everywhere. A lot of energy flowed in the space disorderly, making the sea of energy below even more turbulent. The edge of the sea could not be seen. The stone bridge was like a lonely island in the sea. At a distance from the stone bridge, a huge water column erupted from the sea like a fountain. It rushed straight out of the sea for tens of thousands of miles. At the top of the water column, a wide water splash bloomed. A considerable part of the splashing energy water fell on the stone bridge and blended into the energy clouds. There were many fountains like this in the sea, and they were not arranged neatly along the 2 ends of the stone bridge. Around the stone bridge, there were many huge rocks floating in the air. Many crushed stones and huge rocks were pieced together to form a huge stone ring that surrounded the stone bridge. Above the stone ring, there was also an irregular rock that measured at least 10,000 feet in both width and length. It looked like a floating island in the sky. On the left and right sides of the floating island, there were 2 scattered stone pillars that were paved with crushed stones. They curved and pointed straight ahead, parallel to the stone bridge. Hui and the others moved quickly on the stone bridge. He was still worried about the guy, who could not even speak a complete sentence. He used the guardian's power of law to wrap them up and move forward quickly. The energy clouds would leave a shallow trace because of their rapid passing, and then quickly close. Along the way, there would be energy vortexes on both sides of the stone bridge near the stone walls. After a while, the vortexes would spew out a small water column only half a meter high, just like the water column in the sea of energy. As they moved forward, we could not help but touch Maple's soul seed again. But this time, no matter how long he waited, he did not get a reply. Only the strange sound of energy surging lingered in his ears, like the sound of the passing wind gradually dissipating in his ears. The only thing he could confirm was that the guy looked fine. Well, 5 minutes ago he felt fine, but now He obviously felt something was wrong. Some strange energy came from his soul, but he was still alive. Are you worried about your friend? The charming woman looked at his frown and could not help but ask. Hui was stunned. He scratched his cheek and nodded. Although he was still worried, he did not show it on the surface. I can confirm that he is safe. They don't seem to be in the same place as the others. Well, he can take care of himself. At least there is nothing in this space that can kill him, probably. The charming woman nodded and did not say anything. She did not know what expression to show. She just could not help but want to say something when she saw him frowning. After moving quickly on the long bridge for more than an hour, perhaps the energy in this space was too strong. They, who relied on energy to eat, also felt a little uncomfortable. They could not help but stop and walk slowly for more than 10 minutes before they started again. This time, their speed was slower than before. Hui began to pay attention to and analyze this space. He felt a little uneasy in his heart. Their intuition told them that there was no danger in this place, but the alert energy circulating in their bodies had been in a very low active state, which told them that there might be something here. There might be something a little wrong lurking here. Before it was exposed, there would be no unusual danger, but once it was exposed, it was not necessarily so. Lord Hui, there seems to be something remaining in this space. You must be careful. I just punched it, and my hand is swollen. Qing Jun's voice in his mind made Huey's wild thoughts return to calmness. He was stunned when he heard the words. It's some kind of image in this space. It may be some kind of image condensed by the residual power of the rules and the energy here that Lord Hui mentioned earlier. It released some hostility, so Big Brother Qing preemptively punched it. It hit the stone, and that thing dissipated into thin air. Hui was stunned for 2 or 3 seconds before he took this matter as a common occurrence. But when he heard Qing Jun's silly laughter in his mind, he could not help but have black lines on his face. In short, is that image some kind of hostility released by this space, or some kind of unknown enemy? I'm not sure about this. Will there be any so-called enemy in this space? Qing Jun scratched his head and responded. It's hard to say. Hui sighed and shook his head. It may be that the rules that existed in the divine realm of the previous era were shattered by the void shock, leaving behind large pieces of rule fragments. There may even be a lot of information mixed in the middle. It is possible to project some kind of unconscious fragment into the future across time, and the probability is not small. In short, be careful of everything that may appear around you. As soon as his voice fell, Huey's expression trembled. He looked at the thing that emerged from the space in front of him. From the thin energy cloud under his feet, a fist-sized mass emerged, colorless, darker than black, so black that there was no color, mud-like thing floating in the air and constantly wriggling, but the body of this strange object was a little unstable. It was constantly trembling like flashing lightning, as if it would disappear at any time. The thing in front of him was probably the image that Qing Jun and I Ching were talking about. Indeed, looking at the frequency of its trembling, it was like some kind of image that did not exist in the present world. But just because they couldn't find it didn't mean that he couldn't find it. The wriggling mud that was as black as the void actually existed. What was projected in this place was an exact existence that had a physical body. Crash! When the people around him saw more than a dozen lumps of mud that suddenly emerged, they all stopped in their tracks. Their expressions were very serious, and their energy surged wildly. Wait. Let's take a look first. I feel that something is not quite right. We quickly waved to stop them. If they let their guard down and accidentally hit the energy, not to mention the dozen lumps of mud in front of them, even the long bridge might be smashed into a pit by them. Lord Hui, Have you seen it over there? Please be careful. Hui responded, but he stood still and did not move. He just looked at the dozen lumps of mud that seemed to have emerged because of their arrival. After a while, he raised his hand fiercely, and a brilliant golden light erupted from his palm. In an instant, it was attached to one of the lumps of mud, and they also trembled violently because of his sudden action. Like an image that had lost its energy, it disappeared all of a sudden. There was no movement during the whole process, as if they just came out to get familiar with their faces, or something disappeared. Huey's expression became a little strange, and he revealed a strange expression. The golden light attached to the mud obviously sensed a movement similar to a space switch. That thing did disappear from their eyes, but it just went through a space jump, and then disappeared in front of them in an instant and appeared in another place. Just as Hui was concentrating on sensing, he suddenly felt a dark and crazy breath coming back from the golden light. The black mud was like a hidden volcano that contained a crazy, dark, destructive power, and it was different from all the dark and crazy breaths that he knew. It was just that it suddenly erupted at this time. If it suddenly appeared and attacked them violently at the beginning, the dozen of them might be caught off guard. There would not be any casualties. At most, they would be startled, but then suddenly there was an explosive growth of dark energy. He could not judge. Maybe if he came into contact with it directly, he would be in a very difficult situation, the kind of difficult situation that would kill him. Those things may have gathered together. Be careful of anything you may encounter on the road ahead. We said to everyone in the soul. He waved his hand and continued to lead them forward. But this long bridge was really boring. Except for the strange mud that just appeared, there was no more reaction. It had been almost 4 hours since they walked into this space. The long bridge was the strange-looking sea of energy next to it. The starry sky filled with nebulas looked fantastic and strange, and the road in front of them seemed to never have an end. This place is so boring. Except for us, we can't see anyone else. By the way, where did the guy who opened the secret artifact go? Why haven't we seen him yet? He entered this space a long time before us. Since he has the ability to open the secret artifact, he should also have the ability to solve the crisis here. Hui replied, if I'm not wrong, he may have already reached the deepest place. Well, maybe he's just a little faster than us and hasn't reached the end yet. 3 minutes ago, a powerful spatial explosion was observed. It's suspected to be a rupture caused by an unstable space. We haven't seen anything like that in the previous stretch of the road. Lord Maple mentioned a rupture earlier. Could it be that he's already ahead of us? Hearing I Ching's words, we immediately judged that they might be walking at the front, and Maple might be faster than them. He had already gone who knows how many steps ahead. Just now, he could still sense his condition from the soul seed, but now he couldn't feel it at all. He only knew that he was still alive. Hui shook his head, and threw those terrible, very bad, and worse guesses into the depths of his soul. Hui took a deep breath and slapped himself in his heart. Everything was in a state of uncertainty. Whatever he said and felt was just a guess. It was more important to concentrate on moving forward. Besides, deep in his heart, he really felt that Maple would never die in this place. At most, he had encountered some trouble. Oh, then he had to move faster. If he met up with them, he could laugh at that guy. Then he would go up and see if he could help. Bang! As this thought flashed through his mind, just as he increased his speed, Hui and the others heard a crisp shattering sound, and then a large amount of energy swept over like a storm. However, just as the storm that was mixed with a large amount of space energy was about to hit the long bridge, a huge wave rolled up and scattered the storm on the spot. Hui and the others were slightly surprised. They turned their heads and saw a huge crack across the sky in the distance. This space was still not stable enough, even if it was much more stable than the tribulation cloud passage just now. It seems that the stability of space starts from the inside and then goes to the outside. We are probably close to the end of the long bridge. Let's speed up a little. Qingjun, you guys slow down a little. Wait for us. Hui, Lord Hui. Foam. Lord's condition. Ga. An urgent message was sent from Qingjun to all the people's souls. Anyone who read the message directly had a drastic change in expression. That careless guy who had brashly crossed the void was reporting something, and he actually fainted because of fright. More than a dozen of the highest level alarms of the same situation were issued at the same time. Probably, the team following Qingjun had arrived and then saw something that horrified them. We didn't even have time to ask. He lowered his head and rushed past. The energy that burst out from the impact made the long bridge tremble. The switch in space was very sudden. A faint white light flashed in front of everyone's eyes, which made everyone squint. 2 or 3 seconds later, they opened their eyes again and saw that they were already in another space. It was still the long bridge, but there were no wide springs on both sides, no cracks that could crush space. The sea of energy flowed very smoothly. The sky was a little darker, and a purple-yellow nebula with thousands of stars occupied the whole sky. Hui took a few steps out slowly and saw the space in front of him. There were other people around him, and other people were constantly appearing. Not far away, Qingjun, who had already recovered, and a dozen people led by him were squatting in a circle on the right edge of the long bridge, as if they were protecting something. Seeing Hui and the others coming over, they quickly waved their hands. Hui hurriedly walked over and found that there was a holy, white figure in the circle they had formed. It was, no, he didn't know her name. He only knew that she had an inseparable, intimate relationship with foam. It fainted on the ground, and its body was almost immersed in the energy cloud. If it hadn't been for the divine energy shimmer it exuded and the wide wings that attracted the attention of others, perhaps no one would have noticed that it was lying here with a white wing wrapped around Siyu in its arms, as if it had just encountered an emergency and been attacked. It only had time to hold the little girl in its arms to resist the impact, and then it fainted. We looked around doubtfully. Where's foam? They're here. There's no reason for foam not to. Hui, Lord Hui, heavens, heavens. I Ching shouted in a voice that was 1,000,000 times more horrifying than Qingjun's. Everyone raised their heads and looked towards the right end of the long bridge. Their eyes widened, and there was an unconcealable look of horror in their eyes. Not far away in the sky, where the sea of energy and the starry sky converged, there was a huge and strange pattern, as if a corner of the divine pattern had been magnified 1,000,000 times. Looking along that arc, some things gradually appeared in everyone's line of sight, patterns that covered the sky. Looking a little further away, they could see that the colorful patterns seemed to be divine patterns, some kind of rune, and some kind of huge and twisted creation formed by the combination of divine patterns and some kind of dark and evil lines. Every inch and every foot was surging with incomparably sacred and huge mixed energy that was incomparably dark and crazy. The sacred energy was like a falling meteorite, dragging out hundreds of energy tails that were tens of thousands of miles long, while the dark and crazy energy was like a ball of mud. Everyone widened their eyes in shock and fear. That was the mud that they had just seen and disappeared in an instant. So it turned out that the mud had come to this place. The divine patterns in the sky should have been dazzling, magnificent, and incomparably divine, but because of the mud's existence, they were only left with endless strange and crazy darkness. And in the center of that strange core, where the hundreds of billions of lines spread out, what appeared in the very center was a figure that seemed to be drowned by endless vines. Foam! He murmured and clenched his hands. No one knew what he was feeling right now. He just hung there quietly, as if he had fallen asleep. Only his shoulders and head were exposed. The origin imprint grew crazily from his body, turning into a tangible energy creation. It turned into vines that wrapped around his body and then spread out in all directions. It was as if they had taken root here. It was incomparably strange. Chapter 1352. In the sky on one side of the long bridge, an incomparably sacred yet endlessly strange image was frozen in this scene. Like a god and a mad demon, two auras were fighting for control, with the body of the man hanging in the sky as the battlefield. Only one of the two auras could be distinguished, the aura of the origin energy, and there was more than one. He could roughly guess that something had happened in the world where the rules materialized last time, but he had no idea what had happened. As for the other kind of energy, he had no idea at all. He had never seen this kind of destructive non-order energy in the void. It was so dark and crazy, countless times stronger than the nirvana element on Maple's body. If the origin energy represented the origin, order, and holiness, then the black mud-like energy represented the opposite of the origin energy, the end, chaos, and darkness. That energy was on par with the origin energy. At this moment, these two types of energy were fighting with Maple's body as the battlefield. However, the latter's desire to destroy and destroy was very firm, while the origin energy seemed to be just casually defending. It seemed that it was only because it had encountered their carrier that it had to defend symbolically. It was full of inertia, although the mark of the origin energy expanded in the air and the energy reaction was so brilliant and magnificent, it was actually lazy. Anyway, when Hui saw through this grand confrontation, he was a little desperate. "Maple!" A shout containing the vibrating energy of the rules penetrated the space and rushed into the confrontation domain. Hui tried to wake Maple, who seemed to be in a coma, but it was useless. When the energy rushed to the edge of the area, it was shattered by the aftermath of the confrontation. What the hell is going on? Hui was so anxious that he was sweating all over. Maple had been following them secretly, and they had entered this space together. However, when they sensed that something had happened to Maple, it was when they had just entered this space. Didn't that mean that when they entered this space, Maple had arrived directly in this space and was affected by that strange energy? Now, little angel and C were also unconscious. No one knew what had happened. They stood still and looked at each other blankly. "Maple, I heard you. I heard you. I'm not dead yet. Can you not shout so sadly?" After Hui shouted again, Maple's helpless and weak response suddenly came from the soul. Everyone was stunned for a moment, and then they all breathed a sigh of relief. But then their expressions became serious. Although they had confirmed that Maple was fine, but the current situation, what the hell was going on? Hearing Maple's forced and calm tone, we hurriedly said, "What the hell happened? We entered this space together. How did you? What are those things? What is it? I also want to know. But soon, I will probably know what it is after a while." Yun Nuoshing sighed, helplessly in the soul, and slowly explained what had just happened. Fortunately, they were not separated. However, the situation was a little different. They were directly thrown into the second long bridge. The nightmare also happened the moment they appeared. The moment they entered, Yun Nuoshing could feel that the origin energy was stimulated and suddenly rushed out. Then the space was like a chain reaction. The black mud that was colorless immediately appeared from the space and covered the entire sky. It was as if it had gone crazy. He only had time to push the little angel and see you out of the space, but the impact of the origin energy and the unknown energy still knocked them unconscious. Then he was hung in the sky like a fool, watching the two forces of energy fight with all their might. They wanted to kill him at the same time, but he could do nothing about it. Oh, actually, that was not the case. Well, that's what happened. Yin Nuoshing said in a relaxed tone. We guessed that he was going to shrug when he said that. We don't know more details. They are some kind of true reflection in this space, lurking here together with the rule fragments of the realm of the gods. That is to say, they have appeared in the realm of the gods and left a deep impression on the realm of the gods. Also, they were stimulated by the origin energy because I brought the origin energy and stimulated them. So, I seem to have thought of something. Hui, have you thought of something? Huey's face became gloomy and incomparably solemn. The latter part of their conversation was communicated in each other's soul seeds, and no one else could hear it. If your memory is not wrong, it involves the origin energy, the realm of the gods, and the mud. These three things put together to form a scene. The scene you saw, the scene where the heavenly god of destruction was defeated by the unknown race, and the unknown, vague dark energy. That mud, perhaps, is that dark energy, the same level as the origin energy. That makes sense. This could also explain how they could injure and even kill the great heavenly god of origin. But does this kind of energy really exist in this world? Huey's eyes widened in horror. Does this kind of energy that is the same level as the heavenly god of origin, but completely opposite in nature, really exist in this world? I've never even heard of it. That's not something we can delve into now. Yun Nuoshing sighed. So, we don't have to waste our time on this place. The origin energy, and this, let's call it annihilation energy for now. I felt part of its nature when I fought against it. So this name should be quite suitable. They still have to fight for a while. I have a way to solve the problem before us, but the success rate is still uncertain. However, according to my own nature, the success rate is actually quite high. What I mean is you guys don't have to worry about me and keep moving forward. I can feel the presence of life in the depths. Perhaps that fellow who opened the door has already reached the deepest part of this dimension. Oh, by the way, leave the two girls with me. I have to wait for them to wake up before I make my move. Hui wanted to say something, but after opening his mouth for 2 seconds, he took a light breath and pursed his lips in silence for a while before finally saying quietly, "If that's the case, then we'll wait for your safe return." After saying that, Hui waved his hand fiercely. "Let's go. Keep moving forward until we reach the deepest part of this dimension." Everyone stared blankly at the Lord Protector, who stubbornly left without looking back. Gritting their teeth, they remembered Lord Feng's words and Lord Huey's words, and collectively saluted Lord Feng before bursting into the depths of this dimension. Seeing the group of people rush forward with their hearts in their hands, Yun Nuoshing helplessly let out a long sigh. He struggled free of his bound body and let out another long sigh. This time, it was truly a troublesome situation. He controlled his mental and soul strength, and the space in front of him quickly distorted due to the collision of several types of energy. The distorted vortex suddenly caved in, and an explosive energy burst out from the distorted space. The distorted black lightning burst out for a distance of 4 to 5 meters, tearing open a crack in this abnormally tough dimension. Phew! He gritted his teeth and squeezed out the last of his mental and soul strength. He felt that in a situation where two of the most powerful types of energy in the world were fighting against each other, forcefully using his mental and soul strength to move something was suicidal. He could only use two types of energy to protect his weak soul, and now that he had used most of it, his soul became much dimmer. The small crack in the spatial vortex lasted for about a minute before the entire dimension suddenly stabilized. Then, a sharp purple-black object slowly emerged from the bottom of the vortex. When most of its body had emerged, it could be seen that it was the Netherworld Ruin Sword. Originally, it had been suppressed by the energy in his pendant and couldn't move. Now, because the two types of energy were fighting against each other and couldn't divert their attention to him, he forced a hole in it. This action alone drained him of all his strength. After the Netherworld Ruin Sword emerged from the dimension, it floated to the side. The two types of energy here, the two types of energy that couldn't be bothered with it, didn't affect it. However, Yun Nuoxing still saw it spontaneously use part of its energy to create a vacuum of energy just enough to protect itself. This slight display of rationality made Yun Nuoxing's eyes flicker. The Netherworld Ruin Sword from the Dark Age wasn't damaged, but for some reason, its soul and consciousness were completely dormant. It was so dormant that he couldn't sense its consciousness at all. In fact, until now, in Feng Ling's memories, he hadn't seen the Netherworld Ruin Sword show any signs of self-control. At this moment, it seemed to have sensed danger, which was why it barely reacted. I don't know why, but I really miss the unreliable soul in the Netherworld Ruin Sword. Yun Nuoxing let out a long sigh that hurt his teeth. He thought for a while and felt that it was because it was a little troublesome for him to control what was about to happen. So he especially missed the Netherworld Ruin Sword that could float around on its own. Speaking of which, he suddenly remembered that in the ancient age, the Netherworld Ruin Sword's soul and consciousness were completely unresponsive. At that time, it actually showed signs of damage, but it was just a little and didn't have much of an effect. It wasn't until the 139th era when the Netherworld Ruin Sword was completely destroyed. Oh, that was his own fault. When he fell in the ancient age, he went crazy and self-destructed, destroying the Netherworld Ruin Sword along the way. The other divine swords were nowhere to be found. Yun Nuoxing separated a part of his soul and attached it to the Netherworld Ruin Sword. Fortunately, even though he wasn't the original owner of the Netherworld Ruin Sword, perhaps because he had carried it for a long time, it didn't reject his soul. At that moment, he was experiencing the novel feeling of looking at the world from the perspective of a sword. After a few seconds, he stopped playing. There didn't seem to be any difference, and the place where his vision appeared, the place where his eyes were located, was actually where the sword's guard was, but the Netherworld Ruin Sword didn't have a guard. Yun Nuoxing controlled the Netherworld Ruin Sword to fly around in the sky, drawing out streaks of energy trails. After playing for a while, and waiting for his soul to recover a little, he took a deep breath and shouted into the soul of little Angel, "Girl, wake up." Awakened by a familiar soul power, the little angel opened her eyes in a daze. She saw a large, thin, purple-black energy trail. She paused for a moment, then took a closer look. It was the Netherruin Sword that was accelerating and accumulating an enormous amount of energy. When it rushed out with that energy, it caused the space around it to tremble slightly. "Little star, lass, wake up and get ready. No matter what you see later, you just have to trust me. After that, if something jumps out from my body later, you have to kill it first. Don't worry about me. Remember this well. Kill anything that might come out of my body first. Don't leave a single speck of dust behind." Yun Nuoxing's voice sounded in the mind of little Angel. She tilted her head and hurriedly got up from the ground and flapped her huge wings. When she woke up, She suddenly remembered the last scene before she fainted. When she turned her head, she saw the scene that shocked her. "Little star, you... Okay, I got it." She didn't care about the cause and effect of everything. She would find out later anyway. Now, she hurriedly adjusted her state and began to gather energy in her hand. This time, the angelic holy sword was no longer in the shape of a slender longsword. Instead, it was a special version that was engraved with part of the Netherworld Ruin Sword's power. Little Angel couldn't control it very well. She wouldn't take it out under normal circumstances. If he hadn't said it so seriously, she probably wouldn't have used it. When Little Angel was ready, she took a deep breath and used her free hand to protect Siyu with holy energy. Then she nodded at Yun Nuoshing in the strange scene. She was ready. When she received the signal, Yun Nuoshing's eyebrows twitched. She gritted her teeth and drained all of her energy. She emptied her body to the point where the two extreme energies could enter her body at any time. She poured all of her energy into the Netherworld Ruin Sword. The Netherworld Ruin Sword that had been flying in the sky and accumulating energy and speed left a huge purple-black curve in the sky. It turned around and rushed toward its controller. Little Angel saw this and wanted to rush out in fear. However, the Netherworld Ruin Sword was faster than her. In a flash of lightning, the giant sword pierced through Yun Nuoshing's chest. The condensed energy pierced through his mind, soul, and body. The collision of the two energies created a huge gap of thousands of feet. The special energy of the Netherworld Ruin Sword cut all elements and energies in the area in half, including Yun Nuoshing herself. Puffed. Unable to stop himself from spitting out a mouthful of golden blood, Yun Nuoshing looked down at the hilt of the giant sword in front of his chest. The pain made his pretty face contort into a hideous expression. That unreserved attack with the Netherworld Ruin Sword's energy attribute had cut him in half. The physical body of energy quickly faded away, leaving only the body of energy. Moreover, it was rapidly dimming as the three energies clashed and exploded. The purplish-black energy surged in his body, cutting the two energies that had occupied his body in half. The origin energy was forced back into the origin mark. The sword that pierced his chest made him feel as if his soul, spirit, and body were about to be split apart and then cut into two independently. In that strange sensation, he seemed to have vaguely seen something as some fragments burst out of his body. They were not his own, but had surged into his body along with the annihilation energy and into his soul. Those fragments that burst out contained a lot of information, and he could vaguely see some terrifying scenes, standing on the realm of the gods and looking up at the sky that was almost burnt out. The fragments of the world's light were burning and spinning as they fell from the void and withered. He saw the blurry figure of what seemed to be the heavenly god of origin being pierced by the annihilation energy that drowned a part of the void, and he saw it from the first-person perspective. He also saw that figure. It was that figure again, who had single-handedly repelled an army and was besieged and hunted, but this time he did not see the flash of destruction. Many scenes flashed before his eyes like a merry-go-round. In that instant, he forgot about the pain, and his eyes were blank. The black energy, after throwing up a large pile of energy fragments, as if he was vomiting blood, quickly dissipated like the ebbing tide. It gathered from all directions in his body and finally condensed into a colorless ball the size of a head with a Netherworld Ruin Sword had pierced his back. It broke free with a squelch and hurriedly flew into the distance, as if it wanted to escape. Seeing this scene, the shocked little angel immediately reacted. Wrapped in light, she appeared in front of the ball's escape route. The angelic holy sword, which contained part of the Netherworld Ruins Sword's special energy, swept across. The annihilation energy, which did not have time to change direction, crashed into the angelic holy sword and was sliced in half. The angelic holy sword in little angel's hand collapsed, turning into a sea of golden fire that enveloped the two halves of the annihilation energy. The high temperature of the flames caused the space to distort. Little Angel could feel the scene of the crazy and dark energy being purified, but there was no movement at all. It also seemed to feel that there was a consciousness that originated from the annihilation energy, watching it burn itself into nothingness. The strange feeling made Little Angel's heart tremble a little. Little Angel did not hear the analysis of the two people, and she felt a faint fear of this energy that was about to destroy itself in such a cruel and self-destructive way. However, when the origin energy confronted her, it was severely injured by the Netherworld Ruins sword. Little Angel was like an arrow at the end of its flight, and it was soon burned into nothingness by the angelic holy flame that she had been accumulating for 4 to 5 minutes. Little star. Turning around abruptly, the origin energy and the mark of origin disappeared along with the disappearance of the annihilation energy. The moment it turned around, it happened to see the mark of origin turn back into an ordinary mark. Seeing him lose consciousness and fall into the sea of energy below with the Nethervoid ruin sword, it hurriedly flew towards him and caught him, who was so weak that he was on the verge of dissipating, and flew back to the stone bridge. The Netherworld Ruins sword had uncontrollably detached itself from Yun Nuoshing's chest through spatial teleportation. It floated by the side. The purplish-black greatsword was stained with golden blood, making it look more terrifying than ever. When the little angel was not paying attention, the golden blood quietly melted into the sword. A golden light appeared on the blade of the sword, and then it dimmed. The Netherworld Ruins sword seemed to have gained something else. The converted pseudo-divine power flashed on her jade hand and healed the huge wound that pierced through her energy body. She put on an expression that was hard to tell whether she was laughing or crying. She could not suppress the pain in her heart. The sword seemed to have stabbed her, and she could feel the pain too. How can you not even let yourself go when you're crazy? Well, I have no choice. I'll die if I wait any longer. The origin energy and the annihilation energy have split me in half. If I don't get rid of them as soon as possible, I'll still die. Let's take a gamble. Yun Nuoshing smiled bitterly and shook his head. His body had been annihilated, and only a pure energy body was left. He was actually struggling at death's door, but even the energy body had been annihilated. He could no longer feel pain. The only thing he could feel was that he was watching his life slipping away bit by bit. Actually, I was lucky this time. The replicated annihilation energy was not controlled, and the origin energy was also carelessly defending against it. Both of them had been weakened, and they were only resisting with a little bit of instinct. I don't dare to imagine if these two types of energy at the level of the origin heavenly gods were really messing around in my body, I would probably be dead by now. The little angel did not know whether to laugh or cry. She could only bend down and hug him gently, using her own energy to restore his energy body that was about to be extinguished. Yun Nuoshing grinned. That thing is definitely dead, right? Yes. I've been really unlucky recently. Whether it's this era or that era, I've been really unlucky during this period of time. There are always some terrible things happening. Yes, it'll be fine. The annihilation energy, the culprit or accomplice that caused the fall of the origin heavenly gods. I think I saw something just now. The burning void, the fallen heavenly gods. It's all in the past. Yes. Yun Nuoshing's eyelids trembled slightly. I'm sorry. I might need you to look after me for a while more. I'll wake up very soon, very soon. Hearing the voice of the person in her arms gradually disappear, the little angel bit her lip and looked at the energy figure that was about to completely disappear. It was so transparent that she could see her own hands that were hugging him, as if there was only a layer of glass between them. She revealed a smile that was slightly better than crying. "Anyway, I've already gotten used to it. You're the idiot that makes people worry. You're the most hopeless idiot in the world." She sniffed, and her wings wrapped around the unconscious Siyu. Her arms carried the idiot that was about to disappear, and she quickly flew into the depths of space. Chapter 1353. Looks like someone's coming in. At the end of the bridge was a huge platform that was pieced together by countless flat stones. It looked normal on the surface, but when one looked below and around the platform, one would feel that they were looking at a stone porcupine. It was more like a floating island, with a radius of around 30,000 meters. Here, it was more like an island in the sea of energy, with one side of the stone platform so flat that it could be seen at a glance. In this space, the sea of energy became turbulent once again. The huge waves on both sides of the bridge rose to a height of 1,000 miles and slammed heavily on the surface of the sea of energy, creating a 10,000 zhang-wide crack in the sea of energy. It would take a while for the seawater to submerge this place again. A 10,000-mile-wide tornado appeared on the surface of the sea of energy, sucking the sea of energy into the sky and turning it into raindrops that were thrown over a radius of 100,000 miles. There was also a violent storm that was faster than the speed of sound. However, there was a faint layer of energy radiance floating on the bridge that resisted all the violent elements and allowed the raindrops to fall on the bridge. This time, the turbulent sea of energy did not extend to the front along the line of sight. After it passed the floating island platform, it suddenly tilted at an angle as if the ground in front of them was rising abruptly, forming a 60-degree angle with the ground. That was how the sea of energy before them was. When it rushed to the space before them, the entire sea tilted at that point. At the center of the tilted slope, a dark and deep vortex appeared. The vortex was thousands of feet wide, swirling seawater and stirring up huge waves on the surrounding sea. Even if the waves were to reach the distance away from the slope, they would not directly crash down from the sky and would simply slam back onto the slope. That place seemed to follow a different rule, or perhaps it was only the sea of energy that was the case. The white-haired Xing, Lu's robe, was fluttering in the wind. He and Xian Lei were standing at the furthest point of the floating island, sticking close to the slope. The position parallel to the platform was the center of the giant whirlpool. From this angle, they could see the whole picture of the whirlpool. They could also see the deep darkness in the center. They couldn't see the bottom. They could only see the endless darkness, as if it led to the endless void. There were other sounds in the space other than the one he was in. It came from far behind, and Xing LV could not help but look back. At the end of his sight, there was no one else on the bridge, but he was sure that someone was coming from there, and could possibly bring along 100,000 levels of firepower to stab him in the back. Xing LV deeply believed so, and he knew that once those people behind him arrived, he would most likely lose his life. What he could use as a bargaining chip now. He looked back at the front again, and Xian Lei was floating about 2 to 3 meters away from the stone platform. There was a crystal formed by his energy between his hands. Xian Lei closed his eyes slightly, sensing something through the crystal. The vortex in the sea of energy seemed to be fluctuating because of his sensing control. The edge of the vortex trembled slightly, and the whole thing was somewhat unstable. The spinning speed was sometimes fast and sometimes slow, and the surrounding waves would occasionally hit the vortex heavily, almost causing it to collapse a few times. As the entire vortex became more and more unstable, the movement from the depths of the vortex became more and more obvious. There were muffled sounds, as if something huge was breathing, and there were frequent energy explosions at the edge of the vortex. Xianlei heard him and opened his eyes. After a while, he gently closed them again. The energy nodes I left behind can sense their arrival. They are very fast and should still be within the allowed range. I'm almost there as well. I can take out the secret weapon in at most 5 minutes. Although it's impossible for us to reverse the current situation, but it should be able to help us negotiate. After all, it's a legendary item in the realm of the gods. They should care a little about it, right? Xing Elvi couldn't help but smile bitterly. What he was most afraid of was that the crowd of masters of the realm of the gods would rush up without a care. They were not interested in the so-called secret weapon at all. Then he would really be finished. Speaking of which, his right eyelid kept twitching. Was he finished? Right now, he could only believe in Xianlei. It was the person he trusted the most. Right now, there were only the two of them, and he couldn't help. He could only pray that it could take out that item a little faster. Boom! A huge and violent energy explosion came from behind again. This time, the explosion was very close. The shock wave caused by the explosion caused the supersonic storm in this space to stagnate for a few seconds. The long bridge shook violently for a few seconds, and dozens of tornadoes in the distance were almost shattered by the shock wave. It was the first time Xing Lv felt such an unreasonable level of destructive power. His eyelids trembled, and a few black lines drooped down. He felt that his shoulders were a little heavy. With this kind of movement, they are attacking the gatekeepers formed by the rules. We used a trick to go around the gatekeepers, which saved us a lot of time. If they want to break through it directly, it should take a lot of time. Although that's the case, there are only 3 gatekeepers in total. With that kind of destructive power, I'm afraid it won't last more than 5 minutes. Xing Lv swallowed his saliva and turned around. Xianlei, you can do it. I'll go and see if I can block it. Block. Xianlei was stunned. When he turned around, he saw Xing Lv rushing out with an aura of death. He hesitated a little because of this. 2 seconds later, he gritted his teeth and focused all his attention on the crystal in his hand, guiding the item in the vortex to quickly float up. Boom, boom. Xing Lv stopped when he was still 100 miles away from the entrance. As soon as he stopped, he felt an energy that made his soul tremble explode in the distance. The explosive energy rushed into the sky and formed a huge destructive energy ring. Even if he was separated by 1 or 2 dimensions, he could still see it clearly. Furthermore, he was definitely closer this time. He could feel the tremors of the bridge becoming clearer and clearer. As he got closer, one of the tornadoes was destroyed. The energy seawater that was swept up seemed to be rushing out of a huge container, rushing in all directions. Xing Lv took a deep breath and said, "The second layer of defense has been broken through. The last gatekeeper is a very strange thing. Although it is a life engraved by the rules of the realm of the gods, I can't think of any life in this void, in this great Yuan realm, that has such a strange energy aura. That aura seems to want to annihilate everything in the world. No matter how strong they are, they should need 1 or 2 minutes to deal with it. I might be able to deal with it for 2 minutes. There's still time." Just when he finished his analysis and his confidence skyrocketed, a white light suddenly flashed in the teleportation zone 100 miles away. At the same time, a huge wind blew by on the right side of his body, making his robe and white hair dance wildly. He opened his eyes wide and turned his head stiffly to the back. His neck made a sound that sounded like a rusty iron door opening. Boom! It was only at this moment that the sound exploded, but it was already over. He stiffly saw a thing that was thousands of feet tall, surrounded by energy that was even darker than the endless void, lying there. It was the last gatekeeper. It had just brushed past his ear, just a millimeter away. This should have been calculated, right? It only blocked for less than half a minute. No, It was a topic worth discussing whether this could be considered as blocking. This gatekeeper seemed to have been sent flying in a single blow, and it was a one-hit kill. Its body collapsed in 2 or 3 seconds, leaving only a part of it. Xing LV adjusted his heart rate, which was a beat slower, and turned his head abruptly to look at the teleportation zone. There, streaks of white light appeared, and they were already moving forward even before they materialized. Each of these figures carried an aura that was driven to the point of insanity, as if these people had gone mad. Xing LV looked at the thousands of figures that appeared and felt his teeth and heart twitching. In just 5 or 6 seconds, 10,000 figures had appeared in the teleportation zone, and the teleportation showed no signs of stopping. The figure at the front had already materialized. It was a handsome young man in a white robe, surrounded by an incomparably holy aura that made Xing LV feel a sense of closeness. Even if that holy aura was like the sun with a hint of madness, it reduced Xing LV's hostility by half. In an instant, Xing LV knew who this figure was, the guardian of the celestial realm. He was very close to the millions of lives in the celestial realm, and basically no one would take the initiative to go against him. These were all legends, and this was the first time Xing LV had seen this legendary figure. He could not help but look at him a little more. He was holding a long sword that was 2 to 3 meters long, and the tip of the sword was a foot long, sharp diamond-shaped. The whole sword was engraved with holy patterns, and as he walked, a golden trail was left on the ground. He was clearly a guardian, but he had such an extremely tyrannical killing aura that Xing LV could not stand. Swoosh! At this time, the teleportation in the entire teleportation zone finally stopped. Xing LV looked around and saw that there were about 30,000 people, more than 1,000 high-level origin, more than 100 peak-level origin, and the rest were basically all mid-level origin. He felt that it would be better if he just surrendered. He finally understood why the Guardian was sent flying as soon as they met against this army. Unless it was the heavenly god of the beginning, anyone would be sent flying as soon as they met. He was delusional to think that he could last for a minute or two. Boom! Just as Xing LV was thinking about how to look better by surrendering, a combined aura suddenly pressed down on him, making him tremble violently and almost suffocate. His eyes focused, and he saw that the people who were still some distance away from him suddenly appeared in front of him. 10 people surrounded him in the center, and all their auras fell on him, including the Guardian. He stared at the young man in front of him, and his eyes flashed with a terrible light. The Guardian's holy sword behind him made a buzzing sound, as if it wanted to beat the person in front of him up. Xing LV shrunk his neck. No matter how he calculated in his heart, his chances of winning were just decreasing from 50% to 0. He could not help but laugh. "Well, do you treat the captives well?" Hui narrowed his eyes and looked him up and down. 59 divine flames and devil thunders, and 47 divine flames and devil thunders in a chain reaction. It seems that the second secret weapon has been opened. Boy, you really know how to cause trouble for me, seeing that the people around him, including the 30,000 soldiers, were looking at him as if they wanted to tear him alive. Xing LV's body suddenly trembled. He thought that the opening of the secret weapon had caused too much trouble, but he did not know that Hui was talking about the trouble in this space. He did not know what happened to Maple. Although he had returned to normal, he had become incomparably weak. Right now, he was so angry that he wanted to swallow the person in front of him alive. It was a pity that this person was from the realm of the gods, and he looked like a good seedling. With proper training, it should not be difficult for him to reach the peak of the source realm. And he was also special. Huey's face was gloomy, and he reached out to Xing LV. Xing LV's face was pale, and he was a little annoyed, but there was nothing he could do. After all, he was the main culprit who caused the current situation in the realm of the gods. More importantly, he could not beat them. Just as he was about to stretch out his neck to be slaughtered, he saw Huey's hand fiercely pat his shoulder. He used a little too much force, and Xing LV was directly slapped to the ground. Then he heard the guardian say in a deep voice, "Tie him up and take him away. As for how to deal with him, let Maple decide." Xing LV grimaced in pain, but when he heard those words, he was stunned again. When he saw Green cupping his hands, two people came up to him and dragged him up from the ground. He was so confused that he asked, You're not going to kill me? You should be glad that you're from the realm of the gods." The one who answered him was not Hui, but Green, who was dragging him away. At this moment, his face was also as gloomy as water. "But this is just a reason to let you live for the time being." Humph. Xing LV's face was blank. Was he going to kill him or not? He wanted to ask whether they were going to slice him or not, but when he saw the frozen air, he did not say that sentence out loud. "What do you mean?" "There is something dangerous hidden in this space that has affected the observer. He is now in danger. The reason is not far-fetched, and you don't have to be dissatisfied. Right now, the realm of the gods is being watched by a whole 1,000 trillion lives. This is just a base number. The actual number that will appear in the end may be several times this number. It is related to a legendary secret of the realm of the gods. So the two of you have no choice but to come and take a look," the other person who was dragging him away explained in a deep voice. Xing LV suddenly felt that even if he suddenly died, it would be a matter of course. The legendary observer was indirectly half dead because of him. Just thinking about it was exciting. No, just thinking about it was killing him. "Let him go." A delicate voice suddenly made the atmosphere in the space even more solemn. Countless eyes suddenly turned to look at the tilted vortex. There was a figure that was emitting black energy and thunder. Its palm was pressed against a long diamond-shaped cylindrical crystal. The surface of the crystal was purple, and inside it was a cloud of energy that was constantly rolling like a nebula. It cast a beautiful color, and if one looked at it, it was as if they could see a starry sky. This crystal was taken out from the whirlpool of the sea of energy, but it wasn't completely taken out. There were still some energy lines connecting the crystal and the bottom of the whirlpool. However, after this 3-meter-tall crystal was taken out, the space suddenly showed signs of instability. The sea of energy surged with huge waves, and the tornado expanded wantonly. It became even more violent, and the vibrating energy made the space on the verge of collapse. The mystic thunder calamity flame, third on the divine flame list, Hui looked at the situation in the space, frowned, and did not pay attention to it. "We won't let him go. He is your host, right? Go back. For the time being, we will not do anything to you. It is another person who should make the judgment." Being stared at by Black and the others, Xian Lei's body trembled. He looked at Xing LV, who was caught, gritted his teeth, and said, "Once the secret weapon is taken out, this space will collapse. It will take some time for those people to come over. With your ability, you should be able to handle this. Let him go, and I will give you the secret weapon." "No, we don't care. Whether it is the secret weapon or those people, we don't care. We just came to see which bastard made the commotion." Huey's indifferent words made Xing LV and Xian Lei smile bitterly. Sure enough, it was the worst result. The Guardian did not care about the so-called secret weapon. This time, they really had no way out. They could not beat them, and there was no bargaining chip. It seemed that they could only brace themselves and walk forward. They could only pray that the mysterious observer would be safe and sound. After all, his little life was tied to that lord. Xian Lei was also afraid of taking action. He racked his brains and could not think of any perfect way to get out of this situation. He and Xing LV had been in the world of the gods for so many years, but this was the first time they encountered such a desperate situation. He had no clue at all. No, wait. You take out the secret weapon first. Just when Xian Lei was about to be caught in despair, Hui suddenly said thoughtfully. His words made Xian Lei stunned. Ah, if the secret weapon is taken out from the core of the space, it will cause the space to collapse, right? Then everyone will be gathered together, right? Hui thought of something and showed a faint smile. If so, then take out the secret weapon. Of course, you don't have to rush to run. I may need your help later. If you fight well, I will consider letting you go this time. How about it? Xing, LV, and Xian Lei were both stunned. They looked at each other across the space, and a series of question marks appeared in their heads. What did he mean by fighting well? And a team like yours actually needs help. Wait, they seem to have thought of something. You, don't tell me you want to deal with those people? I just suddenly thought of it. Hui continued to say with a faint smile, it's already an established fact that you've caused so much trouble. Even if we can really take the things away without anyone noticing, those people who broke in didn't see anything. What do you think they'll believe? What will they think? They will probably think that someone got here first. And the people from the realm of the gods who came here first will be the first to be suspected. The realm of the gods will still return to chaos. Xing, LV, and Xian Lei were silent. We casually paced around. If so, why don't we take this as an opportunity? This is what I just thought. Chaos is inevitable. Why don't we make use of it? That Lord Guardian, may I ask what you want to do? Xing LV raised his hand to show that he had a question. Unifying the forces of the Order faction in the void. This is a plan that has been in place for a long time. Hui saw Xing LV's shocked expression and guessed that he might have thought wrong. He shook his head. It is not to rule the void. It is just to unite a force to fight against the upcoming disaster. Disaster? Xing LV was confused. I say, you haven't left the realm of the gods for a few eras, have you? Xing LV nodded dumbly. Hui. Well, that is another matter. I will tell you when I have time. Now, Xian Lei, take the secret weapon. The charming woman from the northern underworld celestial realm had been listening at the side. Her expression became a little strange. He had this plan before they came here. He just looked like he was thinking. After a while, she understood. It turned out that this guy wanted to trick these two culprits to the point where they had no choice but to be his henchmen. She saw the expressions of the people around her and knew that they must have known long ago. They were just watching their boss trick others. Xian Lei listened to the conversation on the other side. However, he was so focused that he couldn't hear clearly, especially when he saw Xing LV's surprised expression. He couldn't help but frown. He wanted to go closer to listen out of curiosity. Pop! Suddenly, there was a sound like a radish being pulled out. Xian Lei was stunned. He quickly came back to his senses and saw that the energy threads around the purple crystal were all broken. Boom! The moment the energy threads broke, the space that was already on the verge of collapse suddenly shook violently as if heaven and earth had been turned upside down. Cracks that penetrated the line of sight appeared randomly in the space. This huge movement shocked everyone. Hui glanced at it instantly. When he saw Xian Lei's tearful expression, his cheeks twitched. He waved his hand to open the star-crown barrier. This space was suddenly occupied by black cracks. Then, with a bang, it exploded. At the moment when the space exploded, the feeling of being on the ground disappeared. Hui and the others kept their bodies floating. The sea of energy, the whirlpool, and the long bridge all disappeared. What came into view was a huge and boundless storm cloud. They were still in the storm layer of the tribulation cloud. Not far away, they could still see the light purple beam. This passage hadn't disappeared yet. Looking at this slightly familiar scene, Hui turned his gaze to Xian Lei, who was holding the crystal and floating in the same place. Xian Lei was stared at by Hui and turned his head away awkwardly. This is an accident, really. Chapter 1354. No one knew exactly how thick the tribulation clouds were. Looking up, it was difficult to see beyond the range of the storm clouds. The lavender light beam still went straight to the bottom of the tribulation clouds. During the time Hui and the others were in, the tribulation clouds seemed to have expanded by dozens of times. This space had also stabilized, and there were no more thunder and lightning in this place. The surrounding tribulation clouds were still shining with terrifying energy, but because the space had expanded, it was not so easy to touch that side. Those scenes had completely disappeared, and at this moment, only this tribulation cloud storm was left in this space. This place is really good as a battlefield. Hui sized up the space and could not help but laugh out loud. He waved at everyone. I Ching and the others immediately understood what he meant. Orders were quickly transmitted through their souls. Then, the huge cross-shaped star formation appeared again. As the formation was reassembled, the energy towers also appeared from the void. They were like energy nodes that landed in the formation. On the other side, the communication between Xian Lei and Xing Lu had just finished. Xian Lei held the crystal and floated in front of Hui, looking him up and down for a while. Then, he reluctantly handed over the secret artifact. Here, it's for you. Although I had expected that the efforts of several eras would be wasted, I did not expect it to be so fast. Hui was stunned for 2 seconds and waved his hand. No, didn't I say that I am not interested in this thing? If you had not caused such a big commotion, we would not have come to clean up the mess. You keep it first. He saw Xian Lei's helpless smile and felt a little curious. Is there a problem? Xian Lei nodded. The secret artifact is now only revealed in the space of the present world. The real legendary item is in the secret artifact, but it has not yet materialized. It is still slowly taking shape, so the secret artifact has not been opened yet. And in this process, I just tried it, and there is no way to put it into any space. We let out a long. Oh, before he could speak, Lady Green said first, so you intend to give it to Lord Hui, and let him help you attract hatred, right? Xian Lei turned his head, awkwardly. We can't handle an army of hundreds of billions and thousands of trillions. Then we can only hand it to a team that can handle it. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have opened this thing. I Ching could not help but let out a long sigh. As long as Xing Lu and Xian Lei were activated, they would attract endless attention. In the chaotic situation of the void, it was impossible to take them away safely no matter what. The only way was to hand them over to a sufficiently powerful force. They could not just hand them over to the guests from the outer realm. Based on the current situation, they could only hand them over to Lord Hui. I went around in a circle and tied a dead knot. Xing LV couldn't help but laugh bitterly after he figured out the problem. He scratched his head in embarrassment. All right, we were too rash this time. Sorry. We looked at the two of them with a headache and sighed. If I had known this would happen. Forget it, let's not talk about it. Let's just say that I'm interested in this so-called legendary item. This way, we won't be entangled, right? Also, don't tell me the two of you are planning to open the other 2 secret artifacts as well. Seeing Xing LV and Xian Lei heave a sigh of relief, we couldn't help but open his eyes and smile. Xing LV laughed dryly and turned his head away, pretending not to hear anything. Xian Lei simply pushed the crystal to Hui and then shrank back into the former's body like an ostrich, leaving the matter to him. Behave. The void is troublesome now. Well, We don't object to the people from the realm of the gods doing strange, but harmless things. But next time, if you really want to open the secret artifacts, please give us a signal so that we can open the barrier. Don't look at me like that. We just don't want to take the trouble. We'll close the door and you can go in and take it. If you can't take it, it's your own business. Xing Elvi laughed dryly and lowered his head to continue playing with his fingers. Just as their conversation came to an end, the space around them suddenly lit up. A huge sea of light appeared, and then figures emerged from the light. There were tens of thousands, hundreds of billions, and they were the people who entered the secret artifact space with them. At this time, they also emerged as the space collapsed. They were constantly panting, and their faces were covered in sweat. Hui wrinkled his nose and waved his hand to throw the crystal in his hand to the top of the energy tower behind him, replacing the golden crystal on the top of the tower. He held the golden crystal in his hand and then poured the Guardian's power into it. The light was so dazzling that it was as if a sun was shining. When everyone saw this, they couldn't help but praise. As expected of the Lord Guardian, his reaction was really fast. This countermeasure made them speechless. There were also a few people who looked at it and quickly changed the golden crystal in the energy tower next to them to purple so that it wouldn't look too abrupt. They were suddenly bounced back to the original passage from another space, or even from the depths of the passage. For a while, they were a little confused. After constantly looking around for a while, they finally saw Hui and the others floating some distance away from them. They recognized that they were all from the realm of the gods and immediately became vigilant. In their vigilance, they saw the 2 or 3 meters tall energy crystal in Hui's hand. With their eyes, there was no way for them to distinguish what the crystal was. Suddenly, they associated it with the space, and instantly there were more changes in their eyes. I didn't expect that you guys from the realm of the gods would be so fast. You took out the treasures in the space so quickly. The collapse of the space gave me a shock. In the crowd, the Lord of Void Holy Court took a few steps forward and left the sea of people. A faint smile came from the black fog. I wonder if you guys have any special gains. We would also like to take a look. Well, there's nothing special. Hui looked at the crystal in his hand thoughtfully and said, "It's just an amalgamation of some of the realm of the gods' law fragments. There are some special records about the things of the previous era and the current power of the realm of the gods' law, and so on." After saying that, he raised the crystal in his hand and threw it up as if he didn't care. He caught it again. "See, I already said that the last thing we see might not be anything special. You guys have these things in your own world. It's just a small piece of the realm of the gods' law fragments. What a waste of time. Let's go. Hui yawned lazily and let go of the energy crystal to float 1.5 meters away from him as if he didn't care. Then he led the others slowly down the passage of the tribulation clouds below. Wait! The young man from the Demon Gods League suddenly stood up and a smile appeared on his young face. "Since it's useless, why don't you let us deal with it? What use do you have for something that involves the origin of the realm of the gods' law?" Hui waved his hand casually. "First, this thing can't be absorbed and refined. Second, it can't be used to strengthen the power of the realm of the gods' law. No matter what, it's a worthless thing. But it's still something from the realm of the gods, and it contains some secrets. How can we give it to you? What a load of nonsense." The young man from the Gold Firmament clan sneered. "You guys found it first, so you got it first. It's up to you. Don't think that you can fool us with such a cheap excuse." Everyone from the god realm looked at each other in dismay. Then they collectively sighed and said in unison, a lost youth. If you don't believe us, we can't do anything about it. Lord Hui, it's just trash anyway. Rather than bringing it back and burying it, why don't we just get rid of it here? I Ching sighed and whispered into Lord Huey's ear. Although he whispered into Lord Huey's ear, everyone could hear him. Hui thought about it and felt that it was reasonable. He took the golden crystal and looked up at the young man from the Gold Firmament clan. Hey you, that's right. Take it. Everyone was dumbfounded, and the young man from the Gold Firmament clan frowned. When Hui finished speaking, he felt a golden light flash in front of him. He was stunned for a moment and quickly reached out to take the crystal. As soon as he touched it, he felt an unimaginably large amount of energy with the power of the realm of the gods' law. He quickly let go of the crystal and looked at it carefully. It was the golden crystal that was 2 to 3 meters tall. Buzz! While he was in a daze, the golden crystal let out a soft, buzzing sound. The powerful power of the realm of the gods' law and the power of the realm of the gods gushed out like a long river. Countless strange phenomena appeared in the surroundings, and some gray, blurry images appeared. An ancient aura that had settled down for countless years suddenly appeared. Everyone was shocked, and many people cried out in surprise. You're just a country bumpkin. Haven't you seen the manifestation of energy before? Lady Green shook her head and clicked her tongue. Suddenly, she seemed to have thought of something and said to Hui, Lord Hui, that is an item from the realm of the gods. If it falls into the hands of people from other realms, they might be able to tinker with it. At most, they might be able to replicate the power of the realm of the gods' law. It's not authentic anyway, so let them be. It has nothing to do with us. Let's go, let's go. After so much trouble, it turned out to be a useless thing. What a waste of time. The whispers of the two were so loud that everyone present could hear them. At that moment, the expressions of those who were still crying out in surprise changed. Could it really be a useless thing? They wanted to get a more accurate answer, but they did not dare to block Hui and the others' path alone. At that moment, the leaders of the Void Giants were frowning and hesitating. Occasionally, they would look at the golden crystal and then look at the people from the realm of the gods who were gradually moving away. They were stunned for a moment. No matter what, this is an item from the realm of the gods. The enforcers of the realm of the gods also said that they might be able to replicate the power of the realm of the gods. Even if they could only replicate part of it, it would still be several times more powerful than the power of the realm of the gods. A voice came from somewhere unknown. After hearing it, everyone could not help but nod. That's right. After coming here from across the void territory, we can't go back empty-handed. However, the young man from the Demon Gods League nodded in agreement. However, his tone suddenly changed as he said to the people from the realm of the gods below, everyone from the realm of the gods, since we can't verify the authenticity of this item, why don't we ask you to watch from the side? Once a fight breaks out here, the situation will be very chaotic. Just now, there were some people who had some ideas about this world. I'm worried that your world will be invaded during the chaos. What? We've given you the item, and you're not letting us go? That's a good excuse, but you don't have to worry about it. What a joke. Hui stopped in his tracks and turned around to look at everyone. He said with a faint smile, please understand that this is the realm of the gods. This is our territory. I'm not targeting anyone. I'm saying that everyone here is a turtle in a jar. If I want to kill all of you, it'll only take a few minutes. Boom. Monarch Green and the others shouted. The aura of more than 30,000 heavenly gods of origin burst out together and rumbled. The entire tribulation cloud trembled along with it. Hundreds of billions of people were thrown off their feet. The heavenly god-tier beings were directly pushed back into the tribulation cloud and were drowned in it. There was not even a trace of sound. The leaders of the few giants in the void territory held their breaths for a moment. They were pushed back for a distance before they managed to stabilize themselves in a sorry state. Their faces were as gloomy as the rain. If you understand, then go and do your own things. You can join forces to stop us. When the time comes, we don't know who will benefit from the crystal. Hui sneered and waved his hand. This time, everyone opened a crack in the void territory and calmly walked into it to leave the space. Hui was the last to leave. Before he left, he turned around and smiled faintly at everyone. By the way, thank you for helping me throw away the trash. Due to the powerful deterrence of the people from the realm of the gods, no one dared to say a word this time. Their expressions changed several times before they all turned to look at the golden crystal that had fallen into the hands of the Gold Age clan. Many colors appeared in their eyes. Boom! A powerful energy torrent surged out of nowhere and surged toward the young man from the Gold Age clan. Everyone was taken aback by this sudden development. The enormous energy caused the heavenly gods of origin of the Gold Age clan to join forces and form a solid energy barrier. When the energy landed heavily on the barrier, the destructive energy caused an earth-shattering reaction. Everyone in this space saw as if a huge sun had exploded in front of their eyes. They felt as if they were blinded by the light. Several torrents of energy swept out from the center of the energy explosion and sent a large number of people flying. The aftershock of the impact caused a large number of people to fall to the ground. Hundreds of people were slapped into the tribulation cloud and were swallowed by the energy there. Almost no one could walk out of there alive. The few heavenly gods of origin who had formed the barrier were stunned. Logically speaking, the energy barrier that they had formed in a hurry should not have been able to withstand such a huge commotion. The handsome man also felt that something was wrong, but he obviously did not have much time to think at this moment. The Void Court, the Desolate Devil Court, the Godly Destruction Sect, the Demon Gods League, and many other giants quickly approached the Gold Age clan with many experts. Some of them had grim expressions, some of them had undisguised sneers on their faces, and some of them did not even look human. They surrounded the Gold Age clan. Seeing the crowd closing in on them, a sinister look flashed across the handsome man's eyes. He smiled faintly and said, "Why? Do you really plan to attack us? I suspect that the people from the realm of the gods are behind all this. Why don't we prepare ourselves and bring everyone to their door to ask for a specific explanation?" The young man from the Demon Gods League grinned innocently and nodded. "Of course. However, we are also very interested in the crystal that contains the laws of the realm of the gods. Why don't we study it together?" The leaders of the giants did not speak directly. However, judging from the glint in their eyes and the surging of energy, it was obvious that they had the same idea. Although we and the others from the realm of the gods treated it as trash, the powerful laws of this world contained in the crystal were much more powerful than the laws in their own origin worlds. If they could obtain it, they might be able to upgrade their own worlds to a higher level. They might even be able to take a peek at that level. This was a power that only outsiders had. To the people from the realm of the gods, it was indeed something that was dispensable. Another's worthless grass was my treasure. This was how the saying went. In the void, we and the others were hiding nearby, closely watching the scene in the tribulation cloud passage. I Ching looked at the dozen or so void giants who were ready to fight. He could not help but ask Hui, "Lord Hui, will they really fight?" Of course, none of them know each other at the moment. I'm talking to the extent that they can be allies. They might have communicated or had conflicts in the void, but they haven't formed an alliance. Among this group of people, The Void Court has the most combat power. But because of this, if they fight, they will be the first to be targeted. They are still stalling for time, probably communicating in secret. After all, there are more than a dozen parties staring at each other, and none of them have absolute power to control the situation, so it won't be easy for them to fight. Behind them, a bunch of scattered people are also watching in fear. Just now, the guidance didn't cause too much of a ruckus. Otherwise, it would have exploded directly, and there would be no need to wait. Oh, look, although it was a few minutes late, didn't it start now? Hearing this, everyone turned their gazes. In the void, in the tribulation cloud passage, in the realm of the gods, a huge impact of energy suddenly burst out, scattering the group of people who were besieged. The people of the Gold Ashen clan took the golden crystal and rushed down the passage. Obviously, they did not intend to fight force with force while being watched. Right now, they were planning to gather outside support first. Oh, it was the Void Court that attacked first. Not surprising at all. Although we know that the Gold Ashen clan can escape, it will take a long time to chase after them. Lord Hui, why don't we do something? Hui shrugged. Jing Yuanji, I will leave it to you. Seal the escape space. Jing Yuanji stroked her light blue hair and nodded with a smile. She pointed at the void in the realm of the gods, and the power of the divine, quietly surged. Then, everyone saw that half of the void in the tribulation cloud passage suddenly froze. The way in front of the Gold Ashen clan was blocked by a distorted void vortex. The hundreds of people were so shocked that their eyes almost popped out of their heads. They hurriedly stopped. A few people did not have time to stop chasing and crashed into the void vortex. Then, a huge energy phenomenon with particles scattered all over the void. Those people were completely dead, and the overflowing energy formed a phenomenon that only appeared when they died. This is not strong enough. Let me do it. Qing Jun grinned grimly. He waved his hand and pinched fiercely at the position of a group of unaffiliated people behind him. A violent power of rules suddenly broke out, shaking those guys who were at a loss at a distance and sent them flying like flies. Many people were even blown into the fighting circle by the energy storm. Suddenly, a group of people who were in a hurry to protect themselves and those who were vigilant against the intruders roared and clashed with each other. That white blood, that red blood, TSK, TSK, TSK. How tragic! I Ching looked at the battle that broke out in front of him across the void and could not help but smack his lips. It seems that the life forms in other worlds are mostly physical. Not every life form in every world can easily transform into an energy life form. Unlike us, who can do it the moment we ascend to the rebirth state. We can choose however we want. We stretched his body. We stretched lazily. Generally speaking, energy life forms are stronger, especially the pure energy form after removing the restrictions. However, once we enter that form, we will also become a kind of energy. If our spirit and soul are not strong enough, it will not be fun to be restrained by the enemy's means of restricting energy. In order to make up for this small shortcoming, what we usually show is an entity formed by energy. There is no problem in removing the restrictions at will. Unless we are seriously injured, we will not be beaten back to the pure energy form. Jing Yuanji listened and could not help but say, although the energy form is indeed much stronger, I still prefer the physical form. Oh, then you can go and talk to Maple, Hui said. Maple's life form has a physical form in the normal state, and it is the kind that is 100% restored. When he fights, he will use energy to manifest the physical form. Compared to the upper level, he has liberated part of his strength, so you can occasionally see him spitting blood while fighting. Energy life forms do not have this ability. At most, the energy will leak out from the wound. As for the final pure energy form, the one that is completely liberated and berserk, I feel a lingering fear. Let's not talk about it. We watched the group of outsiders fight with interest and told others about his old companions. Everyone could not help but praise him. After a moment of silence, they realized that something was not right. A first stage transformation with a second stage mutation and a third stage berserk, this you can't afford to provoke a berserk maple. We sighed to everyone. While they were chatting and watching the battle, no one noticed that the nebula-like energy inside the purple crystal suddenly trembled slightly. Then, a small vortex appeared inside and absorbed the energy in the crystal. The movement was like the birth of a star.